Mr. Chair, council members and participants, we are now live.
Good morning. We're going to get started. We'd like to welcome the public hearing and the public meeting of the City Council Committee of the Whole. State law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Thank you.
Council President Clark.
Present.
Council Lady Bass.
Good morning, I am present.
Council Lady Brooks.
Good morning, I am present.
Councilman Dom.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues.
Council Lady Gosia.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleague. Present.
Council Lady Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Councilman Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, viewing public.
Council Lady Gim.
Good morning, everybody.
Councilman Heen. Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and viewing public.
Councilman O'Neill.
Present.
Councilman O.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. I'm present.
Council Lady Parker.
Mr. President, colleagues, good morning, present.
Council Lady Quinones Sanchez. Councilman Squilla.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. Present.
Councilman Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening public.
Councilman Heenan, please. Council Lady Quinones Sanchez, please. We have a quorum, Council President.
Thank you. We have, in fact, established quorum. I'm going to say good morning to all. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, 200-567, and 200-546. Mr. Christmas, will you please read the title of the resolutions?
Resolution 200-132, appointing Gosia Primavera to the Board of Directors for the Old City Special Services District. Resolution 200-133, appointing Valerie Lyons to the Board of Directors for the Old City Special Services District. Resolution 200-134, appointing Catherine Bittner to the Board of Directors for the Old City Special Services District. Resolution 200-135, appointing Jonathan Dubrow to the Board of Directors for the Old City Special Services District. Resolution 200-271, appointing Jack Soloff to the Board of Directors of the Center City District. Resolution 200-272, reappointing Randall Scott to the Board of Directors of the Center City District. Resolution 200-567, appointing Angela Val to the Board of Directors of the Center City District. And finally, Resolution 200-546, authorizing City Council's Committee of the Whole to hold all hearings required pursuant to Bill number 200364A, which established a requirement that the council hold hearings in connection with anticipated collective bargaining agreements between the city and police employees in the Philadelphia Police Department, represented by the Fraternal Order of Police.
Thank you, Mr. Christmas. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. So by continuing to be in the hearing, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft's Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular person. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the first witness we have to testify this morning on resolution number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567.
Job Isowitz, Executive Director of the Old City Special Services District.
Mr. Ikovitz, are you with us?
I am, Council President. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you just fine. This is state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Council President Clark and all members of Council. My name is Job Itzkowitz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Old City Special Services District. I'm here to testify in support of resolution numbers 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, and 200-135, relating to appointments to the board of the district. I have submitted my testimony written, and I'm happy to rely on that if you prefer. I understand you have a busy schedule today, or I'm happy to read it into the record, whichever you please.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee for this particular witness? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will you please call the next witness to testify on these resolutions, Mr. Christmas?
Paul Levy, Center City District, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Council President and members of Council. Thanks for making time on your very busy schedule today. I'm here to testify in favor of resolutions 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567. It is for the reappointment of one board member, Randall Scott, and the appointment of two new board members, Jack Soloff and Angelo Val. I submitted a copy of my transmittal letter to the mayor, which has information on our board. Be glad to read that into the record or answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this witness by members of the committee? Doesn't appear that there are any. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you for making the time.
And are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee? All right, there will be no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify. I will ask, is there anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call that wishes to offer testimony on resolution number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567. Hearing none, we will now go into our public meeting to consider action on resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567, and then return to our public hearing to take the testimony on resolution number 200-546. I want to thank all the witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinion. I now invite the witnesses to please disconnect from the hearing before we go into our public meeting. We will now pause the proceeding briefly as the witnesses leave the hearing. And are we ready, Modesto? Thank you.
Yes, we are, Council President.
This concludes the public hearing of the committee on the resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, 200-567. We will now move to our public meeting to consider the action to be taken on these resolutions. We will now call the roll to convene the public meeting.
Council President Clark.
Present.
Council Lady Bass.
I am present.
Council Lady Brooks.
I'm present.
Councilman Dom.
Present.
Council Lady Godier.
Present.
Council Lady Gilmore Richardson.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Council Lady Gims.
Present.
Heenan. Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Present.
Councilman O'Neill.
Present.
Councilman O.
Present.
Council Lady Parker.
Present.
Council Lady Quinones Sanchez. Councilman Squilla.
Present.
Councilman Thomas.
Present.
We've established a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the public meeting. As we proceed, the chair recognizes Councilmember Parker for a motion on resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that resolution numbers 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and properly second that resolution number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567 be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, ayes have it. The motion carries. Resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567 will be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation at our next session of council. Thank you very much. This concludes the public meeting on resolutions number 200-132, 200-133, 200-134, 200-135, 200-271, 200-272, and 200-567. We will now return to our public hearing to take testimony on resolutions number 200-546. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the first witness to testify this morning on resolutions number 200-546?
Rich Laser, Deputy Mayor, Office of Labor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Laser, are you connected and ready to proceed?
Yes, Council President, good morning.
Thank you very much. Please proceed with your testimony.
Again, good morning, Council President and all members. This is Rich Laser, Deputy Mayor for Labor. I'm joined here from members of my staff, Monica Marchetti-Brock, who is the Director of Labor Employee and Relations, who oversees the negotiation process for all 4 bargaining units in the city, along with Rebecca Hartz, Deputy Director. I want to thank you all for allowing us to put a little presentation on. I was going to turn it over to Monica. You can put a presentation on giving you a timeline outlook of the Act 111 process and also talking through the main points of our collective bargaining proposals.
Please proceed.
Rebecca's going to share the presentation from her screen.
Yep, give me 1 second. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, Council President, we're also joined with from Carolyn Haney from the Law Department as well.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're going to give you a brief overview of the Act 111 process that we begin when we are negotiating with police and fire. Rebecca, you can go to the next slide. So in 1968, Act 111 was created for police and firemen to negotiate their contracts. They do not have the ability to strike. So therefore, they are able to go through the Act 111 process to negotiate terms of wages, hours, working conditions, pensions, and any other benefits that are listed in their contract. We essentially do presentations for both for police and fire. The represented employees, like I mentioned, are prohibited from striking, and Act 111 also gave them the ability to settle grievances or disputes over the contract through grievance arbitration. There seems to be a lot of confusion between interest arbitration and grievance arbitration, so we wanted to make sure that you were aware that there is a difference. Under Act 111, we have a panel of arbitrators that helps us get to our contract at the end. So the parties begin bargaining at least 6 months before the start of the fiscal year. And that typically, our deadline is December 31st. We have a minimum of 30 days to bargain before demanding arbitration. Typically, the union will be the one to initiate the bargaining session and to move it to arbitration as well. Both sides issue and identify, both sides identify issues to submit to the arbitrators. A neutral arbitrator is selected. That arbitrator must be a PA resident. Each side selects their party arbitrator. So the city selects an arbitrator, the union selects an arbitrator, and then we pick a neutral. There are hearings that are held where both sides present their issues in dispute to this arbitration panel. It's a little less formal than a court hearing, but there's a lot of work that goes into it on both sides to go through the proposals that each side is looking to get some changes on. The arbitrators issue a final and binding decision that the city and the union move forward with, and that's essentially what creates the contract for us. Next slide, Rebecca. So as I mentioned before, there are two different types of arbitration processes, and we always get questions about interest arbitration and grievance arbitration. Under Act 111 for grievance arbitration, there's two types of arbitrations that we could receive. One is a disciplinary grievance and one is a contractual grievance. So a disciplinary grievance is filed in response to a disciplinary action that the city would have issued to an employee who's in the bargaining unit. The burden of proof falls on management to prove that there was just cause to impose the discipline. So we essentially have to prove that what the person did and the penalty was appropriate for that action. The contractual grievance is a little bit different. I think this is where people get a bit confused. The union typically will bring a contractual grievance if they believe that the city has not followed one of the terms in the collective bargaining agreement, such as paying for overtime or a change in schedule. The burden of proof at that point is on the union to prove that there was a violation of the contract. The city's, we're sharing with you some of the themes or the major themes of our draft proposals that we'll be issuing to the FOP. A big proposal for the city has been residency and restoring the residency requirement for new hires. As you're aware, police and firemen can move out of the city after 5 years of service with the city, but they do have to live in Pennsylvania. We would like to restore that residency requirement for all new hires. Transfers, the police commissioner needs more ability to be able to transfer police officers where there is an operational need. So we hope to be putting in a proposal to allow her some more discretion in that area and to be able to transfer without any types of restrictions that may be outlined in the contract currently. Civilianization. We're going to expand the department's ability to use civilians, including a public safety officers, to conduct investigations. We've recently taken over the EEO complaints for police in my office as well. As far as discipline, we want to prohibit arbitrators from changing the penalty if an employee is found to have committed misconduct. Oftentimes we'll see grievances that go to arbitration being overturned, which essentially could put a cop back in service that maybe really shouldn't be, because an arbitrator can change that disciplinary action from dismissal to some other lower penalty. Essentially, we'd like to have the arbitrator make a decision about whether or not, in fact, the employee committed the infraction and not be able to touch the penalty. And for grievance and arbitration, we want to expand the existing arbitrator pool. and restrict back pay awards. The city does pay a lot of money in back pay awards if officers are awarded their job back. Typically, it does take a good amount of time to get a case in front of an arbitrator, and we want to expand that pool as well as restrict the back pay awards. An additional term should be added to the agreement regarding evidentiary rules applicable to the arbitration and the scope of the arbitrator's authority. We typically don't always know what standard or rule an arbitrator was using. Sometimes they will say what rules they were using, and we want to just clarify that as well. And, we're here to answer questions that you may have about the process. I know this is just a very, very short overview of the two processes and where we are, but Rich, Rebecca, and myself are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Before we open it up for questions for the members of the committee, I would like to recognize Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson for some initial statements as it relates to this proposal that was drafted by her and passed and signed into law. Councilwoman, and you can also attach your questions to the end of your opening statement since you're already on. Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Council President, and good morning. Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you to Council President for chairing this hearing and supporting this important initiative that calls for transparency and accountability. I'd like to quickly thank Representative Harris and all the members of the Police Reform Working Group, and thank all of my colleagues who co-sponsored and voted in favor of Bill number 200364A, which authorized us to introduce the subsequent resolution and hold these hearings today. This is a truly historic day in the city of Philadelphia. For the first time ever, we are giving the people we are sworn to serve a chance to have their voices heard on a subject that has been shrouded in secrecy for far too long. The contract between the city and the police union costs us millions of dollars and establishes operational procedures that have wide-ranging impacts. Now is the time to ensure the people we serve can tell us what they want to see. Leading up to this hearing, I had the opportunity to speak with many members of the community who said they want community and public safety. They don't want to foster an environment that's advantageous for bad cops. So we can no longer afford to let these important discussions happen behind closed doors, because we have seen the results and they are devastating. With the voice of the people as a part of the conversation, we will be able to hold ourselves and our police department accountable. We will be more responsible in how we spend valuable and limited taxpayer dollars. We will be able to better support the people who vow to serve and protect us. I am looking forward to hearing from Philadelphians from all neighborhoods and backgrounds about how they want the administration to better represent their desires through our processes. It is my hope that what we hear today has a significant impact on how the administration designs its final proposal. I am proud to be a part of a body that creates real space for the voices of the people we serve. And I just want to thank you all for working with me and for, taking this important step towards transparency and accountability in policing in Philadelphia. So as I move forward to questions, I wanted to start with one question, and I'll come back around, hopefully if we have another round. But for Deputy Mayor Laser, it is my understanding that the city makes a commitment to the FOP Legal Fund. Will you work to reduce the city's commitment to the FOP Legal Fund by at least 50%?
Thank you, Council. So we make contributions to all the legal funds for the 4 bargaining units to use. We will look at that. We always look to try to reduce those funds. So that is something that we always do put in proposals, but I'll defer to Monica if she has anything she wants to add to that.
The one thing I would add is that I think that we are looking to modify the language around legal services to what that money could actually be used for.
Okay, thank you, Monica. And you also highlighted the discipline action under Act 111, grievance arbitration. Can you explain who in management kind of takes up those discipline issues and how a penalty is deemed appropriate?
I would defer to Rebecca actually for that particular question. We handle the back end once the disciplinary action is already imposed. I mean, that would be the department who makes that determination. They go through their process. And Rebecca, do you want to speak a little bit about their process? I'm not sure if there's anyone on the call from police.
Sure. Yeah, I think the police commissioner was going to join us, but I can give a general overview, and if there is someone from police, they can definitely give more specifics. So if an employee in the police department is found to have committed some sort of infraction, they would get, there's a recommendation and usually an investigation done by police internal affairs, and then it is given to the PBI, the Police Board of Inquiry Charging Unit, and they determine what they're charging the employee with. And then the employee has a chance to have a disciplinary hearing in front of PBI. There's a panel made up of different levels of represented, not represented, but uniformed officials in the department, depending on the employee's level. And then the ultimate decision does still lie with the police commissioner, because it will go through, you know, from the PBI to the deputy commissioner, and then it's ultimately still the police commissioner's decision on what that final disciplinary action should be.
Okay, thank you so much, Rebecca. And just really quickly, Council President, if I may get in this question for the record, you also highlighted that this draft contract will allow the commissioner to transfer officers without restriction. Again, for the record, can you explain for us here in Council and for the general public why that addition is so important and necessary?
Sure. We want to maintain, at the very least, the managerial rights that the commissioner has. That's very important, not to bargain those away. There are some restrictions of who could be transferred and how often people can be transferred in the contract, and we really just need her to have the ability to be able to identify what she needs operationally and be able to make those moves to, frankly, run the department the way that she sees fit. And also, I mean, she may have some, and I don't want to speak for her, but she may have some ideas about, you know, how to better the department by moving people around in a way that maybe best suits what their skill set is. And it may be a good idea to rotate people occasionally as well. I mean, it's one of those things that I think she just needs the ability to be able to run her department the way that she thinks it will be the most efficient and effective for Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll come back around because I see there are other questions. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Lady. Real quick, Mr. Laser, a real quick question with respect to the process in establishing the offer as it relates to the arbitration. Who actually formulates the request or the submission based on what we just saw? Is it a combination of the police department and the Department of Labor, or is it the mayor, or is it any other public service entities, community people involved in the process? I mean, how do you get to a point where you have a submission of a document to the arbitrator?
Yeah, so usually, and Monica, jump in if you have any corrections, but usually there's a group called the Labor Steering Committee. It is a group made up of the Managing Director's Office, the affected department, because we do this for all four groups. So with 33, 47, FOP, and 22, we kind of canvass departments. So we'll talk to commissioners of those affected departments, and then we meet with usually the CAO's office, the Managing Director's Office, Finance, Mayor's Chief of Staff, and then also the mayor when we come formulate proposals. Last year, we did have meetings with stakeholders, and then because we did the extension for all four groups, we didn't have a full-blown process. This year, we had some meetings as well with stakeholders to see what folks had wanted to hear and wanted to see. But that's usually the process. Usually there's many different folks inside city government that kind of formulate these proposals. And then and also the law department has a big role as well.
All right. You ever include members of council?
I think last year we did some kind of like rounds with some members, but I think they were kind of drafts at that point. But from my time, usually it's mostly administration folks.
All right. I asked that because you seem to have a broad-based number of people involved in, and I know I'm a little biased, but council members are, usually the first line of defense, offense when we can, as it relates to interaction with the public. So it probably makes a lot of sense to include, whatever format that at least in some advisory capacity to get a perspective from council members, because we do probably more than most people that are in the MSCB building or in 1515 market have interaction with the public in a very formal way. So it probably would make a lot of sense to kind of have those members at least in a discussion. This my little suggestion.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Laser. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Council President. I first want to thank the bill's co-sponsor, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, for this unprecedented hearing and the importance of it. In the limited time I have, I just wanted to underscore the importance of establishing standard and appropriate oversight and discipline with regard to the police department, and my interest in hearing a commitment from the administration that you recognize that this is the urgent call. The number of testifiers from the public have made clear that oversight and disciplinary changes are required commitments that are non-negotiable. They are core to the concept of not just policing, but also public safety. And we are clear also that we are unified that policing reform is in alignment with public safety. It is long past time for the city and the Fraternal Order of Police to act together and take basic common sense steps that protect all of us and prevent serious abuses and misconducts from continuing. When our disciplinary system does not effectively function to deter misconduct, which requires consistent penalties, early intervention, transparency, and oversight, abuse will be inevitable. And the consequences in eroding public distrust and civic unrest is profound. We as city leaders bear the responsibility if we don't take these steps to ensure that the disciplinary system works. So I look forward to my questions addressing that. There's been, Mr. Laser, there's been a significant amount of discussion about state regulations that seem to prohibit appropriate oversight, standard disciplinary practices with regard to policing. But it does appear that we do have some important powers locally. In your presentation, you have a goal under the section on discipline to prohibit arbitrators from changing the penalty if the employee is found to have committed that misconduct. Can you explain how the city of Philadelphia and whether the city of Philadelphia does have the power to prohibit arbitrators from changing penalties or reversing judgments that the city may have found?
So as of right now, we cannot restrict what an arbitrator decides when it comes to discipline. The commissioner makes a determination. If that discipline is grieved, it goes through the process, and or if the offense is grieved, the issue is we would like to stop arbitrators from changing the penalty. So if Officer Smith got a 30-day suspension with 10th dismiss, and the arbitrator finds that officer did commit that offense, a lot of times arbitrators will go back and change what the discipline was, even though the officer was found to have committed that offense. So we want to stop that and allow the commissioner's discipline to stay if that officer was found to have committed that offense.
So can you explain how you would see that happening? Does that mean that the union has to waive that, or what? Or do we have the power to actually write that in?
We have to bargain it, and we have to show. And we will go to arbitrate. We will go to Act 111 process. We would have to show the arbitrator why we will put on testimony to show why it's important, and we would push. Hopefully, the arbitrator will find in our favor on that. Monica, I don't know if you want to add any.
Sure. I think it's important to know we would have to get the Act 111 panel to write that in to the award so that the contract can be modified. There are some contracts across the country for different bargaining groups where that may already be in there. We just don't have that in our contract, but it's through a process where we would have to present information to the Act 111 panel and have the Act 111 panel come out with that as part of their terms for that contract.
But if that's negotiated at the local level, that does not require state action. Is that correct? Or it does?
I believe we can negotiate what we want. I mean, as far as that. I'm not sure that we need the state to agree to that. I mean, I would defer to law on that.
Yeah, I believe so. If we can get that in the contract through the arbitration process, that's something we'll be able to. Mm-hmm. Unilaterally, we can't do it.
Okay. Right. So, I have to underscore this, but I think we've done a lot in terms of like chasing the idea that Act 111 has to change. And I think what we need to make clear, and what I think the number of testifiers are going to make clear, is that if we have the power locally and understood that it's through the negotiation process, that the idea that we could prohibit arbitrators from basically like overthrowing or, denying what would be standard oversight disciplinary practices in extraordinary circumstances, that has to be a top priority. That if it means that police officers who have done horrible things in our city, if that means that they can stay fired, that is, to me, the absolute top priority in any type of conflict, especially if that lies within our power. And that is not an Act 111 or requiring state regulations, changes, or through the legislature. I'm sure that we're going to have a lot of people emphasizing that, but I just want to underscore how important that is, and that, I know that I and others will be working together to, help shore up the administration on this front.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's why, and we've heard that loud and clear. We've heard that from within the city administration. We agree with that. That's why it's on that list of top priorities, and that we show in the presentation. It's an
Mr. President, I have a quick point of information. I just wanted to clarify that Representative Donna Bullock, who's a member of the Police Reform Working Group, who is working on State Act 111 changes, will be on this call for the listening public. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
One other question. This summer, the city committed to seek changes.
Councilwoman, one second. Just real quick to the members. I do believe we have, I was told 98 people testifying today. So, we can kind of, our pace as it relates to us, so we can kind of get to those figures. Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Yep. I had two very quick questions. This summer, the city committed to seek changes to the contract to stop purging disciplinary records for officers over time, including in instances when the members are resign or are fired. Is this something that you're still asking for?
Yeah, it's something that we are looking at in our draft proposals.
It is still a priority.
Yes.
And this summer, the city also committed to negotiate the addition of community members and outside experts to the Police Board of Inquiry. Is that still a priority for the administration in this new contract?
We are looking at the PBI process, so it's an overall look at with I know the commissioner is interested in looking at that process, so that's something that we are working on her with.
Okay. I have a few other questions, but I will follow up later. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also lend my voice to the choir here and say a special thank you to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson. The meticulous nature, level of detail associated with your leadership on this issue has been unprecedented in our city, and I want to give credit where credit is due to say thank you. My question, Monica, Rebecca, and Rich, in your presentation, one of the things I saw that really piqued my interest was in the desire to expand the arbiters pool, right? And so I am thinking about, in my mind, who are these arbiters? Where do they come from? What's the level, of academic, achievement, real life sort of pragmatic practice and experience? Where do they come from, and who selects them? And are they licensed or certified by somebody? Talk to me about that pool, and as detailed as you possibly can.
Rich, do you want me to take this one? Okay, so we go through a group which we call AAA. We refer to them as AAA. It's the American Arbitration Association. The arbitrators come through that organization, I should say, and it is listed in the contract that we would use that organization. Many of the arbitrators are lawyers. Some are not. Some are people who are labor professionals like myself or Rebecca or Rich, who may later on in their career decide that they want to go on to be arbitrators. AAA does have a process and a training process as well for arbitrators to go through. And, it really just depends. I mean, there are some really great arbitrators that are not attorneys. There are some that are. I know that was part of your question. The Office of Labor Relations, my office, Rebecca and I work with the law department to select the arbitrators. We have a process where we look at cases that arbitrator has decided in the past to see if they would be a good fit for a case that's in front of us. Sometimes we may reach out to other partners that we have outside of the city, maybe other firms, to see how arbitrators have decided for them. I'm trying to think if I have all of your questions. Rebecca, am I missing anything?
Monica, let me just go, because I appreciate your sort of identifying for the public, right, that the pool that we're referencing comes from this AAA organization. They are the sort of the mother entity of where Philadelphia draws from. With that being said, do you have any information relative to the demographics of those who are trained and who are a part of this AAA organization? And can you or do you have any data? And I don't expect you to give me this right now. I'm just telling you that while, like this summer, when you saw this city council change the residency requirement because we said the people policing the city of Philadelphia should reflect the city's population, well, that same interest goes to those who are the arbiters here in the city of Philadelphia. So if you can provide the demographics to the president's office for distribution to all members of council, and let's just say 5 years, if you can get it. So, just have an overview of what the demographics of those people are who have come in that we have selected, right? Because you just said you all get together and based on a number, of criteria, that's how you select. In addition to that, in your efforts to expand the pool that I saw in the presentation, I did not hear it mentioned that your desire was diversity amongst that pool. It's like, let me give you an example, Monica, Rebecca, and Rich. I could not understand for the life of me when I kept watching the tape of the George Floyd incident, and I kept saying to myself, the officer that had his knee on his neck, how did that officer make it through the psychological evaluation? And I kept saying to myself, maybe if there was a diverse pool of psychologists who, were the ones, given the test, the examination, maybe that, some challenges or red flags or something could have been put up. So it's just with that spirit, Monica, Rebecca, and Rich, that I say to you, I want to see the demographics of those people who the administration has selected to be arbitrators. And again, not 10, but if you could just give us the last 5 years, and then if you could formally get, so we can get it from that organization on their letterhead, let the AAA know that, we use your service, and our legislative body has said we want to know who you are. So can you send us the demographic information for what does the AAA firm look like? What does its board of directors looks like? And then give us the demographics of their organization, because guess what, Monica, Rebecca, and Rich, we just may need to rethink whether or not we use AAA and whether or not they're the only game in town, or do we go to our University of Pennsylvania School of Law, Drexel School of Law, Temple School of Law, or find labor experts, Monica and Rebecca, like you? Because they can't pin us up like they're the only people. We have too much in terms of value added here with our institutions of higher learning for anyone to put us in a corner like they're our only option. So those are my questions, and I want to thank you all for your testimony. And again, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, thank you for no knee-jerk reaction. Thank you for the level of detail and research that you put into this matter. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
We will get that information to you, Councilwoman, and to the chair.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Good job, Madam Leader.
Mr. President.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order. I move that we suspend the current order of the day to address testimony from Representative Donna Bullock. I understand that she does have a House session at 11. So I just quickly, if possible, if we could allow her to testify and then go back into the questioning if possible.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'm assuming it's okay with the members. Rich, if you guys could hang in there a little while. We're all still on the clock, so I guess we don't have a choice. Sure. Councilwoman, we're going to ask Representative Bullock, is she available now? Did you want her to testify now?
Yes, Council President, if possible, because I understand that she has a House session at 11, and I really wanted her to have an opportunity to tell us about what she's been working on relative to Act 111 reform.
That's fine, as long as she can ensure we have the same accommodations when we come to Harrisburg. Representative Bullock?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson and Council President Clark and the entire City Council body for this opportunity. As stated earlier, I'm State Representative Donna Bullock. I represent the 195th Legislative District in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. And Council President, I will do my best to accommodate you the next time you're in Harrisburg.
Thank you.
I am also the incoming chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus. In the days following the police shooting of 14-year-old Antoine Rose, just outside the city of Pittsburgh, members of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus introduced several bills to address police reform. 2 years later, and following the murder of George Floyd, those members of the Black Caucus were joined by members of this city council body and several local attorneys. Together, we formed the Police Reform Work Group to propose a legislative response to public calls for police reform. One of those recommendations from the group was a requirement for public comment period before police contracts are adopted by local municipalities. I applaud Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson for introducing her bill and getting it signed into the law, which is the reason why we are here today. As Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson worked on this bill over the summer, I was working simultaneously across party lines and across the state to pass similar language as part of House Bill 2852, a bipartisan bill to reform Act 111, which we've heard about a lot already this morning. During the summer, I met with various stakeholder groups, including city council members and mayors from other cities and townships across the Commonwealth, the Pennsylvania Municipal League, faith-based leaders, labor groups, chiefs of police, and many, many other community advocates and leaders. And while my interest in Act 111 reform was initially centered on the arbitration process when it came to police misconduct, it became very clear to me that a much more comprehensive critical review of Act 111 was needed. Let me take this time to set some historical context. You've heard earlier that Act 111 was enacted in 1968 to allow for binding arbitration when a collective bargaining agreement cannot be reached. This was only applying to police officers and firefighters. Act 111 was enacted at a time, again, 1968, a time when our country was experiencing civil unrest very similar to what we are seeing today in our country. At a time when rhetoric and a call for so-called law and order stroked public fears, similar to what we are hearing again on the national stage. And the FOP was gaining significant influence in the labor movement and among elected officials. Arbitration was offered in exchange for our police and fire professionals giving up their right to strike. It was an effective tool in the labor negotiations toolbox. However, over the years, Act 111 and its collective bargaining agreement process had become more and more favorable to the FOP, and the process simply became out of balance. Our FOP contracts now govern more than just benefits, more than just salaries and work conditions. The contracts also require FOP approval of our disciplinary codes and simply govern how we identify, report, investigate, and ultimately respond to police misconduct. The contracts in the arbitration process have been found to handcuff our police commissioners. Even former attempts by former police commissioners to make changes to the disciplinary code have been blocked by the contract process. In fact, when former Commissioner Charles Ramsey implemented a new disciplinary code to give him more leeway when dealing with misconduct, the FOP filed a complaint with the Pennsylvania Labor Relations Board, and that board had ruled in favor of the FOP, saying that Commissioner Ramsey could not unilaterally increase penalties or add violations to the disciplinary code, that these changes must go through the contract negotiation process. This means that the FOP plays a significant role in deciding when and how misconduct is handled. It also means that when an officer does violate the disciplinary code, he or she is disciplined, and that discipline is challenged in grievance arbitration. The decisions by the arbitration panel, the decisions about whether or not to return a bad police officer to work, are often determined by the policies and procedures outlined in the contract that is negotiated by the FOP. So think of it this way. I'm a mother of 2 boys, and there are very few instances in which I will allow my sons to decide what is considered bad behavior in my house or how they should be punished, or when they are punished, allow them to govern or have any input in how that punishment is overruled. That simply will not happen in my house, and I'm sure it would not happen in many of your houses as well. Over the years, the FOP has worked to keep the public out of police business, at times suggesting that the public does not understand how to police. They don't understand the profession and that their input will put their lives at risk. The FOP has pushed back on police advisory and oversight boards. They have pushed back and fought against changes to Act 111, which, by the way, has not been amended in more than 50 years since it has been enacted. And the FOP is challenging the very legitimacy of this hearing. Why? Simply because this lack of transparency and public accountability in the collective bargaining process works for the FOP. So while there may be concerns about cost in a police contract, it is my belief that most citizens are simply seeking for accountability, transparency, fairness, and justice. The bipartisan bill that we introduced in Harrisburg includes several of the reforms that you heard mentioned in the administration's recommendations today. If adopted, House Bill 2852 explicitly permits municipalities to hold public comment periods before accepting the collective bargaining agreement. It will require arbitration hearings be public and that a transcript, including evidence submitted, be made available through the right to know process. The bill also sets out a process that we believe would yield a more diverse pool of arbitrators. And Councilwoman Sherelle Parker, I took the liberty of looking up rather quickly on the diversity of the AAA. And according to their website, in which they committed to diversity, only 26% of their arbitrators across this country are women and minorities. So that is, to be clear, some other 74% are white men. That number, what it looks like in Philadelphia, I am not sure. The AAA is also mandated as the neutral arbitrator through law. So not only is it in the current police contract, it is in Act 111 as the neutral arbitrator pool for arbitrators. The House Bill 2852 will also require that these arbitrators provide analysis and reasoning for the decision. It would also allow for a limited appeal process. Right now, arbitration is binding, final. The city cannot appeal it in any way. Our bill would allow for a limited appeal process if the arbitrator exceeds his or her power of jurisdiction, if the proceedings were irregular, or if the decision is determined to violate anybody's constitutional rights, or that decision violated public policy. Our bill would also require that the parties share the cost of the arbitration. And lastly, it provides that the policies and procedures related to discipline of police officers for certain infractions will not be subject to the collective bargaining process, a point you heard as well from the representatives from the administration. To remove the discipline process from the collective bargaining process will allow our commissioner more leeway when handling police misconduct. The bill would also require that any discipline that is imposed by the commissioner and the supervisors will stand, that it is at the discretion of the employer, and should an arbitrator find that an officer had engaged in misconduct and was disciplined, they will not change that discipline. I am respectfully asking that you take this opportunity to listen to the concerns of our citizens and use your role to recommend appropriate changes in the contract. Some of these changes that mirror what we are trying to do legislatively through Act 111, but as Councilwoman Helen Gim mentioned, we can definitely accomplish through the collective bargaining process as well. Meanwhile, I will continue to work in Harrisburg to pass comprehensive Act 111 reform that will require a more balanced, transparent, and fair contract negotiation process while protecting public safety jobs and benefits, and more importantly, while keeping our residents, police officers, and communities safe. Thank you again, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, for your courage and advocacy and diligence on this matter. Thank you to all the members of City Council, Council President Clark, our mayor and the administration, and the residents of Philadelphia for your time today and this opportunity to speak before you. I look forward to our continued work and work together to reimagine policing in our communities.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much, Representative. Appreciate you. And appreciate all the good work you do for us up in Harrisburg. Thank you.
You gave me great training in council.
Absolutely. I'm very proud. Were there any questions of the representative or members of the committee?
I have a question, Council President
Johnson.
Yeah, first and foremost, soon to be Madam Chairwoman of the Black Caucus, Donna Bullock. It's good to see you back here in City Council. Can you just give us a brief update regarding your bipartisan piece of legislation that addresses Act 111 on a state level? Any obstacles that you may see coming down the pipe, as it relates to addressing the issue, and how we could be supportive on a council level and advocating and supporting the necessary change that needs to be done with Act 111.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. Well, I think the biggest challenge that we are facing is that our session does end in about 2 weeks. So this bill would have to be introduced in the new session in January, which I hope to be able to do so. I have a commitment from my colleague on the other side of the aisle. What we have learned is that this bill has received overwhelming support from both sides of the aisle. Yet there are challenges as certain groups of labor are concerned about how far these measures may stretch and impact other unions. And so that is a concern that we understand, and we have been working with members of labor to assure them that our efforts here are focused on law enforcement and the FOP. While we understand that Act 111 also includes our fire professionals, we are working with them to figure out how to minimize the impact on that particular union. But we have received overwhelming support from council members in municipalities across the Commonwealth, administrations across the Commonwealth, chiefs of police across the Commonwealth, there is a lot of interest in seeing this happen. This is the furthest that this bill has gone in the Commonwealth, receiving support again on both sides of the aisle. We were hoping to get a hearing last month, but unfortunately due to the pandemic and our emergency and necessity to address some of the CARES dollars and some other things, we weren't able to get to this particular bill. I am hopeful of next year. I think for the first time, the FOP acknowledges that there is some movement on this particular bill and changes. It's not the first time that legislators have attempted to change and have comprehensive reform in regards to Act 111, but I do believe it is the first time we've worked across the aisle to make that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson had a question, and then Councilman Jones, and then Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a quick comment for Representative Bullock. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your tireless efforts over the last several months. I know all the meetings with a variety of stakeholders across the Commonwealth, and just for your bipartisan work in Harrisburg to move this issue. So I just wanted to simply say thank you as a fellow member of the Police Reform Working Group for all of your work, and I look forward to continuing to support you on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the sponsor of our bill here in City Council, but also be very grateful to Representative Bullock for her and the working group's effort in Harrisburg to make sure that we have a 1-2 punch combination. And so that speaks to my question. I heard the deputy mayor talk about Act 111 and whether or not we can, on our own, make certain changes. But doesn't the case of the state, in most cases, supersede what we do here locally? And that if indeed you are successful in Harrisburg in making those changes or similar changes, that's 90% of our work to be done. And I say that, Representative Bullock, because we passed the Citizens Police Oversight Commission. I want you to understand that what Member Gilmore Richardson is doing and what you are doing is so important, because we can have a canvas that the president and this body put forward, but without legislation that is the ruling guide, whether it's chokeholds, whether it's residency, whether it's all those things, we can't measure performances without those passages of legislation. So they go hand in hand. And so we are hoping that you're successful, but you guys do supersede us still, correct?
And yes, there is something called preemption, Councilman Jones, and that is true. But what I think the administration is trying to do here, and I've had many conversations with Rich and City Solicitor Pratt, is they're trying to negotiate some of the things that I am trying to pass through law. If they are successful in negotiating those wins in the contract, that is great. And then if we can solidify that through law, even better. But nothing stops them. Nothing stops the administration and the union from agreeing to these terms, whether or not Act 111 is changed or not. So if they are able to negotiate those terms and come to agreement, the two parties, that is an achievement, and there's nothing we can stop. We can't stop that through Act 111.
So the reason why the president put in a charter change earlier to make sure that there was independent funding for that advisory commission, and now the passage of the actual oversight commission, is that the winds of political fortune change. Executive orders come and go with mayors. Laws stick around and stay. And so we're hopeful that you're successful. And I do wish that we have goodwill on the part of the administration, the FOP, and the rank and file of the police, but laws tend to supersede all that goodwill. So we wish you Godspeed and success.
Thank you very much, Councilman. And hopefully if we change this at Act 111, it will make that negotiation process more balanced and fair for both parties moving forward, not just here in the city of Philadelphia, but across the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Green had a question for the representative.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Thank you, Council President. Thank you to my colleague, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for your work on this issue. I also want to thank Representative Bullock for your hard work on this issue. We spoke over the summer, and I was really thinking about spending over the summer focusing on trying to have hearings in City Council regarding Act 111. After our conversation, that gave me a lot more perspective on the work that you're doing. I know you also met with the Pennsylvania Municipal League, and I decided to shift my focus from having hearings in City Council to provide support for you and through the Pennsylvania Municipal League. I recently became president of the Pennsylvania Municipal League, and I just want to read for you some language from a recent memo we had regarding the work that you do. The League strongly supports comprehensive reform of Act 111. Accountability of the neutral arbiter is one of the primary goals of our reform efforts. When a non-elected person can hand down a binding award with no regard to management decisions regarding discipline or financial capacity of the community, reform is imperative. So I know you've been working with them. I want to applaud you for your work. I stand ready to help support you through the resources of the Pennsylvania Municipal League. I do have some additional questions for Mr. Laser regarding your legislation and the work you're doing. Thank you. Keep pushing forward, and we, both here in City Council and at the League, are here to support your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you, Councilman. Believe Councilman Thomas, you had a question for the representative.
Thank you, Council President. And of course, thank you to Rep. Bullock for your work, and your leadership is definitely very much appreciated. Similar to Councilmember Green, I spent a lot of time talking to elected officials across the state of Pennsylvania. And yes, it is important that we think about these negotiations in our contract, but we also have to recognize that this, the appetite that this city council has as it relates to changes in policing doesn't necessarily exist in other municipalities. So the work you're doing is important for us in Philadelphia, but it's also important for people across the state. So thank you very much. Real quick question for you before this goes. I know you talked about introducing it in January, but I'm wondering about your timeline. This hearing right now is about the contract negotiation between the city and the FOP. And more than likely, this contract with the city and the FOP is passed in signed around June-ish. The negotiations start, but it normally ends around May or June-ish. I'm wondering if you think that based on the bipartisan support you have, and of course, nothing is guaranteed, do you think that this bill could be passed into law in time or prior to the contract being signed between the city and police?
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. And again, thank you for your support over the summer. You were very instrumental in coordinating those meetings with some of our colleagues in other townships and cities across the state. I would be foolish to say we can get it done, in any particular time frame. Harrisburg is, it can get done if there's the will. When after the murder of George Floyd, bills that had been sitting on the table for 2 years following the death of Antoine Rose moved within weeks. So when there is a will, yes, we can get it done. And so I'm hopeful that we can make sure that the interest in getting this work done does not fade over time and does not fade between now and January, that we remind my colleagues in Harrisburg that this is still an important issue for us and that we want to see it get across the table. And hopefully it does not take another unfortunate incident for that interest and will to make it happen. So could it happen before June? Yes. But that will require will from all of my colleagues across the aisle and our leadership. It would have to be brought up in committee. What I am hopeful about is that one of the prime co-sponsors on that bill is the chair of the Labor Committee in which this will be heard. So you would think that the chair of a bill would make sure that his bill comes up for testimony and for a vote. And if it makes it out of committee, then we can move it to the floor. So I'm very hopeful of that, Councilman. And if I need you to help me with some leveraging in some of those townships, I will give you a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. We got one more question, I think, for the rep, and then we have to get back because, again, I remind people we have 98 witnesses today. Councilwoman Parker, you had a question for the rep?
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's good to see you, Chairwoman Bullock. Congratulations on becoming the incoming chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus. We know you will do our Commonwealth well. I want to also say thank you for providing those stats that you gave relative to the AAA, that 26% versus that 74%. And with that in mind, as I listened to your response to the administration, you noted there are some things that are included in the legislation that you will be reintroducing in January, but that if the administration can find a way to negotiate those things into law before you codify it, that would be obviously something we would all welcome. It shows we're working in tandem. With that being said, the flexibility that would give the city of Philadelphia the ability to expand the pool, that is a part of the legislation you're introducing, correct?
Correct.
And when you've talked about that with your other colleagues, what kind of response have you got relative to that issue in particular?
Right, so it was a positive response. I do have to thank Rich Laser and City Solicitor Pratt for working with me on that particular wording. My colleagues on one side, they wanted to see an expansion of the pool, but was still looking at the same pool of folks from the arbitrators. Currently under law, Act 111 says when the two parties cannot agree on an arbitrator, that the AAA will provide them a list of 3. But it still comes from the same 74% white male group of 3. So my colleagues wanted to expand that to a list of 7. But when I shared with them that it doesn't matter if it's 3 or 7, we're still talking about a pool that has 74% white male. Mm-hmm. They were very receptive, very open, and made the changes and amendments to the legislation before it was introduced. This was not a question. My colleagues definitely understood that for a city like Philadelphia, we wanted to have a pool of arbitrators that reflected our community, reflected our city. And so the draft right now will put the selection of that third neutral arbitrator when it cannot be agreed upon into the hands of our Court of Common Pleas judge, president. So the president judge will be able to choose from our legal community, which in Philadelphia, our legal community is very much diverse. So I am hopeful that that will provide us a much more diverse group of arbitrators to decide and work with our city in unions to decide these matters that are in the interest of the citizens of Philadelphia.
Thank you, Rep. Bullock. Your response just now affirms why we still need to get the data, even though we see 26% and then 74% white male. I was smiling because when you mentioned diversity and inclusion statement on that website, because I'm sure it is as welcoming and inclusive and compassionate and empathetic as you could possibly see it. But the data associated with who Philadelphia has actually used, who our folks have actually selected, it is still extremely important to see what that picture reflects. And does it reflect that 26 to 74% versus 74% that you mentioned? So that Philadelphia specific data is still very relevant. So thank you so very much, and keep on keeping on, Rep. Bullock.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Rep, thank you. I know you have business to tend to. Please take care and work on getting us some more relief money to the city of Philadelphia. I know you know how to do that. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to go back to Mr. Laser and his team. And I believe next up was Councilman Thomas on questions for the Deputy Mayor for Labor.
Thank you, Council President. I will be very quick. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and your team. I just want to go back to this issue of discipline. If discipline was something that was a top priority for somebody like me, I'm looking at what's been done in the past. So has there been past administrations that has asked in good faith for the FOP to negotiate the same things that you're asking to be negotiated right now, specifically looking at giving the police commissioner, the city, the ability to fire, and the arbitration process not giving people, not having the ability to give people the job back when they've committed a level of misconduct, as well as this issue of back pay? Has there been any effort to try to get this done through the negotiation process in the past?
Ladies, Rich, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yes, that is something that we always try to push hard for, to try to fix those issues that you just brought upon. I know in 2015, then Commissioner Ramsey and the FOP did negotiate the new disciplinary code, or prior to 2015. Monica, correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, these things that you just spoke about, though, is something that's top priority for us, and something that we're going to push very hard for.
I'm sorry, my internet went out for a second. So I missed part of what you said. Can you give me the cliff notes?
Yep. So yes, these issues that you just brought up are something that are top priority for us, and these have been on past proposals for us, the last round, but this round we are going to push extremely hard, and there are top proposals.
So just based on your experience and maybe anyone else in the administration or even other members of the council that's been here in the past, has there been an appetite on the side of the FOP to, I guess you could say, concede some of the power when it comes to disability? And if no, I'm wondering from your opinion, Rich, or anyone on the administration side, do we have a better chance of accomplishing this through Act 111 or through negotiations with the FOP? If I'm specifically talking about this whole idea of discipline.
So, like I said before, the disciplinary code was negotiated, changed prior to this administration with Commissioner Ramsey and the FOP to what it is now. I think we have a good shot. I think specifically the testimony that we will put on at the hearings, the witnesses that we will bring upon to the arbitrator to show. I think we have a very good shot to get some movement on that. I don't want to speak too affirmative to it because it is that process and there is that neutral arbitrator. But I think we would, and I'm glad Rep. Bullock got to testify because she has been great working with us. And it's been awesome to work with her and her team. And I think it's like a parallel track. I think we have to go on both tracks and push as hard as we can in negotiations, but also push hard and support Rep. Bullock's effort to reform the process as well. I think it's not one or the other. It has to be both. Because I think
thank you. My absolute last question, because I know we're pressed for time. In your presentation, in the PowerPoint presentation, I'm pretty sure, and I don't think it was you, Deputy Mayor, I think it was Miss Monica. In the presentation, I believe there was a part where she talked about overtime. And through the negotiations and through the negotiation process, if the city does not meet the required payments as it relates to overtime for the police, they have the contractual authority to be able to sue us. Did I hear that correctly? Is that true?
So what I said about overtime was that they have the contract, like that would be a contractual grievance. If someone was not paid overtime, they would typically file a grievance that would possibly move to arbitration if it couldn't be resolved early on. And that would be a contractual type of grievance as opposed to a disciplinary grievance. I'm using it as an example.
No, thank you for the clarity. I know that we have an important vote coming up as it relates to transfer ordinance, and I just wanted to make sure that there was no confusion around that transfer ordinance, the request for overtime, and the impact that has through contractual teeth, so to say the least. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, we have Councilman Johnson. I believe you had a question, and then Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of my questions are already answered, but nevertheless, I still want to go back and get them on the record. And so one is around the issue of arbitration and diversity. And from my understanding right now, it is lacking, listening to the prior testimony from State Representative Bullock. And so my question to you, Richie, is, are we able to negotiate for greater diversity as a city in the administration regarding making sure that the arbitration pool process is diverse? And then also, I want to say hats off to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson for providing a process where there's transparency and accountability regarding the negotiations with the FOP, and wanted to know, is there any legal barrier that will prevent the city from allowing community representatives to sit at the bargaining table with the negotiation team, as well as attend arbitration hearings? And so those are my two questions, Rich. And good to see you as well, Mr. Laser.
Good to see you, Councilman. So one of the issues, and Monica jump in, or Rebecca if I'm wrong on something, but one of the big issues in our proposals is to modify how we select arbitrators. The AAA firm is in the contract, so as of now we are bound by the Act 111 process, but it's also in the contract to use AAA. We are looking to try to change that process and try to push for more diverse and Philadelphia centric arbitrators. So that is something that's important to us, and that's something that we're pushing for. The other, I'm trying to think, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Regarding community participation to attend arbitration hearings, as well as, let's say hypothetically, we introduce legislation to require a community representative to be a part of the process. Absent from that legislation, is there any legal barriers that will prevent community members to, one, a representative to sit at the table, and two, attend arbitration hearings?
So we are looking at that, but one thing that we are definitely looking at, and which I think the mayor thinks is important, is having members testify as part of the process when we give our presentations to the arbitrator. I think it's important that an arbitrator would hear from members of the community. So we are looking at that to see if that's something that we can do during the hearing process.
And just one last part regarding rules for conduct and discipline. I know you touched on briefly that in the past, when there were acts of misconduct, that the administration, I think under Ramsey, obviously that was Mayor Nutter at the time, enforced some rules and regulations around that particular at that particular time. Are you going to enter this arbitration with some ideas of what we want to see differently done regarding misconduct from officers? Like, is there a game plan from the administration to say, okay, you know what, these are the things that have been happening in the city of Philadelphia, and so here's our expectation, here's our agenda to make sure that we restore confidence in the Philadelphia Police Department by rooting out acts of misconduct, acts of illegal actions, and this is what we're going to expect going into this arbitration hearing. Is there an agenda from the administration to address those types of particular issues?
Yeah, there definitely is, and I think the one big thing that's important that we spoke about was limiting the arbitrator's ability to amend discipline, because that's where a lot of times folks are seeing, and cases that are reported on, is where an officer was found to commit the offense, but then the arbitrator thought that the discipline given by the commissioner was too severe and changes the discipline. So they find that that officer did it, but did not, that dismissal was too severe and puts that officer back. So I think that's something that we're trying to tackle really hard in this next round of negotiation.
Okay, just want to go on the record to say I think it's critically important and imperative that arbitration pool has to be diverse and somehow look at things through the lens of real people, because there are a couple of examples where I've saw individual officers engage in different types of acts, which I believe is totally either excessive force or misconduct unbecoming, and those individuals receiving their jobs back, and in some cases even promoted, right? It kind of begs the question, like, the average individual wouldn't get away with it. And so that arbitration process seems like it's pretty significant. And for the record, we support our Philadelphia police officers, but nevertheless, as all elected officials and public servants who take an oath, we take an oath to do good by the people in which we serve. And so those who violate that oath should be addressed in a most accountable and transparent way on behalf of the citizens here in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you very much, Richie, Monica, and Rebecca. Take care.
Thank you, Councilman. We have Councilwoman Bass next, and then Councilman Green. Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to start off in the positive and just follow up where Councilman Johnson left off, and that we are all public servants, whether we're elected or we, sign up as a member of the police department, fire department, whatever. We serve the public, and doing so, is not always easy, but we want to recognize those who do well. And so I want to start actually by thanking the bill's sponsor, Councilwoman Kathy Gilmore Richardson, and just really joining the chorus of other folks. This is incredible. This hearing today, the public testimony, which I am looking forward to, is just fantastic. So I just really wanted to start there for the work that she's doing, and also State Representative Donna Bullock. So thank you to them. I also wanted to recognize the 3 police districts that are in the 8th district, which is the 39th, which is headed by Captain Ginaldi, the 35th by Captain Zimmerman, and the 14th by Captain Nick Smith, and that they are headed by Inspector Deshaun Buford of Northwest Operations. And just lastly, I wanted to thank Officer Joe Lukaitis, who's retiring. And that's going to be a real loss to our communities, because he was the officer, or is the officer, who's always first on the scene and looking out for communities. So we wanted to recognize that. But we also want to recognize that, we have a few officers, and I do say a few, whose conduct is quite concerning. And it's very important to give our new police commissioner a voice in contract negotiations in the process. So I think that what is here is a huge positive for our city. My question is for the administration. Early in the testimony, it was stated that there are 3 arbitrators, one of which is independent, and that existing policy says that the independent arbitrator can reduce the penalty, or can reduce the penalty. The existing policy says that the independent arbiter can actually reduce what the penalty is to an officer in an infraction. The new policy states that they can't determine the penalty, but only make a statement as to if the individual has committed an infraction or not. And my question is, as an arbitrator, if I intend to side with an officer that has committed an infraction, but I know that I can basically, in the past, I could let their actions slide by giving them a slap on the wrist and essentially returning them to service. I can no longer weigh in on the penalty phase. So what prohibits an arbitrator from letting an officer off altogether by not recognizing that an infraction has actually occurred? Because the order is that the case is heard, the arbitrators rule, and then, one moment, and then based on that ruling, another entity sets a penalty. How do we ensure that that part of the spirit of this law is protected?
Okay, I guess I'll take this one. So just for clarity's sake, the 3 arbitrators is for interest arbitration. For grievance arbitration, we only have 1 arbitrator that is selected to hear the case. Okay. So if a disciplinary action goes before an arbitrator, it's only going before 1 singular arbitrator. Our proposal would be something along the lines of limiting that arbitrator's ability to modify the disciplinary action if, in fact, they would be determining whether or not the person did commit the infraction and not touch the disciplinary action. So I think that that's where your question was yes. coming from. And I think you raise a point that we've actually discussed as well. I mean, we put, and I don't want to use the word faith, but we go to these arbitrators who, frankly, have a role that they have to fill for this organization in determining the case. I mean, we don't necessarily know what their thoughts are typically when they're deciding a case, but we would hope that they're making the decision appropriately and not just wiping it clean, saying that the person did not commit the infraction just because they didn't agree with the penalty. I mean, if anything, I think that there could be a bit of an education before each arbitration on the process and on the contract. I think that if an arbitrator disagreed with the penalty, they should probably write that in their award. Maybe they should say that, they do believe the person committed the infraction. However, they think that the penalty is too severe and that their hands are tied where they can't modify it. I think that would give us the ability to, review these cases later on down the road. I mean, we can ask for some justification, but I think it's very hard to say that they would do something inappropriate to avoid the disciplinary action because they disagreed with it. I think that, like I said, many of these folks are attorneys, and I do believe that they have a professional, an ethical obligation to answer the cases in a fair manner and not take their own bias into account. That would be my hope for these cases moving forward.
I would agree with you. I think that is all of our hopes, is that we would have a fair and an unbiased decision that would come out of this. But I think when we look at the fact that so many officers who have had concerning behavior are simply returned with essentially a slap on the wrist, and I'm talking about some really serious infractions in the past, I have some concern here in terms of making sure that there is, like for all that we're doing, how do we make sure that the intent is actually recognized and that the follow through is there?
I understand. And I also think that we have to make sure that we are, dotting our I's and crossing our T's prior to the disciplinary action being imposed to make sure that disciplinary action can be upheld by the arbitrator, that we are putting a case before them that there's no doubt in their mind. And I think that, there's a lot that goes into putting these arbitration cases on. And I think at the end of the day, we all want, we don't charge people and impose disciplinary actions that are just too severe, just to do it. I think that there has to be a nexus between frankly, the infraction and the punishment. There has to be a nexus between those. I mean, we follow the just cause standard for all of our cases, for all of our unions across the city. And, the labor arbitrators follow the just cause standard as well. They're making sure that the person knew that there was, a rule and violated the rule and that the penalty was appropriately assigned to, meet the, what the person did. And I think that, it's sort of a craft of trying to balance that. It's never perfect, but I think that we can always do more education and try to make sure that our cases are as solid as possible prior to moving forward.
Okay. I'll come back around for another question, Mr. President, in the interest of time. But I do just want to state that as we all know, there are people who defend the actions and the death of George Floyd. There are people who defend the actions and the shooting of Breonna Taylor. There are people who, see validity to the actions that were taken by those officers. And so I just don't, I feel very strongly that if we really want to make sure that we have teeth here, that we have to make sure that, that there's some safeguard measure in place when we bring a case that's cut and dry and often on videotape, that it sticks and it makes sense. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. In this new world of technology, there are multiple ways to access the chair in terms of indicating your interest in speaking, and I'm receiving every last one of them. So we will have to reshuffle the deck as it relates to the most recent access point to me in terms of the order. So Councilman Green, based on the most recent, you've been bumped down a little bit, but I guarantee that everybody on this list will have an opportunity to speak. So next up, we will have Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you so much, Council President. I also want to thank Councilmember Kathy Gilmore Richardson for her work on this legislation, as well as Rep. Bullock and the rest of the police reform work group and some of the activists and organizers that have been pushing around this issue for quite some time. Ricky and I, we met about this issue way before I even thought about being a council person. So this is a great time that we're in. And with that said, our city and our communities that we serve have a different view of what policing looks like than it did back in 1968 when this was created. The information I just found out from Rep. Bullock, or when we negotiated the contract in 2017. What we have seen, people have taken to the streets against the repeated murders of Black people at the hands of the police. There's been a call for defunding the police. There are people standing in solidarity in cities like ours, just fighting for the fact that our communities have been robbed from a sense of peace and the ability to kind of feel safe, and all at the hands of the police force. So my question is, how will this administration adjust its approach and priorities to reflect our current needs and desires during this upcoming contract negotiation? I know in government, whether it's state and local government, we have put our demands on the table. Legislation has been brought up, but we still want to know what are we taking from this moment? What are we taking from the cries of the people in the streets around this upcoming contract negotiation? And what will be different in 2020 than what we saw in 2017?
Thank you, council member. So I think there's, like I said earlier, there's like two parallel paths. I think we continue to work with Rep. Bullock and our state partners to continue to push for reforms to Act 111. I think that's paramount. But I also think this time, we have met with stakeholders. Some, like I said, we've met with you and other members and folks in the community. I think it's important that during the hearing process, we make sure the arbitrator hears from members of the community. I think that's important on their experiences. I think what we're pushing and what we showed in the slide are things that we're going to push extremely hard for. And we feel that we can put on hearings and evidence that we have as a city to show why these proposals are extremely important. The first round of negotiations, when we did the first time, the mayor did all 4 municipal negotiations. Pension reform was a major push for us because of our dire need of the fund, and we want to protect the fund for our retirees. But this time around, specifically in this, our number one priority is to make the changes that we had shown in that slide that Monica had presented to the council.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, multitasking here. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you also to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson for your hard work on this bill. I have a few questions. Right now, police investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate allegations of police misconduct against fellow officers. The actors in this process, including the accused, are members of the FOP. While the police commissioner ultimately makes the final call on pre-grievance disciplinary decisions, I think it's hard for the public to have confidence in an investigatory and adjudicatory process wholly controlled by police. As you know, Councilmember Jones is leading the effort to create the Citizens Police Oversight Commission. Can we build the Oversight Commission into the FOP contract in a way that injects binding independent involvement into the disciplinary process? For example, could we have lawyers from the Oversight Commission rather than police advocates prosecute claims of police misconduct? And can we mandate in the contract that police face discipline if they do not participate in Oversight Commission investigations?
Hey, Councilmember, thank you for that question. So yes, we can push that in negotiations. We would have to negotiate some of that, and I will confer with the law department as well as see if there's anything we can do unilaterally. But I think a lot of it would have to be negotiated in the FOP contract.
Do you foresee that as something that you would do?
Yes, we can definitely add that to our proposals, and I think that's why. And I want to thank again. I know everybody has, and I want to thank the council member sponsor because she's worked very close with us, Councilwoman Richardson, and I think that's something that we're hoping that may come out of these hearings that we hear from folks from the council folks and also from members of the public that may have us adjust or amend our proposals.
Thank you. Does the contract currently dictate the membership of the PBI, and is the city pushing for community members to be included on the PBI during this contract negotiation?
Monica, can you take that question?
So the composition of PBI, I don't believe is in the contract. Rebecca, is that correct?
It's not.
Yep. So it's actually outside the contract. So the department actually has the authority over that process.
Oh, okay. Is that something that the department can consider so that we have more openness and more public input into that part of how discipline is handled?
We could certainly bring it back to the department. Sorry, Rich.
Yeah, no, we definitely can. I know the commissioner has been looking at the PBI process. I don't want to speak for her directly, and we can get some response from her to you, but we have been looking at the overall PBI process.
Thank you. And then lastly, is the city pushing for a lower rate of pay for overtime, given the huge burden that police overtime expenses place on the city budget when the city's finances are in a precarious situation due to COVID?
Overtime is something we always look at across the board, and we will always continue to look at it. I think the one important thing we will have a very expansive list of proposals, but I think the one important thing is we will only be able to push for so much in one contract. So I think we're looking at trying to prioritize, and I think this hearing helps that prioritize what should be our big asks that we really put all our effort in, because we will be able to only change so much at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gautier. Just for the record, colleagues, we have council members Sanchez, Green, O, Gim, and Johnson queued up. After that, we do want to make it over to the testimony from the public who has been waiting. With that being said, is Councilmember Sanchez on and ready to go? I know that you had a scheduling conflict, Councilwoman. I'm not sure if you're still on. She may have had to go to her next meeting, so if she gets back on, we will make sure we put her in queue. Councilmember Green, are you ready?
Yes, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam Councilmember, thank you so much. Mr. Laser, I want to just follow up on some of the conversation we had earlier with Representative Bullock, and it was good to hear that your office has been working with her specifically on House Bill 2852, and you may have heard me reference in my role with the Pennsylvania Municipal League has been supporting this legislation. In her conversation, she talked about her discussion with some of her colleagues, and they support the idea of having court of common pleas president judges be involved in arbitral selection, and that's something that came from her colleagues in Harrisburg. Is that something that the administration would support?
Yeah, I just actually Solicitor Pratt was very instrumental in putting that language together with the representative.
Okay. Also, in talking with Councilmember Gautier, you made reference to the fact that you have a long list of things on your list to negotiate as part of this process, and that's why we are all commending Councilmember Gilmore Richardson for this legislation, for you to hear from the public that may add additional parts to that negotiating list, and you did. And you were honest in saying there's only so much that you can negotiate in a process. I'm curious in reference to her bill, 2852. I think you stated, I'll make sure this is correct, that the administration does support House Bill 2852?
Correct.
Okay. Now, some of the more challenging provisions of the bill that I've learned in just some of the conversations with our legislative council of the Pennsylvania Municipal League deals with the appeal standard in reference to if there is a decision, the ability to appeal using a local agency appeal standard, which is similar to what you have at the zoning board, where there's a zoning board decision that can be appealed to common pleas court. I know that's one of the aspects of Representative Bullock's bill in Bill 2852. My question is that considering that the administration is trying to get some things done through the negotiation process, but acknowledges that it's a long list, but also some of those same things that they're trying to accomplish is in House Bill 2852, what type of energy and support will administration take to go to Harrisburg to work with organizations like the Pennsylvania Municipal League, Representative Bullock, and others to see the passage of this bill, going back to Councilmember Thomas's perspective that we're working on dual tracks?
Yeah, I think when I had said to Rep. Bullock, whatever she needs us to do, if she needs us to be up there, that's fine. We'll lobby members. We'll do whatever we think is necessary to help her get that across the finish line, and speak to other folks across the state on some of the issues that we see as a big city, or some of the issues that we're dealing with here in Philadelphia.
And that also entail the administration getting other cities on board to say this is something that is an issue that we see across the Commonwealth, because clearly there are a number of cities of all sizes. Philadelphia being city of first class, we've got third class cities, second class cities who have all looking at this issue and want to see significant reform in Act 111.
Yes, that's correct. We will. And we speak very often with a lot of cities and municipalities across the state because we all share the same issues.
Okay. And that's especially important considering that we're all dealing with significant lack of resources due to COVID. Anything we can do that can reduce expenses as we are trying to move forward through this current year, going into our new fiscal year, something's impacting cities across the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Chair recognizes Councilmember O.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, I've got some questions for you that, just looking at the contract, taking into consideration that there's a total budget. And so I don't want to limit it simply to the contract because, something that you agree to in a contract may limit the budget in other areas and vice versa. So first of all, let me just ask, in terms of a lot of what is being discussed, to me, there are some issues about the fact that as we talk about the expanding the role of uniform police officers, in other words, supplementing the police department with other civilians and things like that, it occurs to me, at least from this perspective, right after 5 p.m., the health department does not operate after 5 p.m. In many cases, police are being called upon to do things that are not, in my opinion, related to enforcing the criminal code. They are sent out to deal with issues that have to do more with L&I than enforcement. And so I believe that probably is in the contract that police really do police matters. And where is that in the contract? Where's the administration on that?
Monica, can you speak to the civilization piece? I think that's where this will come in.
Sure.
In other words, if you're going to spend money to supplement, police services, but not spend the money for the departments that actually perform those services. Like we have trained people who know the license and inspection code that can differentiate, one business violation or a public gathering violation as opposed to a criminal violation.
Yes, and I apologize because I don't know if it's the internet connection, but some of your question was a little bit choppy on my end. But I do believe that you're asking about our proposal that we have on civilianization, which essentially would be taking, or transferring some of the work that may be currently assigned to uniformed police officers and moving them to non-uniformed police officers or to civilians. Is that correct? So,
Yes, specifically relating to by trained people in licenses and inspection and the health department, that to my knowledge, there's not enough of them going out after 5 p.m., which is why the police are often called to handle things that are not related to crime.
Okay, I can't speak specifically to L&I and the health department and how that relates to officers that are going out, but I do hear what you're saying, and I think that that's probably worth a conversation with those departments to find out what their needs would be and why we are, like to your point, supplementing with police officers to fill in those gaps if they're not working after 5 p.m. Our proposal...
That's fine. I don't need you to, if you don't really know, that's fine. You could have that conversation. I mean, I think what we're trying to do is, be transparent to the public about the administration's position on the upcoming, FOP contract, that type of thing. So my next question is, what about tasers? It has come up in the, the public eye that police officers don't have. Not all of them have tasers, and they don't have the training for them. Where's the administration on equipping every police officer with a taser and training them?
Yeah, so we can get back to you on that. That's something that would not be a part of the collective bargaining process. So most of our answers would be pertain to anything that we'd have to collectively bargain or go through that process of Act 111. We can get back to you on where the police department's policy is on tasers and training for officers for that.
Does it come up in the contract, and it may not, about minimum force training that police officers, as part of the academy, as part of their ongoing certification, have minimum force training? And what I mean is training in de-escalation, training in, the minimum use of force, deadly force, and how to, and kind of training in making those second decisions so that when they are called upon to make those split second decisions, they at least have been fully trained in the options available to them.
As far as training, the city has typically taken the position that training is something that we decide as a managerial right. It's very rare that we find specific trainings listed in a collective bargaining agreement because we do want to reserve that right. That is something we could certainly bring back to the department.
But yeah, to answer your question, Councilman, training is not something typically in there. It's a management. We believe it's a management right.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that conclude your line of questioning, Councilman O?
That concludes my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember O. Chair recognizes
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, a quick point of clarification. Could I just quickly, if possible, move that we suspend the current order of the day to address testimony from Reverend Mark Tyler? He has a hard 12:15 stop, and he was one of the early folks who worked on this issue for the past 5 years, and I know it will take time to get him onboarded to the call.
So you said he has a hard stop at 12:15?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember, again, we want to thank you so much for your graciousness. We'll ask Mr. Tyler if he is on. Mr. Tyler, are you on and can you hear us now?
Council support will probably have to call him.
Okay, well, we'll have council support to please reach out to Reverend Mark Tyler to get him on. But in the meantime, we'll proceed with Councilmember Gim and Council Lady. As soon as we see Reverend Tyler on, if we're in the midst of a response to your question, if we could just give him the opportunity to speak, and then we'll come right back to you. But please feel free to start with your line of questioning, Councilmember Gim.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to be very brief. First, just a quick clarification that, I think we're unified on the idea that Act 111 state reforms and contractual negotiations around arbitration can be done in tandem and don't have to be done in any kind of linear order. It's a both and rather than an either or. I have a very brief question for Commissioner Laser. This summer, the city committed to public disclosure of misconduct complaints to make public the full text of these complaints, including a unique identifier number and the outcome of the complaints. Has the city started this process? Is it publicly available? And is there anything in the contract that prevents the sharing of this information or the identity of officers who are involved, if we should so choose to do so?
Thank you, Councilman. That's a loaded question. I'll have to circle back on some of that because I'll have to consult with law. But I know one thing that we've talked about all through the summer is putting past arbitration awards on for public review, because most of the time the only thing that used to be revealed was the decision, which was maybe one or two sentence, one page, one sentence, kind of we find in favor of the city or we don't find in favor of the city. So we are going to release the full decision by the arbitrator so folks can see what the arbitrator used in their decision-making process on these cases. And that's being worked on through now with OIT to be put up on our website. So hopefully sometime soon, that's just going through the process. I'll get back to you on the other piece because I have to consult. That's something that my office doesn't oversee. We oversee the arbitration piece, but I can get back to you shortly on the.
Okay. And for clarity, it's a question about the public disclosure of misconduct complaints and not necessarily just the arbitrator, which we would hope would be public.
Yeah, I'll circle back with you quickly on that.
Thank you very much. And that's all of my line of questioning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember again. Is Reverend Mark Tyler? Okay, here we go.
Please leave a message.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or...
I was about to leave a message, Lonnie, for Reverend Tyler on the record, just so you know. In the meantime, while we're working to connect him, I'm going to ask Councilmember Johnson, are you still in queue, Councilmember Johnson, or was your question answered?
No, my question wasn't answered. I'm still in queue.
Okay, well, you're up, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question was regarding arbitrators, and can there be a residency requirement? Right now, the residency requirement is an individual from the state of Pennsylvania. Can we add a residency requirement regarding the state of Philadelphia that will narrow our pool of individuals who could be prospects for
Councilmember Johnson? I apologize for interjecting here, but I do think that our technical team has been able to connect Reverend Tyler. Reverend Tyler, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair recognizes Reverend Tyler for testimony.
Thank you so very much, Council Member. And I just want to make sure I'm supposed to testify at a couple of different places. Which bill this one is for?
This is for Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson's bill regarding the police department and their collective bargaining and a public hearing during that process. Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson's office had coordinated your participation here today.
You didn't get the memo.
All right, thanks. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Well, when I heard Councilmember Parker, I just wanted to make sure, and I came in on someone speaking about residency, so I wanted to make sure that I was on the right page. Listen, I'm at the airport about to board a flight now, and I really appreciate the council
taking serious this police reform moment that we're in. And I would even say that we need more than reform. In many ways, we need to deconstruct central parts of what we understand to be policing and public safety and build it back from the ground up. But until we get to that point, many of these efforts are extremely important. In particular, putting light on the contract negotiation process. I've been amazed in the last couple of days at the attention that Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers has received in that he has denied his contract extension. And the entire world is watching his contract play out. And as it occurred to me, it seems that we know more about the contract negotiations of our favorite athletes, whether they're a Sixer, whether they're an Eagle, whether they're a Philly, or anyone else. And there's no real compelling public interest in it. And yet when it comes down to the police officers who have been sworn to protect us and in too many cases betray that trust, we don't know much about the process. It's long overdue that the process be brought into the sunlight, into the daylight where everyone can see. And until the police department begins to provide their own bullets, their own police cars, and their own budgets, it is our right as citizens who pay for policing and for public safety to know all there is about this process before contracts are signed. So I am in full support, and I'm speaking not only on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of Power and our Live Free campaign, which is all about police accountability. And so we stand in support of this effort. And again, we applaud the council member for bringing this forward. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Reverend Tyler. Councilmember Johnson, thank you so much, sir. Feel free to proceed.
You're welcome, Madam Chair. The question to Richard was, are we allowed to mandate that the arbitrator comes from the city of Philadelphia, therefore narrowing the prospects as it relates to arbitrators participating in the FOP contract, similar to a residency requirement?
Correct. Yeah, that's, Councilman, that's something we would have to negotiate and ask for. And that's part of our asks in the overall changes to the arbitration selection process.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Chair recognizes Councilmember Don.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And I wanted to thank the bill sponsor, Councilmember Kathy Gilmore Richardson. And also, I'm in agreement with my colleagues and comments on this. I just have two quick questions. Richie, you can answer them really quickly for me. One is, have we consulted with former Commissioner Ramsey, who went through so many arbitrations, to get his advice on this matter? That's question one. And the second question is, do we have an idea of the cost of this arbitration, including the cost of the lawyers that we pay, the economists, special interests, arbitrators, the space, et cetera, to hold the hearings? We have some idea what the costs are to do this arbitration.
Monica, I'll be quick. I haven't myself spoken to past Commissioner Ramsey. I know Monica has been here longer than myself, has done this work. So I'll defer to her, but I don't think we've spoken to him directly regarding this contract, but I'm sure we've spoken to him in past because he has the knowledge of past contracts. And I'll defer to Monica on the cost of the process.
Sure, we can certainly get you that information. We do keep track of the cost that we pay for the interest arbitration. Are you specifically referring to interest arbitration alone, or are you also referring to grievance arbitration?
Both. And even if you give me a ballpark idea, I'm just curious what the costs are.
It'll take us a little time to get it together because we have a new tracking system that's going to help us track it for the future, but we can certainly get you some information.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. There were no more questions from members of council for this panel because we really want to get to our public testimony. We just want to make sure we have not skipped over anyone. With that being said, We want to thank you all for being here. If you could stay on just in case any other questions come up where we need you, if even if it's just one person, we would greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate that. Given that there are no other questions or comments from members of the committee, Mr. Christmas, will you?
Our next panel is Rita Hill, Ania Carroll, Reverend Corinthia Reed Lloyd, Reverend Maxine Collier, Pastor Robert Collier.
In that order, have all of those witnesses been connected? And I think Rita was first. Are you unmuted, Rita? Lonnie, I don't know if it's *6 Rita would have to press, but I see in the chat box that Rita's connected. Okay.
Can you hear me now,
Hello?
Councilwoman Parker?
Yes, Rita, we can hear you. Thank you so much for being here. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My name is Rita Hill. I am a member of Black Women's Leadership Council and chair of the standing committees. In 2016... Hello?
We're here,
Hello,
Rita.
you
That
are
was a
not
little...
available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
To our tech team, just for the record, you're probably trying to connect other witnesses to get them teed up, but we can actually hear you calling them on the hearing. So we can make that adjustment. We greatly appreciate it.
Collier is not available. Please
Would you like to call them one at a time?
You know what? Why don't we just hold? Let us just hold. Rita, give us a second before you proceed with your testimony. And Lonnie, let us know when you have the full group that Mr. Christmas just identified. Let us know when you have all of them on the line. And then, Rita, we will proceed, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your patience, Rita.
Sure, no problem.
Mr. Christmas, if you are still on, can you please in the chat box just type all of the names of the first group of public testifiers that you just mentioned, so we will have those names just for the record, and I can see them in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. You are connected to the City Council of Philadelphia. We're going to ask you to just put your phone on mute, and we will call your name when we are ready to hear your testimony.
All right, my dear. I'm muted. Hello, Pastor Collier is not available. Please leave him a message. Oh, I see it.
Thank you, Jeff, for making that note. And so, Rita, we understand that all members of the public for this group have been added to the call. Mr. Christmas, thank you for working on getting those for us in the chat box. And Rita, now feel free to please proceed with your testimony. And Rita, just to make sure Rita, are you there?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, so Rita, what we want you to do, Rita, and we apologize for this. We just don't want anyone to have to play catch up, and we want to get the full gist of your testimony. So start from the beginning and state your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Parker. My name is Rita Hill. I am a member of Black Women's Leadership Council and chair of standing committees. In 2016, after over 20 years, the Black Women's Leadership Council reconvened their membership, distressed by current events including falling Black household incomes resulting from low Black employment rates, failing schools resulting in the lowest graduation rates in decades, lack of economic opportunities for Black businesses, gentrifying neighborhoods and the lack of Black home ownership, healthcare disparities as COVID-19 rages in our neighborhoods, and the emergent need for criminal justice reform and the Black Lives Matters movement. I speak on behalf of our 300 plus members. Thank you, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson and all of the members of the Committee of the Whole for inviting the Black Women's Leadership Council to submit comments in support of resolution number 200546, which requires that a public hearing be held where residents can comment on a proposed police contract before it is voted on by the members of the Fraternal Order of Police. Black Women's Leadership Council is pleased to present the following comments. 1, given the recent death of Walter Wallace Jr. at the hands of Philadelphia police officers on October 26, 2020, there must be a more deliberate approach to responding to citizens who are mentally ill or in a state of mental health crisis. A fair and appropriate response by behavioral health professionals dispatched to the scene will offer Philadelphia citizens a professional and appropriate response if and when they are in crisis. The Philadelphia Police Department should consider having multiple, up to 3 behavioral health professionals on duty to respond appropriately for each shift in a 24-hour period. 2, it is well settled that not every crime committed should be treated from a criminal justice system lens. Given the highest rate of poverty among large metropolitan cities, Philadelphia needs innovation and creativity in the way we police our citizens. Often, our citizens are without resources to assist them in matters of housing and food insecurity, which in turn affect education, economics, healthcare, and their social issues end up adjudicated in the criminal justice system. More often, citizens caught up in low-level crimes are being affected by decisions that hinge on their economic station in a given day. Connecting social service agencies to police departments may eliminate unnecessary charges that stay with a person long after their crisis has been averted. Social service referrals should be integrated into the police response system on a call-by-call basis. This could offer relief and more humane and appropriate solutions to the trial docket and backlog of cases as well. Finally, in September 2017, Black Women's Leadership Council put forward a governor's forum with Governor Tom Wolf. Our criminal justice law position paper included one of the first calls for implicit bias training for police officers due to increased police shootings and killings in the Black community. We propose mandatory implicit bias training for all Philadelphia police officers in order to develop and implement much needed crucial skills training in identifying bias, minimizing its impact, and maintaining low occurrences of escalation, which will support healthier relationships within the community and fewer fatalities. With great respect, Black Women's Leadership Council.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Rita. The next person scheduled to testify is Ania Carroll. Ania Carroll, are you connected, Ania?
It's Anaya Carroll. This is her mother, and here she is.
Thank you. Thank you, Anaya. Anaya, are you on?
Yes.
Anaya, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, but speak a little louder for us, Anaya. You sound pretty far away.
I'm Anaya Carroll. I'm Anaya Carroll.
Great. Thank you so much, Anaya. Proceed with your testimony.
My name is Anaya Carroll, and I'm a 5th grader at Mastery Charter Heritage Campus. I'm coming to you today to talk about the interaction between police and my neighborhood. I am a believer that not all police officers are bad. However, I do see that it seems the police officers in my neighborhood tend to use excessive force when it comes to those who look like me. I believe that there are many ways to make our community safe for all of us, including those who protect us. Training police officers to deal with situations without killing or thinking first to use it as a weapon should be a start. I also believe that officers should have the opportunity to really get to know those in the community they protect. They would less likely harm someone they know. I also believe that some of the money that the police department receives yearly should be put in the community because a lot of people are struggling not just financially but emotionally. People in my community, including all the kids, deserve to have safe schools and safe places to go. If you think about it, your children wouldn't you want your children to have a better future? Wouldn't you do everything in your power to make a difference? But you can do that for me and my friends by choosing to develop our urban communities.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Anaya, for your testimony. Is Reverend Corinthia Reed Lloyd on?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Reverend. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, I'm Reverend Corinthia Reed Lloyd. I am a police chaplain. I am a block captain. I'm a community activist. I am also certified to work with heroin addicts, mental health, suicide, pre-suicide, pre-prevention, civilian police person. I'm speaking up because, you know, I hear about the killings and what's going on. But the thing that bothered me most with that is in our community, our blacks kill each other several every night of every week. My problem is, why do not we protest about those things? Why are we not fighting against those things? Why is it not being done? Lies are lies. And it's time to stop talking about black, white, pink, or green. We know what the United States of America consists of. We always know that if you're white, you're right. If you're black, you're black. But that's not the true issue. So the way we were raised and how we were brought up, everyone's given a chance to because they're human beings. Everybody's not going to treat you right, but you got to love yourself in order to love somebody else. And this one thing that I want to try to bring back to Philadelphia. Philadelphia was considered a place of brotherly love, caring one for another, doing one for another. No matter how many organizations you get, if people don't care about each other, all the organizations, all the clubs, all the things that you put together, it's not going to do any good. Also, prior is knowing the law. I'm 74 years old. I went to civilian police academy in order to learn what policemen do, how they participate, the things, the ins and outs of what they do. Now, my thing is about what's happening now is I believe that they should have training all through the year, not once a year, make it mandatory, but all through the year. Sensitivity, community, all those things matter. When I did work with the AIDS initiative many, many years ago, we had to sit down with the therapist every other week so we could unload. Because when you're dealing with all kinds of tragedies and deaths and situations, it overloads your mind. And people are human. You know, some are not human in the way they act, but they are human. But you get people who were scared before they became police officers. Now they feel they have authority. These are the people that I do not believe because you're a policeman, and if you do something wrong, I'm going to still say you're right. That's one thing that I try to tell our officers when we do roll call, when we pray with them, when we talk to them, that you cannot uphold an officer that's doing wrong. And that has to be done away with, starting from the top, coming to the bottom. I'm totally against that type of behavior because I don't think it's right. It's just not right.
Reverend
yes,
Lloyd,
my dear.
We want to say
Yes.
thank you for your testimony. Your time is up. If you want to just give us one last word,
to try to, like I said, get our community officers together, because we already have those things going on every day in Philadelphia. But a lot of people seem to not know about it, and I'm amazed that they don't know about it. But just to get the word out.
Thank you, Reverend Lloyd, so much for your testimony. We greatly appreciate your being here today. The next person scheduled is Reverend Maxine Collier. Reverend Collier, are you with us? Reverend Collier. Okay, the next person is Pastor Robert Collier. Are you here, Pastor Robert Collier? Okay, what I want to just note for the record as we get to our second panel is that our staff will have a clock, and you will hear the bell ring when your time is up. We have 2 minutes per testifier, because we have a large group of Philadelphians who have asked to testify, and we want to make sure everyone gets that opportunity. So do we need to break now, tech staff, to let the next panel in, or are they already in?
Yes, we would need a brief break.
Okay, so for members of the viewing public, please be patient with us as we break to allow our next panel to come in, and we will reconvene shortly.
I gotta learn when I'm talking to settle down.
Councilwoman Parker, we are now live.
Thank you, Modesto. We only have 2 members in this panel. We're going to ask you to just please state your name for the record. You'll be given 2 minutes to testify. You'll hear a bell, and when you hear that bell, we want you to take the last 15 to 30 seconds to wrap up your testimony. Is Miss Latifah Fields still on?
Yes, good afternoon, I am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fields. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Latifah Fields. Good afternoon, Council President Clark, members of City Council, Madam Majority Leader Sherelle L. Parker, and Council Member, the Honorable Catherine Gilmore Richardson, the sponsor of Bill Number 200364A. I am Latifah Fields, the President of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated, Pennsylvania chapter. NC100 BWPA is a grassroots organization that advocates on behalf of Black women and girls, promoting leadership development and gender equity in the areas of health, education, and economic empowerment. I speak before you today on behalf of the coalition in full support of Bill 200364A, sponsored by the Honorable Catherine Gilmore Richardson. Thank you, Councilwoman, for your fearless leadership in advocating and pushing this legislation forward. Bill 200364A provides the transparency and accountability we need to see in the city of Philadelphia right now and in the future. It is essential that we hold fast to our democracy, providing citizens with every opportunity to weigh in on every aspect of our government function, including contract negotiations with the Fraternal Order of Police. This year, we witnessed cities across the country demand accountability from their respective police departments. It is evident that the system that we have in place is not working. The National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated Pennsylvania chapter is beyond grateful that the city of Philadelphia has taken the necessary steps needed to begin building trust with communities and signing this ordinance into law. Thank you, chairs and council members of the Public Safety Committee for this opportunity to speak in favor of the City of Philadelphia Bill number 200364A. The Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated Pennsylvania chapter looks forward to the continued advocacy around police reform in the City of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fields, and of course, all of the membership of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women. Is Chaz Moore on the line? Chaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Chaz, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
I'm Chaz Moore. I'm the executive director and founder of the Austin Justice Coalition here in Austin, Texas. And, you know, I just want to say, I think what you all are doing is really important. You know, I've been blessed to receive fellowships and grants to do research around police contracts. And when I tell you all that so many cities don't even allow people to be in the room or part of the process, and they hide these police contract meetings behind closed doors, I think Philadelphia has taken a really, really big step in making sure that this is a transparent and public process. And as we are having these conversations around reimagining public safety and reimagining policing, it's imperative that the community and that city council folks and staff are a part of all these processes. Here in Austin, we became, I still believe to this day, one of the first cities to really alter and change what was in our police union contract. Back in 2017, the police union, in the midst of this reform era that we lived in, didn't really want to change how they were doing things. They didn't have any reforms in the police union contract, and they were asking for $82.5 million in a pay increase. Little did they know that, you know, me and my group were in the fray now, and we got involved because our meetings here are public, and we were able to take that information to each district in the city of Austin and galvanize people around the changes that we all wanted to see in the police union contract. And we were able to get about 90% of our changes, and we were able to get our convinced city council to cut the budgetary ask of the police union down to almost about half. So it went from 82.5 to $44 million. And that money is now being used to invest in other alternatives to policing, like mental health response, taking police out of parks and things of this nature. So I say all that to say, I just think it's really important what you all are doing, and I really hope that this can be an example for other cities that have police union contracts behind closed doors. Because as we're having these conversations around what do we do with policing in the 21st century, we have to be transparent, and we have to have these conversations with as many folks from the public as possible. So, yeah, I just want to say good job. You know, thank you to the sponsors of this resolution, and I hope it passes unanimously. And then also I would encourage you all, and I can also say this, Philly doesn't have one of the worst contracts in the country. It's actually one of the few good ones that can be even better if things go a certain way. And I would encourage people to go to NIXTHE, the 6, NIXTHE, the number 6.com, and you can actually see the provisions that make the Philly contract not so great. But again, it's not that bad. But it's a couple things like the the erasure of misconduct after a few months or a few years. And then there's also some weird provisions that you all have in the contract. I think it's still there that allow people to be paid while they are, suspended or whatever. So, and I really think it's imperative for not only the community but for the police union and for the police department as well to make sure that they're being transparent, so we can, have as much faith, if at all possible, between the community and law enforcement. So, good
Thank
job,
you, Mr.
Philly.
Moore.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your testimony and your work in Austin. The next panel, we have panel 3 is Michael Cord, Darren Tolliver, Eddie Edwards, Aaron Hurt, Andrea Addison, Joel Wilson, and Sharon Lampcombe. Modesto, are members of this panel currently corrected, or do we need to just take a quick break for them to be connected?
Yes, Councilwoman, we would need a quick break to get them into the session.
Okay, thank you to our colleagues and members of the viewing public. We're going to just hold with us for a few so we can get members of panel 3 connected. And
Hello.
then we'll
You have reached the
commence
private
hearing,
law
public
office cell
testimony.
phone number of attorney Michael Cord. If I did not personally give you this cell
we are now live.
Thank you, Modesto. We will now proceed with panel 3. When we call your name, we want you to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. You'll be given 2 minutes. You'll hear a bell ring as we complete the 2 minutes, and that is a signal to just please wrap up your testimony. And the first person we will hear from is Darren Tolliver. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Darren Tolliver.
Yes, Mr. Tolliver. Thank you so much. Just proceed with your testimony, Mr. Tolliver.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I am very concerned about transparency with regards to this contract between the city and obviously the Philadelphia Police Force. But I'm more concerned with the apparent or alleged increase that is being requested by the FOP specifically for the officers. So what I would like to say is that during this tumultuous and very turbulent times, financially, socially, obviously fiscally, it would be egregious for any member of City Council to approve of any type of raise. It's not to say that they don't deserve it. It's just that the timing of it, particularly as it relates to COVID, and people are losing, jobs, employment, all types of different services are being drastically cut. It's unfortunate that we are in a situation where we're in, but we have to be more fiscally conscious. And if that's the case, then any type of increase, any type of increase is just not merited at this time. It's not warranted. I understand that they want, I think it was a $17 million increase or something like that, and I just don't think that would be an appropriate step, and I just can't see anyone from City Council wanting to approve anything like that. And if they do, it really brings up a lot of questions. And again, it's not indicative of what the police are doing. It's more indicative of the current situation that we're in globally. And it would be globally egregious to move forward with any kind of raise. So that's what I would like to say. And I just think also we have to find a way to have a positive communication between the Philadelphia Police Force and Black Lives Matter and people who represent it. There's been some egregious things and some very vengeful things said from the FOP's leader, who is John McNesby, that were completely baseless. Completely baseless. And I think that we need to address those types of things. And I understand that the City Council and no one has power to do anything about it, pretty much. But the reality is, this is a question about humanity.
And Mr. Tolliver, yeah, we're gonna have you. You're gonna have to wrap it up. Wrap up your testimony. The bell is rung, and we gave you the extension.
Yep, I appreciate it, but that's what I had to say, and I wanted to thank y'all for even giving me the time and allowing the opportunity for me to, represent the Black and brown people in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mr. Tolliver. Sharon Lampkin, are you on and connected, Sharon?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Sharon.
Can you
Please
hear me?
state. Yes, I can hear you well. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Sharon Lampkin, and my son, Javon Lampkin, was killed by the Philadelphia Police in 2005. And my position is that I would like to see money, rather than give raises to police officers at this time, as the gentleman stated, Mr. Tolliver, I would like to see increased training. I would like to see those funds go towards tasers. I definitely believe that the police cannot police themselves. There needs to be some independent board or someone to police those and see that these things are being put into order. My son, he was killed. He was unarmed, And the media painted a poor picture of him. He was raised in the suburbs. He had no criminal background. I tried to keep him alive as a single mom. Unfortunately, he lost his life during a crisis. And I know had he been another color, he would still be alive. So, and I also want to say how poorly I was treated by the police. I grew up in Mount Airy, uptown. After high school, I moved to South Jersey to try to give my child a better life. And, you know, what happened was unfortunate. But fast forward, I would just like to see some improvement. It has been no improvement in 15 years as it relates to people suffering from mental illness and other ills, particularly Black and brown people. So I, as a mother who's lost a son by the hands of the police and was treated poorly by the police, there were answers I never got. Just had to let it go. But what I need to do is help save someone else. And I'm very passionate about this particular topic. My son was 23 years old. He was healthy his entire life. This came out of nowhere. I lost my business as a result. And as a 39-year cosmetologist, educator, I have to do more hours than a police officer does to get on the street.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lampkin, for your testimony, Ms. Lampkin. We thank you so very much for just taking the time to share your story with us. The third person on this panel is Michael Cord. Attorney Michael Cord, are you present with us? We did get a note that he was actually on the line. Attorney Michael Cord? I'm not sure because we've been having some muting challenges. I'm not sure if it's *6 that we are using to take yourself off of mute.
Yes, that's correct, Councilwoman. *6 to mute and *6 to unmute.
Okay, thanks for that stuff. Michael and Aaron. Okay, they're on.
I think I was on mute. Hello?
Oh, okay, great.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. These are the last two from panel number 3. We'll hear from Michael Cord and then Aaron Hurt. To Michael and Aaron, we want to say you'll hear a bell ring to signal that your time is up, and we ask you to take the next 15 to 20 seconds to just finish up your testimony. Michael, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
First of all, thank you very much. My name is Michael Cord. I'm an attorney, and I'm going to stick to my 2 minutes beginning now. I want to point out that I did ask that an article I wrote in the Philadelphia Tribune dated January 13, 2020 be appended to my presentation because I don't have enough time to cover everything. So having said that, let me just say this. I want to thank the Committee of the Whole in connection with Resolution 200546. And also, in particular, I want to thank you, Councilperson Park. I want to thank Councilperson Gilmore Richardson, and also the co-sponsors Johnson, Parker, Thomas, Green, Brooks, Gaudier, Bass, Dom, and Squilla. Having said that, when you look at the language of Resolution 200546, it shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be an issue that anyone would disagree with because it only calls for public hearings and maximum transparency. That's extremely important so that the citizens and taxpayers of the city and county of Philadelphia know what's going on, especially because our money is involved. We all learn as children going into stores, there would be signs saying, you break it, you bought it. Well, the system in regard to policing and the funding for policing in Philadelphia is broken, and we ain't buying it, at least not until it's fixed. And we fix it by making sure that people are treated properly. In particular, Black people are treated properly. And when we talk about this issue of transparency and funding of the Philadelphia Police Department through the arbitration agreement that is being negotiated right now, the serious problem stems from what happened in Harrisburg. And I know that City Council, and I'm going to wrap this up in 30 seconds, I know that City Council has no jurisdiction over any legislative act out of Harrisburg, but in particular, in regard to Legislative Act 111 of 1968, that pretty much allows the police to engage in all type of brutality. I'm hoping that in addition to City Council doing what needs to be done in regard to this arbitration agreement, that it take a strong stand in regard to Legislative Act 111 of 1968. Bottom line is I have much more, but not enough time, and I just encourage people to read my article from the Philadelphia Tribune dated January 13, 2020, entitled End City's FOP Contract Rewarding Cops Who Kill and Brutalize, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Cord. And if you would please just submit a copy of that article to Council President Clark's office. The Committee of the Whole will make sure the stenographer gets it, and at your request, make sure that it is a part of this public record. Ms. Hurt, are you still on the line?
I am.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Erin Hurt, and thank you, council members. I'm an educator and a resident of West Philadelphia. I live in Councilperson Gautier's district, and thank you so much for hearing our voices today. I'm here to talk about, with my testimony, the ways in which current provisions within the police contract have allowed members of the Philadelphia Police Department to harm others with impunity. In early July of 2016, after Alton Sterling and Philando Castile were killed by police officers, I began attending Police Advisory Commission meetings to see what accountability for the Philadelphia Police Department looked like, and I attended meetings regularly until the end of 2018. Today, I want to share a story with you from one of these meetings to illustrate the egregious behavior that our current contract with Philly PD enables. At a PAC meeting in early 2018, a woman stood up during the open portion of the meeting. She shared that she had been a police officer and that her husband, also a police officer, had been repeatedly physically abusive to her and that he continued to threaten her. Through her tears, she told us that even though she had filed a complaint against him, Internal Affairs refused to investigate, but they also refused to release her file either to her or to the PAC. As a result of her husband's threats, she had had to quit her job and she continued to fear for her safety. Her question for the PAC was, "Can you help me?" And the clear answer that they gave was no. "No, we can't help you," they said. After a number of us asked questions to understand why, the commission shared that the powerful force preventing consequences for this abusive officer and preventing safety for this woman were because of the police contract and its provisions that protect police officers from being fired or even disciplined in substantive ways. And that was that. The meeting moved on, and this woman was left to deal with her terror and tears on her own. The current provisions within the contract and the discipline code do not hold officers accountable for serious harms against fellow officers nor against our community members. And this has to change. And I hear people on the council saying this has to change, and I appreciate that. Acts of violence and excessive force by the police should not be included in the arbitration process. While we can't get rid of Act 111 through this contract, we can limit the types of grievances they bring to arbitration. Thank you for your time today.
Awesome.
We'll patiently wait for these people to be connected on panel 4. Thank you, Ms. Hurt, for your testimony. For panel 4, I have Tamara Anderson, Marta Gutenberg, Tanya Bai, Sadia Durant, Samia West, Sergio C.A., Kelsey Romano, Tyhassa Jordan, Sally Polk, and Christopher Johnson. If I mispronounced your name, please charge it to my head and not my heart. But be patient with us as we give our technical team a chance to get these people connected. Thank you.
Hello?
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 Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes,
How are you?
hello. I'm fine.
I'm just going to go through the list to ensure that everyone is here. Tamara or Tamara Anderson, Marta Gutenberg, Tanya Bai, Saudia Durant, Samia West, Sergio C.A., Kelsey Romano, Tahasa Jordan, Sally Polk, and Christopher Johnson. Tamara or Tamara? Marta Gutenberg? Marta, are you with us?
Here.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Marta Guttenberg. I'm a resident of Center City, Philadelphia. I'm grateful for the chance to express my views. I see this hearing as something like a performance review that happens to almost all employees as they proceed through a normal job. The work of policing has been taken out of the context of normal jobs, normal performance reviews, and normal responsibility for following the rules on the job. Yes. Okay.
Marta? Marta? Okay, Marta, it seems that you were disconnected, Marta. Okay. Tanya Bai, are you on, Tanya?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Please state your name.
I'm here.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Tanya Ba. A 50-year-old woman was leaving a hat store in the Broad Alney section of the city. Two officers asked her to get inside their patrol car. While this was not a typical request, she thought nothing of it and slid inside into the back seat. She was excited about being recognized by the officers as she was the popular MC that assisted with the precinct's annual Unity Day program. Unfortunately, her excitement was replaced with fear as the officers began questioning her of her whereabouts within the last 20 minutes. She was questioned about a theft she fit the cast for. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it ended. She was told to get out of the car. Her freedom was her apology. The officers had driven past the accuser and received a signal that this was not the offender. No explanation, no apology. This is how it's done in Philly. Philadelphia provides a get-out-of-jail-free card to officers that abuse their power, and the public still gets the pleasure of paying their salaries. How does this work? Discipline overturned through arbitration, a different set of laws and standards that Philadelphia communities than what Philadelphia communities face. Police are emboldened and empowered with guns, badges, and a concealed contract. They are held above the law. Their actions are decided, justified, in private. As a member of Free the Ballot, Neighborhood Networks, and the Caucus of Working Educators, our demands are clear. Do what is needed to publicly disclose the police contract, legally close the deadly racist loophole arbitration allows, and reveal the secret arbitrators and put an end to the do as I say, not as I do style policing that terrorizes Philadelphia communities.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bai. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Saudia Durant connected?
Yes.
Saudia?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Saudia. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. You will hear a bell at 2 minutes, Saudia. I'm just going to ask staff, could they please put the bell close to the microphone because it's not coming through. Thank you so much, Saudia.
Okay, thank you. And also, before you start the timer, I just wanted to flag that I heard from Tamara Anderson, who said she was dropped and wants to get back on and testify. So I'll start now. My name is Gosia.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. Council support has handled that matter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Saudia.
All right, my name is Saudia, and I am a concerned parent and youth organizer with the Philadelphia Student Union. I'm here today to share collected student statements from our young people who are in class right now, but want their vision to be heard, a vision to live in a city that prioritizes its education system and its youth instead of the police, metal detectors, tasers, and other means to wage state-inflicted violence in our communities. Student Statement 1. There is an epidemic within this country, and the conversation should not stop until a solution is reached. Police brutality and violence committed against Black and brown people in the U.S. has been a long-standing systemic issue within our country. Because of the hyper-criminalization of people of color, this violence has percolated into our schools, yet many decision-makers continue to disregard their complicity in this violence. Pre-COVID, our classrooms were bare with nothing but a whiteboard, an old box television, and a broken clock. In all of the bathrooms in my schools, half of the toilets are broken. This occurs not only in our schools, but we see this lack of investment in our communities as well. Our communities deserve better than this. From Serena, a junior at SLA Bieber. We have seen that police don't de-escalate problems in our neighborhoods, yet there are still conversations about passing laws to add more money to arm them with different weapons. The presence of police makes young people feel like we are in a prison rather than a learning environment. That is the climate we deal with every day, whether it's walking to the park, getting on SEPTA, going into school, everywhere, and this needs to change. Victoria, a sophomore at Bieber. Support for policies that increase funding for police and policing equipment is divestment from students and an investment into the school-to-prison pipeline. People of color have been through a lot of systemic unresolved oppression, which comes from the police. So why are they being rewarded with more money for taking the lives of people of color, especially when nothing gets done? When police are terrible in the streets, so why would we want them in our schools? They already think that they have the right to attack people with batons, rubber bullets, and tear gas. Giving them tasers only gives them even more power, which they're already full of. Yet my school is filled with lead and asbestos, isn't properly cleaned, and some textbooks in middle schools aren't even up to date.
Hey, Saudia, the bell rang. I'm going to have to ask you to, round off your testimony so we can make sure we have time to get to everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The last statement that I'll read says, as a young Black woman, this is from a 2020 recent graduate. As a young Black woman, I have plans for my future. I may decide to start a family, but the thought of creating life on this earth just for a corrupt police officer to take it away is none other but frightening to me. Just knowing that you can be beaten with a baton, tear gas, or taser to the point where you can't breathe, maybe because you're protesting your right to not be brutalized, or maybe just for walking down the streets with a mental health problem. That is enough to make my 18-year-old self want to completely disengage from the outside. A lot of the reforms that are being called forth have already been called for after Trayvon, after Mike Brown, after Tamir Rice, after Ayanna Stanley Jones, who both would have graduated this year if not taken by police. Please do not continue to add more money into the policing budget.
Thank you, Saudia, and thank you for making sure the voices of the students in our city get heard. If there was additional testimony that you want to ensure is on this public record, I want you to send that to the sponsor, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, or our president's office, and we will make sure it gets on the record. Thank you, Saudia. Samia West. West,
hi, can you hear me?
Yes, oh, yes, we can hear you now. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Samaya West. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samaya West. I am coming to you and speaking as a cousin of a retired Philadelphia police officer. I am also the niece of a fallen New Jersey police officer and a 2021 future law student. So I am coming to you with a little bit of facts and knowledge about the arbitration process. Ms. Parker, you asked some questions in the beginning about AAA arbitrations, and I feel like my testimony will shed some light on those questions that you asked. We need to set a precedent that the Philadelphia police officers' contracts need to have city council approval before being submitted. We need to get rid of AAA arbitration and bring on arbitrators who are approved and voted on by city council members. This is the only way to ensure a process of fairness within the system. There should be a non-biased arbitrator who are paid for by a city and who are not allowed to take gifts or donations. A study conducted by New York Times showed that AAA arbitrators have ruled in favor of paying parties or the donators that donate to them. They are not required to take into consideration law or evidence when making a decision for arbitration. I want to make sure that everyone heard that clearly. Arbitrators, AAA arbitrators, are not required to take into consideration law or evidence when making a decision. This is why we need city council to step in and take over the arbitration process and appoint fair people that will not take donations. AAA arbitrators have also been, in the New York Times study showed, they have taken gifts and donations from the giver, and they have also voted in the giver's favor. We cannot be so naive to think that the same thing is not happening when they are ruling in our arbitration process. I will quote one more quote from the New York Times that they have in their study conducted, that arbitration is a business and they have an economic reason to vote in the favor of the repeat players. Arbitration is not a system of justice. It is a rigged system. 90% of AAA arbitrators who arbitrate in cases are white males, and they always arbitrate in the favor of the person that is paying. That was my bell. I just wanted to know that I will be submitting some more scholarly articles on AAA arbitration, and I do want to say that the city of Philadelphia should not be using AAA arbitration. They have shown time and time again that they will take donations and bribes, and that's the party they rule in favor of. And thank you for letting me testify.
Samaya West, thank you so much for that testimony. Thank you. If you have any additional information to get on, send that to the sponsor or the office of the president, and we will make sure that it is a part of the public record. So, Sergio C.A., are you present? Sergio?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, Sergio, we can hear you now. State your name for the record, Sergio, and proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. My name is Sergio Sea. I'm a community organizer with Reclaim Philadelphia and Democratic Committee person in the 46th Ward. And on May 31st, I, along with many of my neighbors in West Philly, was tear gassed by the police. With the FOP contract as it stands, with a discipline code that fails to hold officers accountable for harming our community members, I can't expect to receive justice for me or those who were beat, shot, and tear gassed by the police over this last year. I can't expect to receive it when I know what happened to the Philly police when they bombed a black neighborhood not far from where I was tear gassed, killing 11, including 5 children, and destroying 65 homes. Nothing happened. Not long after I moved to West Philadelphia, a pizza delivery man named Holland, who was unarmed and doing his job, was shot and disfigured by 2 undercover cops. Several West Philly civic groups were outraged to learn that these 2 officers would return to patrol our neighborhoods. After letters and demands from the community, those 2 attempted murderers were simply moved to terrorize another part of the city. I went to those meetings where police shrugged their shoulders and told me the problem was the FOP contract and asked me would I rather they get fired and get their jobs back instantly through arbitration. 2 terrible options. Our taxpayer dollars paid that young man $4.4 million, the largest payout in our history at that time. Can you imagine what $4.4 million could be used for instead in Philadelphia, the poorest big city in America? We demand that information about complaints against police officers and investigations into those complaints and their results be publicly available. Cops should not get their records wiped clean. Acts of violence and excessive force by the police should not be included in the arbitration process. While we can't get rid of Act 111 through this contract, we can limit the types of grievances that can be brought to arbitration. We need a system of discipline with real consequences for police who behave badly. Paid vacations are not suspensions. Officers should be fired for failing to report bribes or engaging in sexual assault and harassment or displaying racist or white supremacist symbols. If this sounds like the most basic things to ask for, think of how exhausting it is for our communities to keep asking for them. You cannot get rid of systemic problems by rewarding the police department with millions more in their budget, and studies have shown police, regardless of race, have implicit bias against Black people. Residency requirements for new hires won't change that. We need real accountability and transformative change. The FOP contract as it stands offers little to none of that, which is why we at Reclaim Philadelphia are calling for community control now. Thank you, Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Sergio.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. The bell rang, and we definitely gave you much longer than the grace period. Don't worry about it. I saw you were talking fast to try to get it all in, but listen, don't worry about it. Listen, if you have it, listen, Sergio, if you have it in writing, send it to sponsor Catherine Gilmore Richardson or Council President Clark. We will make sure that we get every single word on the record. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much, City Council, and thank you, Council Member Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Tamara Anderson. Tamara, or is it Tamara or Tamara Anderson? Are you connected now?
Yes, I am. It's Tamara. Can you hear me?
Tamara, thank you, Tamara. We skipped over you in the beginning, so we want to give you an opportunity to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony now.
Thank you so much. So my name is Tamara Anderson. I'm with Racial Justice Organizing Committee and the Melanated Educators Collective. We are simply asking what you have heard before, but what we have always asked for: transparency and accountability. This budget and the discipline, especially the discipline aspect of Act 111, does very little in providing the public with either. It is time for all decisions and consequences regarding behavior and actions of police officers to be brought to the light. No more useless and secretive discipline arbitration that ends with a slap on the wrist for crimes that regular citizens and other non-police labor union members will be locked up for. Things like bribes, sexual assault, murder, which are all on record for the FOP. Just like the officer in Chicago who murdered Laquan McDonald, we know that charges can be made that result in jail time and loss of pension. Be clear, as an abolitionist, I don't support incarceration of any kind, but until it's abolished, police officers should be charged for illegal action and receive the same sentencing as everyone else, period. This idea that infractions and illegal actions can be used simultaneously at the same time is ridiculous. This is only possible with an independent oversight committee that is fully funded and has the power, has some actual teeth to challenge arbitration, and for all officers to receive comprehensive anti-racism and bias training that includes gender and sexual bias throughout their lifetime and tenure as an officer. Transparency and accountability, because while cops are expected to enforce the law, they should never be above the law, and police should never police each other. No one will ever feel safe without any actual consequences or truth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Kelsey, are you on, Kelsey? Star 6 if you are on, Kelsey. Okay, Sally Polk, are you on, Sally?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sally, I can hear you now. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Hello. This is Kelsey.
Oh, okay. So, Sally, just 1 second, Sally. Kelsey, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Kelsey Romano, an 11-year special education teacher in the SCP. I am cis, white, and a woman, so I know that my privilege with these adjectives, especially when it comes to dealing directly with police. In Old City in 2014, I watched as a 90-pound, 14-year-old student of mine suffering from a mental health crisis was dragged onto the platform on the L and threatened to be cuffed. She was pushed and screamed at for being disrespectful. The PPD do not know how to deal with mental health crises. We need to fund the community organizations that do. In Fair Hill, in 2016, the PPD burst through the doors of a public school after being called by school police to help quell a fight. I watched them force a child to the ground, leaning on his neck, all the while trying to arrest the wrong student. I had also tried to break up a fight in the hallway and was tackled to the ground by a PPD officer who put her forearm to my throat and screamed, "Teacher or student." The PPD do not know how to de-escalate and only seem to instigate violence, especially against our most vulnerable. Listen to the demands of the Philly Student Union and the Philly Black Radical Collective. On 676 in 2020, I was peacefully protesting when I was met with violence. I attempted to flee the chaos when I was shot in the back with a projectile, zip-tied, and dragged down the embankment backwards and arrested. When we say no good cop in a racist system, it's true. By allowing racism, homophobia, and transphobia to fester in the PPD's ranks, it stains everyone who wears the badge. For the betterment of our city, we need to abolish the FOP and have a clear track record of being on the wrong side of justice. We need to ensure transparency by making information about complaints against police officers, investigations into those complaints, and the results publicly available. We need to limit the grievances that can be brought to arbitration in Act 111, and we need to end qualified immunity. The ultimate goal that would be best for us all is abolishing the police and a radical reimagining of what public safety looks like in our city. I thank Helen Gim for championing and the City Council for passing the ban on tear gas and rubber bullets, but this is only the start. Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Sally Polk, are you still on with us, Sally? Sally, I know you were... Yes, Sally, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, Sally, just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Sally Polk. I live in West Philadelphia. So I hear at the beginning of this meeting, City Council talked about public safety and how to increase public safety through police. And I firmly believe that police officers are an inherently violent group of people. It is an inherently violent job to have. It is about enforcement, enforcing, and hurting people. And when we throw lots of money into them and there's no transparency and no community control, they are unstoppable. And just in the past, I guess like 2 months, in the past month, Philadelphia police have murdered 4 people. Not just Walter Wallace, but 4 different people. On the Saturday where this city was celebrating the end of Trump's presidency, a queer couple of color, a black woman and a brown woman, were beaten in the street. They were tackled after an officer said a Trump-supporting statement, and then they were beaten and jumped by multiple cops who then circled around them. And because this isn't caught on film in the same way as other stuff, it doesn't reach the public in the same way. And so we don't even know what's happening unless there's a camera there. What else? That woman, her child was kidnapped from her. When they broke out the car windows and dragged her out of the car, she wasn't even charged with anything. My friend had all of her fingers broken by a police officer when she was protesting peacefully in the summer. And then my partner was one of the people who was gassed on 676, and she was tear gassed so badly she thought she was going to die. Her best friend held her in her arms. Her best friend held her in their arms as she thought she was dying because she was being repeatedly tear gassed while she was trapped behind a fence. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so oh goodness. There's one. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous, but the one thing
it's okay, Sally. But the bell rang, so we're just going to ask you to read your last sentence, Sally.
Thank you. I want everyone who is listening to this call to look up the Freedom House ambulance service in Pittsburgh. It is a perfect example of community and funding care and not cops. It is a perfect example of defunding the police to take care of people. Police used to be ambulance services.
Sally, thank you. Sally, thank you so much for your testimony. If there was anything else, Sally, you wanted to get on the record but couldn't fit in the time, please forward it to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who is leading this effort, and she will make sure it gets on the record. Thank you so much, Sally. Is Christopher Johnson still with us? Are you still with us, Christopher? *6, Christopher.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, Christopher, we can hear you now. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Christopher Aziz Johnson. Good afternoon. For the last few months, I've been suggesting for the ability to vote directly on our police and their functioning. Back in May, I took the time to ask various officers and civilians about the prospect, and I was met with plenty of confusion last from a few officers, but what I mostly heard from people was an earnest desire for agency in their communities and who defends them. I'm aware that the Civilian Police Oversight Commission was recently voted for, but where the police are distinctly public-facing, no measures have been introduced to meaningfully increase public awareness or agency in police matters. The Oversight Commission, arbitrators, nor the contract with the FOP are in the line of fire, whereas our communities are. With plenty of articles filled with officer abuses, as well as initiatives like the Plain View Project, which documented hate speech from officers, and not to forget that in the last few months, officers have been visibly friendly with white supremacist group, the Proud Boys. It's appalling to me that communities haven't had the ability to directly resist having such individuals armed and supposedly there to defend them. To balance this, I'm advocating for a hard line with the FOP for the addition of a public system documenting every officer in Philadelphia with all their risk factors, filed complaints, news about them, and public submissions about them. Then any citizen of any district should be able to use this system to vote out any officer in their district if desired. I don't know how any budget, let alone an increase to it, could even be humored without this baseline of transparency reached, considering all we know about police, especially here in Philadelphia. Every issue with police won't be solved by this, but this would finally give civilian agency outside of protest and civil unrest. So, and I thank you for giving me the time to speak on this today.
So no problem. Thank you so much, Christopher, for your testimony. We want to thank the listening public along with our colleagues and everyone for your patience. The next panel is panel number 5, and we are going to have to take a moment to get them connected. That is Anna, Cindy, Katie, Tony, Eric, Clifford, Zoe, Ty, Duncan, and Rachel. So we will now just take a brief second to give our technical team the ability to get all of these public commenters connected. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? My name is Modesto,
I'm all right.
counsel, and you've been called in to
Hello?
for public testimony today.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? Council members, participants, we are now live.
Thank you so very much. We are now on panel number 5. This is our public comment period. Anna, are you on and connected, Anna? You can star 6 to unmute yourself, Anna. I want to try to pronounce your last name, and I'm going to chop it up. Don't kill me. Cherniavsky. Anna. Cindy Miller, are you present? Cindy Miller?
Present.
Thank you, Cindy. Please state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cindy Miller. I'm a citizen of Philadelphia. In 2015, the police broke my wrist at a peaceful vigil held to say the names of black women lynched by police. When I begged to go to the hospital, they wouldn't believe me. After screaming in pain, they finally took me in handcuffs to have it set. I was then thrown into a filthy single cell with 3 others and detained for 22 hours without even an aspirin. When all charges were dropped, I had thousands of dollars worth of medical and therapy bills, which I'm still paying off. In 2017, community members called a neighborhood hearing because the cops who had wrongly shot Felipe Holland were back on the street. Felipe received the largest settlement in Philly history, $4.4 million of taxpayer money. Yet the Yes. Okay.
Cindy, you were going in and out, Cindy. Are you still connected?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please finish up your testimony, Cindy?
Oh, okay. At what point should I start?
You're going to hear a bell in a few seconds, and that will signal that your time is up. So if you have a few lines that you want to make sure you get on the record, please feel free to do so. And whatever you can't, just send it to the sponsor, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and she'll make sure it gets on the public record.
Should I finish my testimony now?
Yes, Cindy, please do. But you'll hear a bell when your time's up.
All right. I'm sorry. The shooters were never disciplined. No wrongdoing was ever admitted, and the stonewalling cops who spoke at this meeting were disrespectful, arrogant bullies. On May 31st, 2020, I was on the porch of a row home on 51st Street, helping to flush tear gas out of the eyes of those who staggered past in a residential neighborhood. And I will just say to end up that after yet another black citizen murder, there are always calls for protesters for nonviolence. But who shows up for a fight? We see police officers in tanks, weaponized bicycles, wearing camouflage outfits, jack boots, beater gloves, face shields, and full-body armor and helmets. These are only the personal anecdotes of a 67-year-old white woman. I have it easy. Black, indigenous, and trans people of color experiences violence much more acutely. As the mayor begins his negotiations with the FOP, I strongly object to giving the police more money and demand community control of the PPD. Also, abolish the FOP.
Cindy, thank you very much for your testimony. Katie Jean, are you on? Katie Jean? Katie Jean, are you connected? Just press star 6 to unmute yourself. Going. Katie Jean? Okay, we'll move to Tony King. Are you here, Tony? Tony King? Please unmute yourself. If you're on mute, press star 6.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Tony, state your name for the record.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear
Tony.
me? This is Tony King.
Yeah, Tony, I can hear you. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tony D. King, King. I would like to thank y'all guys for this opportunity. It's excellent. Also, big thanks to Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson. Did I say her name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, anyway, moving right ahead. I know I'm on limited time. Listen, I skimmed through the previous two FOP contracts, and it was very scary to read indeed. Very scary. That being said, I'd like to offer my services as an independent citizen to go through the contract with a pencil pen, adding comments in the margins and recommendations for City Council. I think that's a great idea that should be done. The other thing is, I want to say, what are my credentials? Who am I? I'm a candidate for state senate. I'm a graduate of Temple University. I speak Spanish and English, and I'm a former City of Philadelphia employee, juvenile detention. So, without complaining, without doing a whole lot of complaining, I want to offer my service. Office of Gilmore Richardson as an independent citizen to go through the contract with a pencil and pen in the margins, adding recommendations and suggestions. And I think that would be helpful regarding the next contract coming up. That concludes what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Tony, for your testimony. Eric Jenkins, are you still on the line, Eric Jenkins? You can press *6 to
Hello?
unmute.
Yes.
Hi, Eric, can you hear us well?
Yes.
Thank you, Eric. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Eric, and I'm a member of Socialist Alternative. These hearings mean nothing if the community does not have control of the police department. How can we trust the City Council and Mayor Kennedy to be transparent and fight against the racist FOP and PPD bureaucracy where they have allowed swarms of police to attack protesters, tear gas working-class neighborhoods, and kidnap children from vehicles? It's not just the arbitrators. It's the completely broken internal affairs department that is rigged by the police benefit, for the police benefit that happens before arbitration. Police cannot investigate themselves. The PPD's budget is over $700 million, and it doesn't go toward public safety. It goes to the over 300 PPD officials that make over six-figure salaries, while the city refuses to send ambulances or behavioral health specialists responding to Walter Wallace's mother's 911 calls. Because apparently the PPD and the city lack resources, while they have tear gas and pepper spray. Will the city ensure the dismantling of this racist PPD bureaucracy in the contract negotiations? Why are these officers being paid six-figure salaries in comparison with other public city workers? Will City Hall fight for demilitarization of the police in a contract? The creation of the Citizen Police Advisory Commission is almost guaranteed to be sued by the FOP in retaliation if it's an actual police oversight board, meaning it should be democratically elected with the ability to hire and fire cops, allow with subpoena power, access to internal police records, and a say over the police budget and FOP contract. If CPOC doesn't have these powers explicitly stated in the contract or some form, it will be completely useless, just like the Police Advisory Commission. The city needs to include CPOC in the contract with these powers that I described to prevent the FOP from suing the city. Failure to do so will show what the City Council and Mayor Kennedy is really trying to do. Full working people will be thinking that City Council cares about police reform, when it actually is just a ploy to make sure they win their next elections and preserve the status quo of police brutality of black and brown working people. Only working class communities can truly implement public safety in their communities, not the police. And that's what we've seen for years. And Philly's current gun crime epidemic, the failure of City Hall and the PPD to adequately respond to criminalize black and brown working people. That's
Eric, thank you so very much for your testimony, Eric. If there was anything additional, please send it to the sponsor, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, to make sure it gets on the public record. We thank you for taking your time to be with us today. Clifford Williams, are you still here? Clifford, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Clifford Williams, you were with us earlier. Are you still here, Clifford? Zoe,
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Clifford, please take your name, state your name for the record. Proceed with your testimony.
My name is Clifford Williams. I'm a resident of Philadelphia. I would like to take this opportunity to say that we need more than police reformation. The FOP department is putting themselves above the law. I've had many experiences with police officers, even my own brother, where an officer will say to me, I am the law. Let the world know that FOP are a service meant to protect and to serve the people. They are not the law. Based on their abuse of power, FOP has too much political power. If we cannot defund the police department, please let there be a positive reformation, starting with ethics, morals, psychological, and sociological training, so that the officers know how to better interact with people of all levels, race, creed, or color. I ask that city councils should try voting on disarming certain police officers, like many places in Europe, so that only special units of police have access to firearms. If officers did not carry weapons, I feel it would eliminate a lot of excessive force with them. We are moving into the future of space pioneering, and FOP needs to better educate officers to serve and protect all people, not just the rich and the powerful. In conclusion, FOP should be disarmed from arbitration and unionization because their code of ethics is to honor, protect, and serve humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Is Zoe here? Zoe, are you on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Zoe, I can hear you now. I can hear you, Zoe. Zoe, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, Zoe.
My name is Zoe Sturgis. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Mastery Charter, and I'm making a public comment today on behalf of my students. Even though I teach 5-year-olds, they've already experienced what happens when the police are not held accountable. Last spring, one of my students prank called 911, and officers showed up uninvited to our school and asked to handcuff my student and place him in a squad car. When we said no, they started yelling and berating my principal. That, if they had succeeded in cuffing my student, that would have been the third elementary school age child taken out of my classroom in handcuffs in less than 2 years of teaching. My students deserve to have police officers in their community who are compassionate, who are professional, and who exercise good judgment. Through the current arbitration process, Philadelphia has rehired officers who were fired and possess none of those qualities. I looked through many horrible cases of officers that were reinstated through arbitration, and one that horrified me the most was that of Officer Stacy Truitt, who, after her son came to school with black and blue bruises all over his body, his teacher had to call CPS, and she was fired. But she's back on the force today. She claims she hit him with a belt, but she didn't use a buckle. This is a person who is on the force and who is supposed to keep my students safe. And I feel sick as someone who's responsible for young people to know someone like this meets the qualifications of a Philadelphia police officer. My question to the mayor and the Fraternal Order of Police is, how am I supposed to trust the Philadelphia Police Department to keep my students and their families safe when officers like the ones who came to my school and the one I just described are on the force today? My students look up to police officers. They see them as heroes, and I beg the officers of this city to not disappoint my students. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Zoe. Ty Parks, are you still here, Ty? Ty Parks, Ty, can you hear us well?
No, this is actually, I'll wait. My phone wouldn't unmute earlier. I'll wait.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Ty.
Okay, thank you, Ty. Ty, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ty Parks, and I was born, raised, and currently live in West Philly. As a black man in the city, and as a black man from West Philly, specifically, I'm still angry that Philly cops murdered Walter Wallace Jr. I'm angry that his life was stolen from him and his family, and I'm angry because our community has to continue to live in fear of people who are granted an abundant amount of access to our space. And while murder by police is an egregious act of violence, it has rightfully been given a lot of attention in public discourse. We need to talk more about the acts of violence that police commit in Black communities every single day. This violence includes invasive stop and frisk, coercion, intimidation, stalking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and physical assault, just to name a few. I will never forget being hit across the face by an officer in broad daylight during the protests over the summer. While I was angry that he hit me, the smirk on his face and his puffed out chest made me furious. Philly cops feel emboldened to violently torment Black people because the city has empowered them to do so. All acts of violence committed by the police must be investigated in a manner that includes Black communities at every step of the process, and the results of these investigations should be made public. As a resident of the city, I should have complete access to any information that relates to how the budget is being spent. This includes information detailing the actions of officers who are paid through our taxes. The information should be made publicly accessible online in a format that is easy for everyone to get access to and to understand. The PPD and the Fraternal Order of Police do not want this information public because they know that it will not lend well to their reception. Black communities will not continue to allow budgets to flow into an institution that treats Black men, women, and non-binary people like garbage. Public access to investigation results will keep the police misconduct at the forefront of our local media, forcing non-Black communities to come to terms with who the PPD really are. While the PPD and the Fraternal Order of Police are scared of this outcome because it could and should result in them being defunded, public access is a necessary step for protecting Black communities. I hope that you all will take the step when negotiating the contract. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ty. Thank you for your testimony. Anna, are you on now?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Anna. State
Hello?
your name. Yes, thank you, Anna. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Anna Chernyshevsky. Hello, council members and everyone. It's good to be with you, and I've been really appreciating some of the efforts that I'm hearing and voices today. When I was 16, two friends and I were jumped and assaulted at gunpoint in a playground in Philly. My friend Jay was tied up and I was raped. My friends went to the police, but I just needed to go home. In the precinct, they waited for hours, ignored. My friend Elle shared some more information about the assault, hoping they'd take it more seriously, resulting only in them pressing for my name and address. My friends refused since I didn't want to go to the police. An officer took my friend Jay, a 16-year-old Black guy with a limp, into a room alone and assaulted him until he released my information. Later, an officer showed up at my home, and when he saw that I was hesitant, he lied that they had suspects. He said they had two people in custody. He said he had a daughter my age who wouldn't want these guys out here hurting her, would I? Of course not. So I agreed to go to the hospital for the rape kit based on this lie. At the hospital, I was separated from my sister, taken to a room, left alone with an officer from sex crime unit. He began to ask me why I didn't go to the police, why I was in the park, why I was wearing a short skirt. He intimidated me further by saying that not giving him information he wanted was committing a punishable crime as a minor withholding evidence. The worst part is I knew he was twisting the law, but I didn't know how, and I asked for my sister and to talk to someone else. He looked at his wingtips and at me like he'd done this before and said, "There is nobody else. And you know that there's no one in custody, right?" At that time, I didn't even know the worst part, that the police had assaulted my friend to get my address. When I did, I was struck beyond anger, and I wanted to do something. My family supported me in researching avenues. The way we had been handled and isolated strategically by police, we had no physical evidence or witnesses, and a civil suit seemed to be just hush money rather than an opportunity to hold officers or the system accountable. In the end, drafting a formal complaint was all we could do, and the officers were not even disciplined. I've speculated I'll finish up. I'm sorry. I've tried to think about why the police treated us like criminals, and ultimately it doesn't matter. There's no excuse, no justification for brutalizing survivors. There are too many, especially brown and black people, that continue to be hurt and killed by this system. We need to sever ties with the FOP that block transparency and accountability and create links with communities engaged in power. Black Lives Matter, LGBT movements, and other justice fronts. I thank you all for what you're doing in this time.
Anna, thank you so much for your testimony and your courage, for using your story to help make systemic change in our great city. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the sponsor, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you, Anna, for sharing your story. I'm so sorry about what happened to you, but I want to thank you for lifting your voice and for sharing your story for the benefit of a structural change in policing in Philadelphia. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is Duncan Gromko? Duncan, are you still on with us?
Hi.
Now, Duncan, are you?
Hi, this is Duncan. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doug. I can hear you now. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, Duncan.
Thank you, Council Member. My name is Duncan Gromko. First, let me say thank you to Anna for sharing the story. I'm so moved by your courage. Good afternoon, Council members and fellow Philadelphians. We shouldn't have to share this trauma publicly to protect ourselves against the police. I'm a constituent of Councilmember Johnson. I live in South Philadelphia. I appreciate Councilmember Gilmore Richardson's advocacy for transparency, and I hope this will continue throughout the negotiation process. First, let me say I was distraught by the killing of Walter Wallace Jr. and the trauma his family and community have gone through. As others have said, we don't need police. We need more mental health professionals and social workers to meet the needs of Philadelphians and de-escalate these types of situations. I'm really concerned about the lack of accountability within the Philly Police Department. In addition to the disturbing video of Mr. Wallace being shot, we've all seen the images of protesters being tear gassed on 676 this summer, and the police beating out the windows of a woman's car and dragging her and her 16-year-old cousin away with her small child inside. These are just the latest examples in a long history of police violence where officers are not held accountable, and transparency for these decisions is not provided to citizens. On October 27th of this year, I attended a demonstration in support of Mr. Wallace with my wife and two friends. During our march, a police officer attacked me and hit me several times on my leg and on my arm with his club. My overwhelming memory of the event is the violence and out-of-control rage and anger of the policeman. I was then arrested on charges that misrepresent the events of the evening. I've considered submitting a complaint to the police, but I haven't done so. I simply don't have the trust in the accountability systems for our police. I can't imagine how many complaints go unsubmitted because of a lack of trust in the accountability processes. Police officers' complaint records and discipline history should be public. Police should be criminally charged when they commit crimes. We need an independent, citizen-based accountability organization. Philadelphia's schools need $5 billion in investment for students and teachers to be safe. Our city's residents face a massive eviction and unemployment crisis, all coming during the middle of a pandemic. We can't reward the police for their violent behavior with an additional $17 million. We need to redirect funds from the police department and invest in our communities. We need money for jobs and education, not for cops and incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan, for your testimony. Rachel Rodriguez, are you still on, Rachel? Are you with us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well, Rachel. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Rachel Rodriguez. I am a teacher, artist, and community organizer here in Philadelphia, and I'm honored to share the space with so many in this collective testimony. Thank you for letting us join you today. Honestly, the police are synonymous to danger for me. I've watched Black and brown teenagers get rounded up because of a nearby shooting. I've watched them sob and beg officers saying they didn't do anything wrong. I've watched the policing of our neighborhoods have a real-life impact on the students in my classrooms. I've seen police officers do horrific things, but I'm also an artist. So instead of centering pain today, I want to take a moment to try to imagine a different world that it is our responsibility to build. This country has had 250 years of the same policing models, and my neighborhood isn't safer because of police. They're safer because of community organizations, schools that are supported and cared for,
A few years ago, when I was involved in an abusive relationship, the police officers that were called to my home were more concerned about avoiding paperwork than making sure I was safe. This is not about training. It's not just something you can throw money at. There are fundamental problems in the system, and the FOP contract is one of them. The FOP is not committed to the work of justice. The FOP is an organization that protects police and their idea of policing, no matter the cost. It is difficult for me to understand that the city needs to bargain with a group so historically toxic and hostile to our civil rights. While I understand there's a need for fair labor laws and regulations, the FOP holds a great deal of political power, and I think it is beyond time for the city's relationship to the FOP to change dramatically. The discipline code fails to hold officers accountable. Misconduct, such as excessive force, should not be a part of an arbitration process. Records should not be just wiped clean. When I suck at my job, I face real-life consequences. My people are being brutalized by systems that have a monopoly on justice. And if we cannot reform the laws available, then at the bare minimum, we need transparent processes and standards as well as accountability measures. And I think we need to stop clinging so tightly to the structures of the past. Our city is in crisis. We need you to be bold. And these testimonies are only a first step to the greater work ahead.
Rachel, thank you so very much for your testimony. If there was anything else you wanted to add, please forward it in writing to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, the leader of this effort today, and she will make sure it gets on the public record. We want to thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rachel. Just for the record, we wanted to let everyone know that they will notice that we're taking a quick break, but this is only to make sure that all of those who are on our 6th panel get a chance to get connected. Those names are Matt Kerrigan, Lori Oak, Deborah Rose Hinchy, Elaine Holton, Aaron Bagley, Lai, Corinne Wolk, Arika Gold, and Chris Canito. We're going to take a quick break to get all of those members on so that they can give their testimony. Thank you so much for your patience.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? My name's And participants, we are now live.
Okay, thank you, Modesto. We are now on panel number 6, and the first person to testify is Matt Kerrigan. Matt, are you connected and with us?
Hi, yes, I am here and present.
Thank you, Matt. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Matthew Kerrigan. I am a Philadelphia resident in Councilmember Johnson's district and a 4th grade public school teacher. And I am testifying because I'm tired of the special treatments and provisions enshrined in the police contract, starting with the discipline and accountability written into it. As a teacher, if I commit a felony, sexually assault somebody, abuse my authority, or make racist comments, I would be deservingly and instantaneously fired and disqualified from teaching in the future. And yet the current police contract shields cops who currently do all of these things and permits them to keep their job. What other community-serving organization can publicly beat, menace, and murder members of the very community it claims to serve and face scant employment consequence? Beyond the lax code of conduct, there are a series of loopholes and protections written into the current contract. Police officers can use city funds to pay for their legal defense at a public board of inquiry hearing. Cops can use vacation days instead of serving their suspension. A police officer's disciplinary record is cleared after 5 years, even for egregious behaviors like use of excessive force, allowing repeat offenders to receive lighter discipline. Finally, police officers can have their grievances arbitrated, which has allowed assaulters, sexual harassers, and racists to return to the Philadelphia Police Department. These portions of the current contract make it next to impossible to hold police officers accountable for poor judgment and harmful actions. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, teaching in a school in West Philadelphia, I hear the trauma and grief of people, Black 9 and 10-year-olds, who have witnessed the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Walter Wallace at the hands of police. I hear them begin to comprehend that the police don't protect them, that the police harm and kill people that look like them. And while the Philadelphia Police Department is busy terrorizing and traumatizing the next generation of West Philadelphians, in the same month, they are seeking a pay raise, more weapons, more overtime, and more contractual protections from accountability and discipline. Enough is enough, and it's time to stop pretending the police would ever police themselves and start to hold them accountable through the contract. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Matt, for your testimony. Is Lori Oak here? Lori, are you connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Lori. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Lori Oak. I live in Councilman Johnson's district. I am a long-term resident of Philadelphia, and I own a property here. I don't really feel that I have any real business speaking on behalf of Philadelphians, but the PPD seriously angers me. 4.9 billion for a city fraught with crime is what we're currently getting. I read that we just recently added the first mental health professional to the police force. I would really like to see a significant portion of the force have background and training in mental health, social work, and addictions. Arresting and prosecuting people has not accomplished the goal of crime reduction. We, as a nation, have epic recidivism. The FOP actively works to keep poorly performing officers on the force. Bad officers are a cancer, as snitching on one another is a sure way to get pushed out of the police department. This paradigm has been tolerated for decades and only increases the dysfunctionality of the organization. Attempts to reform will be ineffective if these root problems are not adequately addressed. Additionally, we need to focus on helping young people with conflict resolution instead of punishment, offering small group counseling. Stop doling out cash to organizations that are not producing measurable results. There are numerous studies that can help us as a city choose programs that will yield actual improvements in quality of life for all residents. We must be forthright in our actions. We can be a model of crime reduction without focusing on traditional policing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Lori. Deborah Rose, are you connected? Deborah, are you connected? You can just press *6 to unmute you. Did I hear you, Deborah?
I'm here, council member. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you so much. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Deborah Rose Hinchy, and I'm a longtime organizer in Philadelphia. I live in West Philadelphia. I'm a white, cis, queer Philadelphian, and the first time that I saw the PPD hurt somebody I cared about, I was 13 years old, and a police officer threw my 14-year-old friend into the side of the subway car for suspicion of rolling his eyes at them. Since then, it has been a lifetime of experiences of police violence and harassment of myself and my loved ones, my neighbors, and my friends. I never had any intention of testifying before council about the experiences that I have had with the PPD. That is not the role that I see for myself or a role that I play. But last week, Council John McNesney of the FOP got into the Philadelphia Inquirer, and he said that we do not chokehold in Philadelphia, that that's not something that the PPD does. And I know that John McNesby lies, and I know that the FOP lies, and I know that we need to abolish the FOP because they lie, but this is a lie they told that caused me personal harm, because last year a Philadelphia police officer chokeholded me so bad that I almost passed out into the street at the corner of Broad and Arch, and then they threw me into the basement of the Roundhouse for 36 hours. So I found that particular hypocrisy really, really frustrating, and decided to talk about May 31st of this year, when the Philadelphia Police Department marched down 52nd Street and shot me and 4 of my friends with an array of rubber bullets, almost blinding one of our friends. I decided to talk about June 1st, where the cops threw a barricade at a 14-year-old boy and did give him a concussion and sent him to the hospital. I decided to talk about October 27th, when a police officer broke the hand of a 17-year-old child with a baton and stole his bike and threw it into the middle of the street. These are just some of the examples of the police violence that we face in our streets, and we need to, City Council, we need to separate Act 111 and we need to separate acts of violence out of Act 111, because it does not belong in the arbitration process. You know it hinders us. It's not enough just to influence these arbitrators. We have to make sure that acts of violence and acts of aggression are not dealing with in the arbitration process. I think City Council understands that we will have very little influence over acts of violence and over police aggression if they were continued to be caught into the arbitration process of Act 111. Thank you so much to Councilmember Kathy Gilmore Richardson for holding this hearing. It's incredibly important. We are very, very grateful to Council for listening to us today. Thank you, Madam Cheryl Parker.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your testimony. Elaine Holton, are you connected, Elaine?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Elaine, I can hear you loud and clear. State your name for the record, Elaine, and feel free to proceed with your testimony.
My name is Elaine Holton. I live on 52nd Street in West Philly. I am a West Philly resident who was terrorized and had my human rights violated when the Philadelphia Police Department tear gas and fired rubber bullets at me and my neighbors on the 31st of May this year. I was not born in Pennsylvania. I'm from Austin, Texas, and have lived in West Philly for 3 years. In Austin, I worked at Integral Health as a case manager and outreach specialist. Before living in Philly, I worked in Washington, D.C. for 3 years in the medical field addressing quality improvement. In October, I read a WHYY article entitled, Philly Police to Start Flagging 911 Calls That Involve a Behavioral Health Crisis. After 3 years of living here, I realized the city of Philadelphia and the police were never flagging their behavioral crisis calls. When preparing for this hearing, I researched and reviewed data collection of crime statistics based on neighborhoods, and what stood out for me was there are only crime classifications. Out of that data set, how many calls are behavioral health calls? A 2016 article entitled The Daily Crisis Cops Are Not Trained For states in the U.S. behavioral health situations are responsible for 1 in 10 police calls. I'm confident that this number has increased in 2020 as our neighborhood tries to make sense of the Walter Wallace Jr. and PPD's involvement. The current reporting processes in place only support the FOP and PPD's ongoing request for more funding. Money cannot be the only solution if money is the solution at all. Using this logic and process enables both the FOP and PPD to claim an increase in crime, which then drives and constitutes an increase in police funding. No increased funding. How does the city of Philadelphia and PPD determine how many police officers are needed in one specific neighborhood? Crime, race, population. It is clear that the system of reporting is corrupt and the city and PPD are underdeveloped in their ability to respond to mental health needs. This is something the city should be ashamed of. Why should the city give more money to PPD when they don't have the appropriate processes in place to address the issues of behavioral health? Behavioral health and wellness is a public health issue, and it should be the responsibility of the Department of Health, not the police, or focused on crime. People in Philadelphia experiencing mental health crisis deserve more. The FOP and the city of Philadelphia need to reevaluate their reporting standards and change their decision-making system about public safety. In West Philly, increased police presence has only led to harm. For accountability, provide the public with more accurate data and more accurate responses to civilians.
Elaine.
How can you understand the community's needs when systems are corrupt?
Can you hear me? Elaine, your time is up. We need you to submit whatever you have in writing that you couldn't get on the record. You have to submit it to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, the sponsor of this legislation. She will make sure that all of it gets on the public record. We thank you so very much for your time, but we have to make sure that we move on to give the voluminous amount of people who are scheduled to testify of the opportunity. So thank you so much, Elaine, for your patience and understanding. Aaron Bagley. Aaron, are you on? Are you connected? Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, can you state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony?
Thank you. My name is Erin Lai. I'm from Mount Airy. Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson and staff for the opportunity to participate. As a Black woman, a mom, and a Philadelphia police wife, this season has been exhausting in a double taxation sort of way. With so many conversations from every direction focused on change, reform, accountability, transparency, what it all means, and how we get there, I've noticed that so many of these conversations are happening in safe spaces of sameness. Police Reform Working Group, an advisory commission, a reconciliation steering committee, and a future citizens oversight commission. Yes, dynamic leaders of our community, but lacking in law enforcement voices and perspectives. Compare this to our police union, which largely lacks the diverse voices that make up this city. And what we have is both sides that unintentionally perpetuate the us versus them mentality. I'm a member of Police Lives for Black Lives, comprised of over 300 women from across the country, including a core group here in Philly. Years ago, we came together to support each other, but now we realize that we must use our position to help move the conversations forward in our local communities. There are jurisdictions that are achieving it. Police departments, not just the top brass, but widespread buy-in from the top down. Police union leadership, elected officials, and communities collaborating to get it right. Now, maybe it's naive to think that a city of our size can pull this off, but it seems not only plausible, but absolutely necessary. At a time when the easy default is, it's policing and that's what they signed up for, It's important that we're giving our officers the resources, support, training, and respect they need to do these jobs that they signed up for. And when some members of law enforcement feel caught between a rock and a hard place, we have to use our resources of the city in a way that step-by-step rebuilds some trust between our department and our communities. This past Monday at 6 p.m., a 20-year-old was shot and killed across from your offices at City Hall, becoming the city's 435th homicide. His final moments were live-streamed on social media for the world and, sadly, his family to see. As his family prepares to bury their second son as a result of Philadelphia gun violence, we as city stakeholders owe it to this family and all of those that come before and after him to get this right. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to being a part of future conversations.
Corinne Woke, are you still on? Corinne, can you hear me? Press star 6 to unmute. Okay, thank you. Corinne, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Corinne Wolk. I live off 52nd Street, and I'm a white woman and homeowner, and police in my neighborhood talk to me like I'm naive for living here and like I need their help to stay safe from my neighbors. In May, the police shot tear gas and rubber bullets at me for taking pictures of what they were doing on 52nd Street, and I had to repeatedly run and hide behind kiosks and corners and things. But that's how the police operate. When we protest them, they shoot rubber bullets and tear gas. When we prevent a budget increase, not even a cut, they charge $18 million in overtime for protests. And that overtime seems to be groups of white cops standing on corners, smoking and not wearing masks. They killed Walter Wallace Jr. while his mother begged them not to shoot. They asked for $14 million extra money for tasers, supposedly, even though they didn't want tasers before. The city tries to ban using less lethal weapons at protests after what happened earlier this year. They threatened to shoot people. The SOP didn't even want this hearing to be public. And so does this sound like it's about protection or about control? I was curious about what the police think their job is, so I looked at some of the recruitment materials last night, and they all seem to focus on the $56,000 starting salary and how all you need is a high school diploma. And my mother is a social worker in Philly, and she has been for my whole life. And I want to leave you with how much money she was making after almost 30 years on the job with a master's degree when the city cut the program she was helping run, working with mothers exiting the prison and drug treatment system. And it was a city-funded program. This was in 2009. She was making $55,000. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Corinne, for your testimony. Is Erica Gold? Erica Gold, are you connected, Erica?
Yes.
Okay, Erica, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Erica Golbustos, and I am a community member of Philadelphia and the direct victim of and witness to PPD police brutality on numerous occasions. I've watched as the police target and over-police Black and brown and otherwise marginalized communities with impunity, especially the way excessive force is given to those fighting for Black and Native liberation. I've watched teenagers, who, as a reminder, are children, sustain head injuries from police for kneeling peacefully at a protest. I've watched a pregnant Black woman almost lose her baby because the police brutalized her while picking her up for a curfew violation as she made a quick run to the corner store while those of us in the bus with her frantically screamed in terror for medical help. I am a biracial Indigenous woman with passing privilege and a white parent, which I mention because proximity to whiteness holds power and privilege, and yet I personally have still been hit with a baton, flipped over a bike, held down by several officers, antagonized, and told by an officer as he was brutalizing me that, quote, he hopes my mother gets cancer of the butt in her mouth. Not a single one of those situations has had consequences for the PPD. The PPD has an overinflated budget that should be defunded and reallocated to the community they have caused trauma to. And for a department that cost the city several lawsuits just this summer for the way they brutalized community members en masse, to request an even higher budget for any reason, let alone to cover protest costs, is disgusting and audacious, especially on stolen land. These kinds of acts and
of violence and excessive force related to protests or not should not even be included in the arbitration process, let alone rewarded fiscally. And we must limit the types of grievances they can bring to arbitration to allow for actual accountability, not just in performance, but in substantial change. And because the discipline code fails to hold officers accountable for serious harm, which also must be a part of this change, information about complaints against police officers, investigations into those complaints, and the results should be publicly available. Does the City Council adhere to the wishes of their constituents or to John McNespy? Because it's unclear from where we're all sitting. Do better, be better, and I wish for McNespy and the entire FOP and PPD to have the consequences they cause the community reflect back on them and be abolished. Thank you, and have the day your actions deserve.
Thank you so much, Erica. Right now, we're going to be, this is the last speaker for panel 6, Chris Canito. Chris Canito, are you with us?
Me?
I think I just heard you, Chris.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Chris,
Yep,
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly now. Thank you so much, Chris. State your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Chris Canito. I'm a West Philadelphia resident, member of Penn Community for Justice, and social worker who was attacked on I-676. This public discussion of the FOP contract would not have existed without the unrest and trauma inflicted on the city this summer. That speaks volumes to the weak history we have in keeping the PPD and FOP accountable. In early October, I provided testimony which reopened the trauma from I-676 of what it was like to be surrounded by tear gas, surrounded by blood, by chaos, by vomit, and the acute realization that I might die on an embankment. I honestly don't wish that onto anyone. I ended my testimony in October by asking members of this council, what is going to happen when the next George Floyd murder is caught on camera? What is going to happen if that happens in our city? What will you do to break this cycle? And I promise you this, I will ask that every time I'm in one of these spaces until change occurs. The public needs clear and consistent actions taken to break these cycles of trauma. We need transparency and active community input. We need a divestment from the police, whose bloated budget continues to pull funding away from necessary social services while shielding them from any sense of accountability. We desperately need an investment in more robust education, mental health, substance abuse, and housing services and institutions that provide more long-term safety across generations than a badge and a gun in the present. We need a publicly elected, not appointed citizenry public oversight commission who has the subpoena and firing power to dismantle police impunity. And we need so much more. We are living in an America where Breonna Taylor hasn't received any justice, where more of her activists are arrested than the police who murdered her. We're living in a post-Walter Wallace Jr. Philadelphia whose death represents failures of our public safety and social services systems. Recent history has shown us that the PPD and FOP does not have the ability to keep itself accountable. In 2019, the Plainview Project found that over 300 PPD officers were participating in racist and hateful social media behavior. I'm almost done. This is the same PPD that required a massive New York Times investigation to apologize for I-676. The same PPD who still not denounced the propaganda promoted by the National Fraternal Order of Police, who used a black child as a social media prop. And this pattern will continue when the police, the FOP, and city leaderships fail to acknowledge their roles in the cycle of trauma, which ripples across generations.
Chris,
I'm nearly done.
Chris, no, excuse me. No, it's Chris, you won't do that. You won't do that. Very respectful of you and your message, Chris. But we have several other, residents of the city of Philadelphia who are lined up to testify. We want to thank you so much for your patience today. And ask you to just feel free to forward to Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson your testimony, and she will make sure that all of it becomes a part of our public record. We want to say to the viewing public, thank you all, along with our colleagues, for your patience with us today. We are about to now take a pause so we can get prepared for panel number 7, and Councilman Majority Whip Curtis Jones will lead the next panel number 7. So thank you for your patience while we take a quick break to make sure that Jay Williams, Jordan Hartsfield, Kitty Height, Patricia Evans, Tamar Wilson, Irvin Jones, and Shane Riggins Shoshana Atkins,
Hello?
and Nasserine Cordani and Ken Hurd are connected. Thank you all so very much.
Madam Majority Leader, point of personal privilege.
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you so much for leading this section of the Committee on the Whole and all of the panels, and just for shepherding us through this hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Hello?
Passing off, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you all for your patience. And I will try to do my
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
portion of this hearing.
90423
Thank you, Mr. Whip.
Modesto, keep in mind I do not have a list of the witnesses, so you will have to call them up.
Has been forwarded to an
based on
automated
your
voice
list.
message system. 2677.
Councilman Jones, look in the chat box.
Open
Open up the chat box.
City Council. We will begin in panel 7 of our testimony from this morning, now afternoon. Who do we have first? And welcome. Can you hear me?
Hey, you.
And who is this?
Hello. This is Jagger Williams.
Mr. Williams, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. State your name again for the record and please begin your testimony.
Heard. My name is Jagger Williams, and I would like to start by thanking you all for having me. It's an honor to voice my opinion to listening ears, and I promise to only have a few. I'm astonished by the work done in relation to the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor case. However, there's a need to address an elephant in the room. Neither case would have been appropriately handled had it not been for the public outcry. Kenneth Walker would still be in jail facing capital charges after his wife was unjustly shot in her bed. I happen to come from a section in the city where many of the residents are at a disadvantage. Many residents do not speak English and are not highly educated. They're not wealthy enough or smart enough to be present with their cell phones at all times, let alone stay in recording mode. As a result, a lot of our police misconduct goes unaccounted for, and that's unfair personally. I do not like to use the term systematic racism because what I witnessed is not discrimination of the races, rather discrimination of the classes who do not have the means nor the wealth to challenge our oppressors. We need better standards for our operating systems. The reviewing of body cam footage needs to be a requirement prior to preliminary hearings. The footage needs to be present to the judges and counsels to determine if there's probable cause. Otherwise, a person could be held for the next 8 months in which their lives will be dedicated to court proceedings. Furthermore, the discrepancies between narcotics officers need to be more thoroughly investigated. I've seen cases in which numerous people have been arrested on the same block at the same time with different forms of the same narcotic, and that is a problem, especially when the only factor taken into consideration is the word of the officer. Many of our people are forced into plea deals or guilty pleas under trivial pretenses. I say the word "are" because at the base we are all human. I would like us not to pretend that these deals presented as a form of freedom do not play directly into statistics. The system needs to view each person as a human rather than a conviction rate. It is never, you may not see your children for 2, possibly 4 Christmases. It's rather 2 to 4 or postponed for 3 months. While I do take into consideration key factors such as the judge's time, I got one sentence. That's all I need.
Yeah, no. Please conclude, but finish.
All right, heard. Such as the judge's time or the time of the officer, or the time an officer must free up to be present at said court proceedings. More often than not, a person is marked with frivolous charges and is never brought to the attention of the court. It's never mentioned how many charges are dropped because of said officer, only how long he's been on the job and how familiar he is with these types of arrests. I can only speak personally, and I strongly believe that currently in this city, we are guilty until proven innocent, and it hurts to be an American viewed as a statistic. The current system needs to change, period. Thank you all for having me. Thank you.
And thank you for being patient and submitting your testimony. Modesto, who do we have next? Hello?
Mr. Whip, Kitty Height is next.
Kitty Height. Ms. Height?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you today, this afternoon?
I'm good, thank you very much, and thank you for hearing me today, especially Councilmember Gilmore Richardson for making this transparency a reality. When I was a kid, my great aunt who cared for me would tuck me behind her skirt if we saw a police officer. I found out later her generation remembered when poor Native kids could be taken from their families for any reason, and her generational fear of the police was transferred to me before I could talk. I've lived near 52nd Street for most of my adult life, the better part of 20 years. In my time here, I've become numb to the constant police presence, to the stories of terror that my friends and neighbors have shared with me. When one of my close friends was run over on a high-speed police chase close to her house, I noticed how many of the mourners gathered had stories of similar recklessness from the police that have resulted in deaths or wrongful convictions. I've seen police grab young men walking home from work and ask them questions by threatening them, beating them in a van, and yelling at them. The summer that the police were able to stop block party permits, I saw long-standing and culturally significant block parties squashed because police suspected that there could be problems. I spent a summer sleeping with one eye open because a young man that calls me mom was working night shift as a delivery person and would regularly be stopped by the police and have to call me to come pick him up, his voice shaking with fear. Even though I, as a white, passing, middle-aged committee person, don't fit many of their profiles, I have been intimidated, tear gassed, and beaten by police in my neighborhood. I'm still dealing with a concussion from my last interaction with the PPD. No one is exempt from their thoughtless, reckless, violent, quote-unquote, protection of our communities. Sooner or later, all of us will feel their violence because they do not protect and serve us. They protect and serve the racist, classist, oppressive systems that use us to profit. I strongly encourage council to take time to learn about the history of these police unions and how their very presence in an area leads, in fact, to more violence, more oppression, and nothing like safety. Safety comes from community, and the FOP has shown time and time again that they are not here to help our community, simply to make money for their own from terrorizing us.
Thank you, Ms. Height, for your testimony. Ms. Patricia Evans? Ms. Patricia Evans, are you on the line? Okay, how about Ms. Tamara Wilson? Tamar Wilson? You have to unmute yourself if you are on the line. Is that *6?
Mr. Whip, Shane Riggins.
Mr. Riggins. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Shane Riggins. Hi.
State your name and begin your testimony, sir.
My name is Shane Riggins. I am a West Philadelphia resident and a proud member of Socialist Alternative. This past election period, I and hundreds of thousands of Philadelphians voted for a new Citizens Police Oversight Commission, and I demand you honor that vote by making our Oversight Commission an explicit part of the FOP contract. Unlike the Police Advisory Commission and previous toothless and ineffective panels, this as yet unformed commission has the opportunity to allow the working class of Philadelphia to have a say in their police force. We need to stand up and fight for working class citizens and create legislation to make this commission democratically elected and not appointed by the mayor or city council. The commission needs to have the power to hire, fire, and discipline officers and have the final say in those actions. Also, we need to have budgetary control of this of the FOP. The FOP has sued every manifestation of oversight ever since 1959. So I need you, the lawmakers, to protect what citizens have voted for and make it an explicit part of the FOP contract negotiations. If they truly protect and serve us, and if your interests are aligned with those of working class Philadelphians, there should be no problems with any of these common sense demands.
Thank you, Mr. Riggins, for your testimony. Is Shoshana Atkins there?
Yep, present.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. State your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for hosting this meeting, and particularly thank you to all the people who have been impacted by the police and don't have the opportunity to come in the middle of the workday to be here. My name is Shoshana Akins. I've lived on 52nd and Locust for 3 years, and I lived 4 blocks from where Walter Wallace Jr. was murdered for 2 years, and I've called Philly home for 8. I have participated in local Philly politics and social movements since 2015, and have gone to many protests and rallies in the last few months. All of that is to say is that I am here for Philly, and I love Philly. Sorry.
It's all right. Take your time.
And I've seen the Philadelphia police force work daily to undo the care, passion, and health Philly residents have for their city. As a short-term resident of 52nd Street, I have witnessed everything from casual violence to actual military force coming down West Philly's Main Street, beating people bloody. All of this police action is paid for by taxpayer dollars with little justice and control, and all of it fuels trauma, creating more problems and harming neighborhoods that then continually have police presence instead of school funding and community-based care. Long-term residents of West Philly are some of the strongest people I've ever met. But that's because they have to, because every day the police presence in their neighborhoods have made them have to fight back and to care. The way the FOP contract has been held and run is not a democratic process, and it's borderline fascist. The police force cannot continue with this standard, and the people here and the people who can't make it ask for there to be more transparent action. Thank you for your time, and sorry about crying.
That's all right, Ms. Atkins. Thank you for your testimony. Is there Ken Hurd? Are you there? Mr. Ken Hurd? *6 to take yourself off mute.
Right here.
All right.
No
How
longer
are
muted.
you? Good.
We're
Good
excellent,
afternoon.
comrade. How you doing?
Not bad.
I am
Not bad at all.
Yeah. Well,
Can
here
you
we go,
state your
comrade.
State your name and
My
begin
name
your
is
testimony.
My name is Ken Hurd, and I'm calling basically and testifying as the treasurer of the National Writers Union Philadelphia chapter. There will be a person right after me probably who is from the same union. I'm also speaking as a Peace Council, the United States Peace Council National Board member for Philadelphia here. One of the things is that if you've got police officers who don't have tasers, there's a reason for it. And the reason is that we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, sir, on military equipment that is bought directly from the military, and it's through the federal 1033 program. This needs to be stopped. If you're going to have to cut city budgets for areas like DHS, which I used to work for, by the way, and was able to disarm people, stop them from harming each other out in the streets, I still don't understand why it is that we don't have police officers that could do what we did back in the 1970s. It's not happening correctly. We don't need to have police officers who basically are sitting around and thinking that they would have the possibility of not having a discipline code placed upon them. In some cities, this may be one, vacation time is used instead of having them suspended. In a lot of cities, their records are wiped clean. I'm not sure about Philadelphia, but we do know that police officers who've had major problems here have gone to other cities and have been hired. Why? We can't figure it out yet. We need to deal with getting the acts of violence that basically are excessive and stop the police operations from doing those sorts of things. Our time is running out quite fast, so to end this, we must end qualified immunity for police officers. That's a federal government bill that you'll have to look into, sir. Over and out.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for your testimony. Is there Tamar Wilson on the line?
Yes, hi, I'm Tamar Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tamar Wilson, and with my community organizing group, Socialist Alternative, I have been active in organizing around the Black Lives Matter movement in the city throughout the summer. In the past several months alone, we played witness to multiple severe abuses by Philadelphia police, from the kettling and subsequent gas and rubber bullet attack on the peaceful protesters, to the murder of Walter Wallace, to the swarming and assault of a black mother while she was in her vehicle, and then the kidnapping of her child. For these incidents of oppression and even terrorism against the public, no officers have been held accountable, and the reason for that is that there is no mechanism for communities to do so. City Council adding some small measure of transparency and public accommodation for the FOP contract negotiations is a step, but it is the bare minimum, and it is not enough. As we know, transparency without the ability to act on that transparency is meaningless. It is clear that community control of the police to prevent these abuses is needed. City Council must incorporate the recently passed ballot measure creating a Citizens Police Oversight Commission directly into the FOP contract so as to provide equity to the communities the police are supposed to serve and being able to hold them accountable. There is no good reason for the police union to oppose oversight by the very same people they are sworn to protect and serve. And if the city is to actually represent the people in this bargaining process, city council, they are obligated to bring this to the table. The CPOC, of which is appointees, should be democratically elected by the community and not by city council itself, must have all powers made available to them, including hiring, firing, investigatory, and budgetary powers, not only to prevent the incidents of state oppression and terrorism, sexual assault, and domestic terrorism that we've heard on this by testimony so far, but also to create the trust in the community necessary to make the CPOC work at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there a panel 8? Modesto?
Yes, there is.
So
Mr.
we'll take
Chair.
a brief moment to allow you to tee up the next panel, and then once we get them all on, we will begin again.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilman Jones?
Yes, sir.
So panel 8, can you see that? There's a message box at 1:24 p.m. Panel 8, beginning with Chaplain Nikki Kleinberg.
Yeah, I do see it. Yes, sir.
So that's your lineup.
Got it. and for your patience, and to the viewing audience, this important hearing of the Committee of the Whole. We are now embarking upon panel 8. Our first person to testify will be Chaplain Kleinberg. Are you with us, Chaplain?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. State your
Great.
name for the record and begin your testimony, please.
Great. I am Chaplain Nikki Kleinberg. I'm ordained deacon in the United Methodist Church, and I serve at one of our local trauma centers here in Philadelphia. Greetings to everyone and blessings to this hard work that we're doing today. I present my testimony to you because I'm a Philadelphia citizen living in the beautiful and historic Germantown. I'm a clergy person, I'm a trauma chaplain, and I spend a lot of time in our trauma centers. So I look forward to a new day of peace and justice when we all celebrate life in a police-free community. So every week in my trauma center, I witness and support patients who are brought in by police drop-off. That is, their Philadelphia police officer arrives post-haste with a critically injured person and hope that they can possibly save this person's life and bring the best outcome for the victim and their family. Many times I engage the officers who are involved in this life-saving work, and many times I've been blessed to witness their compassion, hope, courage, skill, and hear some of their story. However, it is my understanding and experience that the culture of the Philadelphia Police Department, as facilitated and officiated year after year by the Fraternal Order of Police in relationship with this city and state government, and the continued inclusion of harmful officers in the line of duty, fails these officers who might seek to put their training, integrity, and faith to work for the best outcomes of those they serve. There can be no good cops in a corrupt system. Today's officers, without meaningful change to the contracts, inherently uphold a dominant police culture and policies that protect officers and keep them in positions of power who are harmful. They foster closed-off, guarded, strained, and fearful relationships within the communities they serve. Therefore, I want to speak briefly with gratitude in favor of this move toward an open contract negotiation process that seeks to offer greater accountability, integrity in regard to discipline, and community input for policing. I'd like to offer the following specific recommendations for the contract. Many of these are also on the police reform agenda as compiled by the city's Reconciliation Steering Committee and Internal Working Group. I got 3 points. 1, complaints against police officers need to be taken seriously by making them public, and arbitration needs to have public oversight. 2, we need to establish a duty to intervene, and I'll end there.
You can finish, but within the next 30 seconds.
Okay. So 2nd, establish a duty to intervene when an officer sees another officer go too far, as recommended by the U.S. Department of Justice. 3, we need to make it impossible for any police officer who is fired for misconduct in Pennsylvania or any other state to become an officer in Philadelphia without opportunity to have their record purged. So as a clergy person, I know that institutional and community accountability can be really hard and sometimes scary. Integrity can also be hard, but it is necessary for the common good and for our individual well-being. So I encourage our government and union representatives who are present to consider this invitation to accountability to be a blessing. Accountability fosters access to our personal and collective wisdom, freedom, peace, and love. Accountability will ultimately serve you and allow you to stand in the judgment day and offer all those who choose your vocation blessings to you and this work today. That's it.
Chaplain, thank you for your service and your testimony. Next up, we have Amy Montgomery. Miss Amy Montgomery?
Mr. Whip, a very quick point of personal privilege. I just wanted to thank Chaplain Kleinberg for her 3 specific recommendations for the process. Thank you, Chaplain, and thank you, Mr. Whip.
Thank you, Member Gilmore Richardson. Amy Montgomery?
Yes, here. Hi, I'm Amy Montgomery. Thank you, council members, for holding this hearing. I want the police to be accountable to the community. My experience tells me this is not current practice. On October 15th in Powelton Village, there was a shooting on the porch across the street from me. I witnessed the incident and the police response. The shooting involved 2 young men who were close associates. The weapon used is still unclear to me, as some who saw it thought it was an air gun. A woman in their company called 911, and within moments, there were approximately 40 police in the yard and on the street. There were 16 police vehicles within view, and even more extending onto the cross streets. There were police in uniform and in plain clothes, police on bikes, police from multiple districts, and later I learned even the counter-terrorist unit. This was a very serious incident that resulted in a serious injury, but the level of response was, to my eye, extreme and outsized. Within moments of the police's arrival, the injured man was whisked off and a wave of officers rushed the backyard gate. Then we heard 6 rapid-fire gunshots. Neighbors who heard it from inside their homes hid in corners and locked their doors. The police shot the family dog who was in the backyard. The owner, who was not involved in the initial incident, told the officers the dog was there but was not given a chance to leash her. The police also entered through the front door. Shortly thereafter, they escorted out the young man. All this transpired minutes from when the police first arrived. The immense response and police fire and gun almost upon arrival left me and other neighbors unsettled. It exposed those who lived in the home and nearby to more violence and risk. A few days later, neighbors attended the 16th Precinct's town hall meeting, hoping to learn more. Captain Samantha Brown flatly told us she would not answer our questions about police actions then or at any other time. What we saw was an extremely resource-intensive response involving deadly force. I'm not accusing wrongdoing, but I and the rest of the community should be able to understand the procedures used that day. The current lack of transparency equals a lack of accountability. Thank you for allowing me to share this one example.
And thank you for that example and testimony. Next up is Jennifer Kidwell.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Kidwell?
Yes.
State
Hi,
your name.
thank you all so much. Jennifer Kidwell?
Thank you. Please begin your
Thank
testimony.
you. All right. I'd like to thank you all for this platform and for your work. I live in Cobbs Creek. A day after the unconscionable and devastating murder of Walter Wallace Jr., while gathered on the street outside the 18th District Precinct, I spoke with an officer who went on at length about how he's one of the, quote, good ones, and anyone in the district would agree. However, what he couldn't answer for was the utter fallacy of the notion of a, quote, good, end quote, cop, which should be a redundancy, not a commendation. For as Chris Ross said, why are you bragging about something you're supposed to do? I expect that anyone I pay, called cop or police officer, must be able to communicate and relate with its community, or else they couldn't be called cop or police officer. I'm not a good performer because I show up and do the shows I'm contracted to do. That just makes me a performer. Similarly, if you're a cop and you can consider your work exemplary simply because you can hold a conversation, then according to your logic, most of your coworkers, the, quote, not good ones, the regular ones, are not even capable of the bare minimum of service, not to mention honor and or integrity. I demand from public school or hospital workers or even a McDonald's employee. As a taxpayer and citizen, I get to set the terms of employment for police officers, and I demand the following. Information about complaints against police officers, investigations into those complaints, and their results should be publicly available. I demand a change in the discipline code that fails to hold officers accountable for serious harms against fellow officers and our community members. Cops should not be allowed to use vacation time while suspended. Cops should not get their records wiped clean. Acts of violence and excessive force by the police shouldn't be included in the arbitration process. My heart is broken, not only for new mother and newly widowed Dominique Wallace, but also for a society so sick and bereft that the conditions that made her such are, quote, normal, end quote. I'm going to need us to do better. Thank you all for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Caitlin Borelli? Ms. Borelli?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Please
great. Yes, I'm ready.
State your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Okay, so I'm actually reading this testimony on behalf of Dave, who did not feel safe speaking out publicly. When citizens legitimately fear the police, it is a clear sign that we need radical change. So I'm reading this on behalf of him. My name is Dave, and I am a resident of Philadelphia. I had been showing up to protests in Philadelphia since the beginning of June. Sunday, June 14th at Marconi Plaza was my most intense experience. I work in South Philadelphia, and a lot of the community members I serve live near Marconi Plaza. I felt that it was important to support the Black Lives Matter movement in the area and oppose the presence of armed white vigilantes in that neighborhood. I arrived there with two friends around 6:30 p.m. We were surrounded by individuals who were present to support the Black Lives Matter movement or to observe what the white supremacists guarding the Christopher Columbus statue were doing. There was also a very large police presence. A line of police stood between the white vigilantes and a group of people I was with. White vigilantes frequently crossed the police line and entered our space to agitate us. They also threw water bottles and other objects across and attempted to snatch cameras and phones away from Black Lives Matter protesters. Police did nothing to prevent the white vigilantes' violent behavior. Rather, I remember seeing a police officer fist bump one of them. One of the white vigilantes crossed the line of police and stepped into my space. I asked him to please move, and he punched me in the face. Several police officers saw this occur. This was also caught on video. One police officer followed him out of the crowd to make sure he got out safely rather than holding him accountable for assaulting me. I felt very frustrated that the police did not do anything to protect me or hold my assailant accountable. I spoke with another officer who clearly witnessed this to see if he would do something to help, and he said, "You have to go to the DA's office to file a report." I felt hopeless. Something felt very wrong about the police response to my assault. The violence continued, and I saw a white vigilante was verbally assaulting a friend. The next thing I knew, my friend was on the ground in the middle of Broad Street, and a white vigilante was hitting her and pulling her hair. I'll try to finish quickly. As I tried to help her up, two white vigilante men grabbed me, choked me, and pulled me into live traffic. I tried to run towards the police, who did nothing to protect me or intervene. They choked me again, grabbed me, tripped me, threw me to the ground, and kicked my head and chest. They told me, "Get out, you don't belong here." The police were everywhere, watching this occur, yet doing nothing. It became clear to me that night that the police were clearly on the side of white violence and were not willing to de-escalate or intervene in any meaningful way. I know that when there's a white cop in South Philly, they aren't there to protect me. However, I had never felt this distrust as viscerally as I felt it on June 14th at Marconi Plaza. The police who are supposed to protect me saw me laying there and just stood idly by. We do not currently have a public and transparent way to hold the PPD accountable, and that needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Can we have Miss Janet Fishman?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for your patience. State your name for the record and begin your testimony.
My name is Janet Fishman. I live in West Philadelphia. I so applaud the work of Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson and the City Council, and have been so moved by the testimony today. A young man in my neighborhood told me this story and gave me permission to tell it at this hearing. He and a friend were leaving a party at Temple. They were walking up Broad Street. A policeman yelled, "You in the gray hoodie, stop." The friend was wearing a brown hoodie. Neither of them was wearing a gray hoodie. They were just walking up Broad Street. They didn't realize that the command was meant for them. The policeman yelled, "I said stop," and pulled his gun. An older policeman arrived, told the first cop, a rookie, to go inside to do desk duty. What was going on? Someone described as black had broken into a car. These two young men were black. Why did the cop need to stop two young men walking up Broad Street? Why did he need to pull his gun? Where is he now after that stint at desk duty? Should we be relieved that an older cop who knew better came along? That this is one of the lucky stories. How are the police trained? How are they mentored? What happens when they violate their job to protect? Ultimately, I feel that there is no accountability, that there are no consequences, and I do not feel safe. Hearing the testimony today, it almost sounds like the city has to negotiate with a criminal organization. Thank you for your work. To me, more tasers seem like more of the same, a less lethal way to subdue the enemy, the same mentality. We need to rebuild entirely, and meanwhile, I am so grateful for your work to at least keep us safer and change the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fishman, for your testimony. Ms. Caitlin Best? Ms. Best?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ms. Bess?
Hello? Yes,
Hi,
I'm
Ms.
here.
Bess. State your name and begin your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. My salutation is Dr. Caitlin Best. I'm a member of Penn Community for Justice, and I currently live in Point Breeze. It's a tight-knit, majority Black community where people take care of each other because the rest of the world hasn't. My partner and I love this community, and today I'm standing up as an ally in the ongoing protests against police brutality. I see police driving through my neighborhood daily, more than in any other area of Philadelphia where I've lived. Police arrested one of my neighbors in front of her children after a dispute with another neighbor. A few months later, they came back to evict her and her family right before Thanksgiving. Another neighbor has a family member with a severe mental illness, a young Black man, and every time the police show up, I worry, will this be the time he ends up shot dead in front of us, like Walter Wallace Jr.? Living in Point Breeze, I've had one repeating thought. What is all of this policing really doing? It didn't help the woman across the street whose son said their city-owned Title IX housing was so decrepit there was a hole in the wall where animals crawled in. It didn't help my neighbors resolve their conflict so they both could continue to live on the block. It doesn't help the young man next door stay compliant with his medication or prevent his family from suffering every time he has a psychotic break. Policing is inherently reactive, and when you add in its foundations in racism and xenophobia, the tragedies of police brutality and murder no longer seem like surprises, but inevitabilities. How, in a city where nearly a quarter of the population lives in poverty, can Philadelphia police officers get millions in taxpayer money budgeted for laundry, meal allowances, and contributions to a legal fund for police misconduct each year? How, in a country where hundreds of thousands of Americans can't get paid sick leave in the middle of a global pandemic, can police officers suspended for disciplinary investigations continue to get paid by using vacation time? How can police officers who have failed drug tests, forced sexual favors, or shot and killed multiple civilians keep their jobs because of closed-door arbitration? That is shameful, and we demand better. In a democratic city of 1.5 million people, the 1% who are members of the FOP cannot dictate the use of 15% of the city budget without the rest of us getting a say. I can stop there, but can I make one last statement, sir?
Yes, Dr. Best.
Given that so many participants have had their testimony cut short by the time limits today, I'd ask whether the City Council could please consider holding an additional public hearing on these matters, since many citizens are clearly concerned about the police contract and deserve to be heard in full.
I will take that. Thank you. We will take that into consideration and maybe request the sponsor of this legislation to consider such. Next, Ms. Caitlin Connor. Oh, yeah. Ms. Connor?
Hello?
Star 6, Ms. Connor?
Yes, hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm outstanding.
Great.
Can you state your name for the record and begin your testimony?
Yes. My name is Caitlin Connor, and I'm a current resident in North Philadelphia. I graduated from Council Rock North in 2013, the same year as Sean Matarazzo, the officer who shot and killed Walter Wallace Jr. I knew Sean and his friends back in school, and they were outwardly racist, raised on white supremacy norms that exist in the comfortable bubble of Council Rock. He had never known the traumas of the Black community in West Philly. This is a glaring example of how the police force is not representative of the community that it serves. Earlier this year, a new law was adopted which requires city employees and police officers to be Philadelphia residents for a year prior to employment. This is a step in the right direction. However, much of the PPD, FOP, is still sourced from Northeast Philly, which is vastly different from North and West Philly. If an officer with compassion for the neighborhood of Walter Wallace had responded to that call, he might still be alive today. Now, the fault doesn't singularly fall on Sean, but the FOP and police system that perpetuates this problem. More inclusive recruiting and training is past due to break the ideal of us versus them. FOP needs to stop protecting racist and criminal behaviors of the police and start holding them accountable for the damage and pain caused to citizens. Police should not be allowed to use paid vacation time while suspended, and their records should not be wiped clean of wrongdoing. The union should be restructured so that it only supports vocational concerns of police and not corrupt legal interests. Opening this budget process to the public is the first of many changes to the FOP necessary for trust and justice in the Philadelphia Police Department. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concern on this matter.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Anna Snyder is next. Just Anna Snyder. Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm Anna Snyder. Yes,
I'm Snyder. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Anna Snyder. I'm a resident of the Francisville neighborhood of Philadelphia. I'm a suicide attempt survivor and mental health advocate, and as a person who lives with a mental health condition, I do not feel safe living in a community where police are not held accountable for their crimes against people like me. My family has called 911 for help when I was in a mental health crisis with a knife in my hand, and one day I may need help again. It is not the PPD who I want showing up, because they don't understand how not to murder the mentally ill. Walter Wallace Jr. deserved better. Philadelphia deserves better. I ask that the City Council immediately defund the irredeemably corrupted PPD and reallocate those vital resources to mental health and social services and poverty alleviation efforts. Accountability for police today, tomorrow, and every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Lou Catabayano.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Did I say that right?
Caltabiano, close enough. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so very much. Please begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Lou Caltabiano. The Philadelphia Police Department doesn't deserve an extra dime, and the fact that they are currently seeking extra funding is an absolute joke and a complete disgrace. It shows a complete ignorance and disregard to the problems they have caused, both past and present. There is a core problem with the police. They believe they are more important than anyone else in the city. Truthfully, the PPD needs to be fully defunded, and those funds need to be distributed to the citizens and communities of Philadelphia, where the money can be put to better use. Any action taken that moves us away from this goal is a problem. But the police do exist, as they do today, and I fully acknowledge that it's a gradual change. So as far as their contract is concerned, the citizens of Philadelphia deserve the right to oversee all aspects of policing in this city, full stop. It is easier to lose your job as a teacher, a fast food worker, a photographer, a nurse, than it is to lose your job as a police officer. We need real accountability for the problems police cause, real discipline, real consequences, and complete abolition of any policies that erase disciplinary reports. Those reports should be permanent public record. The weak disciplinary code attracts the worst kind of people because they know they won't be held accountable for anything. If you want to improve your police force, up your standards, and then maybe they can get back some of that respect that they sorely want. You hear police officers and their supporters proclaiming the need for law and order, yet they don't hold themselves accountable for the same standards. The police are somehow allowed to exist in a bubble where they face no consequences for their actions. The same police who literally cry on television and on the internet because they feel that people don't respect them are the same individuals who refuse to wear masks in public while on duty, who murder our citizens, and who physically, verbally, and emotionally abuse the people they are quote-unquote sworn to protect. And when you have a police union presided over by as disgusting a human as John McNesby, who holds open disdain for the citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to have problems. The mayor and city council let this one schlub walk all over you as if he has all the power and you have none. The police are not held accountable for their actions. They hold open disdain for the citizens of the city. It doesn't have to be this way. You have the power to bring these problems under control. Something must be done about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Right on the money. Thank you for your testimony. Amelia Carter? Miss Amelia Carter.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please begin your testimony, Ms. Carter.
Hi, yes. May I start?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. My name is Amelia Carter. I am a member of Penn Community for Justice, and I'm also a resident of 52nd Street. I was there on May 31st when the police swarmed my community. Although police arrived in full force before looting began, they didn't prevent a single store from being damaged. Instead, they terrorized our community for several hours. Just 5 months later, the police murdered Walter Wallace Jr. a few blocks away. When protesters marched in response to his murder later that day, I watched as police officers escalated tension and manufactured chaos. In an instance of acute deja vu, the police again failed to prevent harm, and in fact were the only ones causing harm to residents.
In short, from my window on 52nd Street, I have watched the police fail us over and over and over again, too many times to catalog in this testimony. From my perspective, one thing is clear. They aren't capable of serving our communities with care and competence. This level of ineptitude, ineffectiveness, and dysfunction should not and cannot be rewarded with increased funding. As public services are cut, city officials must immediately address the PPD's bloated budget. To start, we don't need to support the purchase of so-called less lethal munitions, which will continue to be used to enact brutal violence against us. If police cannot manage intervention without enacting harm, they shouldn't be sent to the scene of an emergency. We cannot and should not trust police to govern themselves. We must immediately pass legislation so the new Citizens Police Oversight Commission is fully elected by the public. Finally, we must end police impunity. Safeguarding the process of accountability can only be achieved by ensuring the commission has subpoena powers and can set sentences without the threat of closed-door arbitration. City officials must also force the FOP to pay their own misconduct settlements. As we have been saying for months, and many of us for years, we demand that our tax dollars be spent on social services, public programs, not policing. These are the things that truly protect and serve us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we are now getting ready for panel 9. Modesto, is panel 9 teed up, ready to go?
No, we would need to take a short break, Council Chair, to get him into the session.
Thank you. Let's take that break as we await panel 9. Thank you again, Modesto, and members of council and those in the viewing audience. This is a continuation of our committee of the whole, and we are now on panel 9 of the witnesses to testify today, the first of which is Samantha Rise. Ms. Rise, are you on the line? Ms. Rise, *6 if you are muted. Ms. Samantha Rise, can you hear me?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we have an updated list. My apologies, starting with Lydia Curry in the chat.
Okay, Ms. Curry, are you with us? Ms. Curry? *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can now. Thank you for your patience.
Excellent. Hello.
Hello, and please state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
My name is Lydia Curry. I live in Point Breeze, and I am one of the coordinators of the Point Breeze Town Watch. I am here to share with everybody my serious concern at the complete disconnect I've seen all summer long during the unrest between the cries in the street and the cries in my street. We had an epidemic of violence not caused by police officers before the rest of this stuff started happening around the country. These cries of defund the police, Councilman Johnson will tell you, are met with horror in our community by the people who are most at risk for violence. They don't want their police defunded. Their police are never their primary problem and are very often people who do social work in their lives. Well, my captain in the 17th and our community relations officer have begged me over and over again to message is that they are overextended in dealing with things they're not trained to deal with. They don't want to do mental health calls, not because they don't care, but because they know they can't do it well. I really, truly believe that we would not have so many terrible problems if we took some burden off of our police and we did not take away their funding, but instead empowered the other partner institutions that are currently not able to help them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Maya Nojakovic. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Are you on the line? Remember, *6 to unmute. Ms. Nojakovic. Not seeing her responsive or hearing her responsive. The next up is John Woodson. Mr. John Woodson. Are you there? Mr. Woodson. Okay. We're going to continue on and go with Nicole Sullivan. Miss Nicole Sullivan, can you hear me? Maybe we're experiencing some technical difficulties here.
Yes, Mr. Whip, Marina Cifuentes is next.
Okay. Are you there? So,
Hello?
Are you there?
Yes. Yes, I'm
Okay.
here.
Thank goodness, we were getting worried. All right, can you state your name for the record and begin your testimony?
My name is Marina Dominguez Cifuentes. My testimony is about Larry Visa, V-E-S-A, from Temple University Police. He also works for Owls, an associate investigative company out of Newtown Square, hired by my soon-to-be ex-husband, Thomas J. Carl. Larry Visa made a false police report about suspicious activity in order to gather information on a friend of mine. I obtained a police report which states that what I just mentioned through the Right to Know Information Act. I would like to read a brief passage of it. I just would like to emphasize that the police misconduct by lying to obtain information, of course, but also by placing my friend and I, which are vulnerable members of the community, me being an immigrant from Argentina and him being an African-American male, in a place of unnecessary exposure, having to interact with no valid reason with the police force. This report was made by Patrolman Mark Meshrel from West Wyland Township Police Department. Visa reports a black male leaving Han Dynasty restaurant, and he appeared to be chasing cars. I called Visa while driving to the call, and he says that he was in the lot and saw a black male looking into vehicles as he was walking through the lot. He was stopping at every car he passed while traversing the lot towards Route 100. He felt that the subject may be breaking into cars in the lot. I approached the lot from the Waterloo Boulevard side and saw the subject standing in the parking lot at the edge of the grass, which is along Route 100. I stopped and exited the vehicle and asked if I could talk to him for a minute. I asked for his identification. He said that he was having lunch at the Han Dynasty restaurant. He refers to me now. Oh, now it's just time? Okay, I'm sorry. Is my time up?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Miss Abdul Hadi. Are you there? *6 to unmute. Are you there?
Hello. Am I here?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Eritrea Abdul.
Oh, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Can you state it for the record?
No, you didn't. Sure.
Okay.
It's Eritrea Abdul Hadi.
I did say it right. Okay.
That was my last name. Yeah.
All right. Can you begin your testimony?
Sure. So I live in West Philadelphia, where the Wildest Jr. incident ended up right on 52nd and Spruce. And thereafter, the weeks where the cops started prowling on our blocks from 52nd and Market up until Baltimore Avenue. I believe that the funding should be put into a different prospect of how to train our police officers and get them out of fear. I believe fear is a propaganda that has been sold from social media. And I was here on the night of the situation, and for some reason it ended up back down to 52nd and Spruce, where the incident happened down on 60th and Spruce up our locus in between those blocks. There were protesters. The mother of Wallace was at our block. She drove through the block, going through a lot of emotions. She also addressed the police officers that were out here. And I just believe that we were affected as a community because if anyone would have reacted the wrong way because of fear, the cops would have reacted, and this could have been an ongoing situation. So I was in the midst of the Wallace situation because of it just being at 52nd and Market, and we have been a targeted area ever since. Cops have been in groups of 8 to 12 on each block for about 2 weeks after the incident. And then after that, we began getting curfews for our youth.
And there were a lot of deaths going on, shootings between different blocks in our areas after that. So my testimony is just that we need to fund in the right place and get the right type of training for these individuals that want to be police officers and so on and so forth. And that's all that I have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up is Martha Williams. Martha Williams. Can you hear me, Miss Williams? Miss Williams, to unmute yourself, push *6. Okay. I think next is Kate Kopanitsky. I hope I'm saying that right. Ms. Kopanitsky is next.
I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. State your name for the record.
It's Katie Kopnitsky.
I was close. All right.
Yep.
Can you begin your testimony?
Sure. Thank you. My name is Katie Kopnitsky, and I'm a community member living in the Haddington part of West Philadelphia. I want to first thank all those who have shared their voices today, especially the young people from our community who spoke up and shared about what kind of city they want and need. I personally was moved to speak in this hearing because of some recent comments made by FOP President John McNesby. McNesby's comments angered me, but they did not shock me because they are part of a pattern. Time and time again, the FOP makes it clear that they feel they are above reproach, above criticism, and above accountability. Their practice of operating without transparency, demanding a greater and greater share of our city's budget without delivering any positive outcomes for our people, and actually causing grave harm, and their practice of actively preventing officers from facing accountability when they have been violent shows that they are only loyal to each other and not to the public. This is not any definition of service that I recognize. If the FOP wants to operate as a fraternity where their only loyalty is to one another and not to the community, then they should be free to have their boys club, but not with a hold over our city's resources. The FOP has been functioning as a political lobby, not as a union, and their main objectives appear to be seizing more and more of our money, avoiding accountability for the harm that they cause, and increasing communities' perceived reliance on policing and imprisonment as the only solutions to instability in our communities through fear-mongering and misinformation. We reject this. We have been rejecting this vision for years, and more adamantly since June of this year. Our communities have been speaking in a clear voice. We want to fund essential community services, survival needs, our schools, the arts, things that actually get around the other side of instability and prevent it, not showing up after the fact with a gun. We are not asking to continue to try to reform an institution that has persisted in enacting violence without accountability for 180 years. Reforms and attempts to make the police a nicer presence in our communities have failed for 180 years, often because of direct interference from the FOP. So I will wrap up really quickly, but I just want to say our budget should reflect our priorities. I believe in the people, and I want to see a budget that prioritizes our people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we're going to take a break so that we can tee up panel 10. Modesto?
Mr. Whip, I think they were able to get Samantha Rise on the line from panel, from the previous panel.
Okay, Ms. Rise, are you there? Ms. Rise. To unmute yourself, *6.
Hello, my name is Samantha Rise. I want to thank Councilmember Kathy Gilmore Richardson for sponsoring this bill and the tireless efforts of the representatives prioritizing and centering these conversations. The work of those council members committed to reform as an initial step in a transformative justice process that Philadelphia is owed is much appreciated. I also want to uplift the name of Philly's own Walter Wallace Jr., murdered by police on October 26th. The fact that George Floyd featured more prominently in this conversation from council members than a Philly husband, father, and essential worker is indicative of our own unwillingness to address our complicity in racist policing. While I plan to speak strictly to Resolution 200546, that the hearing to offer testimony has become a platform for public outcry is indicative of the narrow pathways Philadelphians have to address the inequity and injustice we have come to expect from the FOP and the PPD. I would request respectfully that the sponsor and co-sponsors of this legislation or council at law stemming the unconscionable violences of the PPD. It's no secret that where policing is concerned, our city suffers a chronic and lethal lack of imagination. Established in 1968 during a moment in history when we know policing was actively reinforcing white supremacy and institutional racism as an open rule, 111 has become insidiously imbalanced to protect cops who extract, injure, maim, and kill with impunity. Manipulations engineered by the FOP, including that of Act 111, have created loopholes that over time have become nooses around our necks. As it stands, arbitrators and the arbitration process are not a reflection of the needs and expressed demands of our city. They do not represent us or have a clear understanding of the city's lived reality with the police. Modification to require contract arbitrators from Philadelphia, to require community representation and testimony in arbitration hearings, and to require public access to disciplinary and contractual processes is the bare minimum. There is no possible reform that corrects the institutional violence that plagues our communities, and this city is calling loudly for defunding and for abolition. It's past time that the public input and influence become what shape the strategies that police accountability take. There are 750 million reasons, plus a new 18 million requested by the FOP and the PPD don't want community oversight, and why they fought so hard to keep this hearing closed. FOP demonstrates their unwillingness to subject themselves to the will of the people who employ them because, if given the chance, municipalities would strip them of the powers so chronically abused by them. How could anyone who has followed the ongoing crises of police brutality accept transfer as a disciplinary procedure? How can we believe in or trust our disciplinary or contractual process governed by police? And how have we not accelerated the passing of this bill and others following the death of Walter Wallace Jr. and police terror in our communities? I was shot by rubber bullets and tear gas with my beloved community members. It's past time, I'll be brief. It's past time to redress the just and overwhelming grievances we have, and acts of violence and police aggression require decisive, direct action from us, not them. I cannot in good faith speak to the notion of reform without demanding that this council acknowledge gross misappropriation of resources to the Philadelphia Police Department and demand that contract negotiation include a significant cut to the city's police budget. If we're interested in minimizing the impact of misconduct and violence, then the conversation needs to start much earlier in the process than arbitration. Philly needs a multi-pronged effort to commit to the long-term healing and protection of our communities, and I'm hopeful that our city and state representatives make the necessary effort to redress Act 111 and the city's contract with the FOP ahead of December 10th recess. If not, I expect disgruntled police will twist my wrist as they drag me out of MSP again, or off the interstate, or away from the DA's office, or 52nd Street, because we are no longer asking. If the city is interested in deterring riots, deterring crime, deterring violence, deterring pain, then you will give us platforms to publicly dismantle the systems that would be our end. I believe that we will win, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Modesto, you're going to tee up panel 11 at this point?
Yes, we are, Council Chair. We'll need a few minutes to do that, please.
Thank you so very much. We'll take a brief break.
Mr. Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you again, Modesto, and thank you, viewing audience, for your patience as we continue our Committee of the Whole public hearing. We're now on panel 10, and our first witness on panel 10 to testify is Francis Quinlan. Francis Quinlan, are you there? If you are on mute, push *6. Francis Quinlan.
Mr. Whip,
Yes.
my apologies. So they're going back. John Woodson is on the line from the previous panel, and then the first person from panel 10 is Philip Neueffer.
Okay, we will then go with Mr. Woodson. John Woodson, are you there?
Yes, Councilman. Yes, I am.
All right. Can you begin your testimony, and good afternoon?
Good afternoon. In the recent election earlier this month, over 491,000, or over 79% of the Philadelphia voters voted yes for the question regarding the Citizens Police Oversight Commission Amendment. I suggest the city's FOP contract negotiators make the point that this is a mandate for Philadelphia's old school policing to move towards an effective and just public safety, and that it is a majority of the majority of the voters in Philadelphia are dissatisfied with the quality of services rendered as a whole by the Philadelphia Police Department, and that the contract negotiators hold the position that PPD has not earned a pay raise. Secondly, the FOP has been and is attempting the status quo of old school policing, limiting the interested people in working for the PPD to the people who lack the requisite humanity and decency, like Officer Sean Matarazzo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and your patience. And Member Richardson, who did you say from 10 was the first up?
Philip Neueffer.
Ms. Neueffer, are you there?
Can you guys?
Hello?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mr. Neueffer, please begin your testimony.
I will. Good afternoon. My name is Phil Neueffer. Don't worry about getting it wrong. I'm calling to give testimony about the Philadelphia Police Department contract negotiation. Hold on one sec. As you've all heard today and seen for yourselves during the last few months, the PPD has acted pretty horrifically in response to protests calling for a greater degree of accountability and a more equitable means of improving communities beyond just dumping more money into the PPD's pockets. From geocaching protesters to killing Walter Wallace Jr. to the many stories and experiences you've heard today, it shows there is a distinct lack of accountability by which the PPD is held. Of course, this is not an isolated stretch, but rather part of a larger ongoing problem with policing in the city. Therefore, in negotiating the PPD's new contract, I ask that the city establish a more transparent investigative process for complaints about PPD misconduct, including publicly available information on how these investigations are conducted and the results and actions taken in response. I also think it is essential that it is not the PPD itself that investigates complaints against its own officers, since we have seen that this leads to nothing but sweeping misconduct under the rug. Any Citizens Oversight Police Commission must be independent and transparent, be elected and not appointed, and given actual power to discipline, so it's not just a group with a nice title that does nothing more than maintain the status quo. I also ask that officers with infractions do not simply have their records wiped clean, the discipline code itself better hold officers accountable, and that suspensions should be served in full and not muted by using vacation time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up would be Ms. Sherry Cohen.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Cohen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember Jones and City Council. My name is Sherry Cohen. I'm an activist in movements for justice in our city. I speak today in honor of Walter Wallace Jr., a black man brutally assassinated by Philly police on October 26th, who would be alive today if our city had sent mental health workers to his home instead of the police. I join others today who spoke out against any increase to the police budget. In this historic time of racial reckoning and reimagining public safety, we must decrease, not increase, the police budget and instead invest in the communities most impacted by mass incarceration. Today's hearing is a great first step to increase transparency and accountability on police contract negotiations. Beyond this one public hearing, let's follow the lead of other cities and, number one, invite organizers from communities most impacted by police brutality to also represent the city on its negotiating committee. Two, invite community-led police accountability organizations to attend contract negotiations. And three, require that City Council have the responsibility to approve this contract in addition to the administration and the FOP. As to the contract itself, some provisions must be added, including number one, the Oversight Commission must be specified as the only entity to investigate and adjudicate claims regarding police misconduct, not the police department. The police department clearly cannot police themselves. Number two, the types of grievances allowed to be brought to arbitration must be limited. The contract must not permit any issue of discipline regarding police misconduct to be brought through the grievance arbitration process. Three, the contract must provide a severe penalty for any officer who does not immediately provide materials requested by the new Oversight Commission for its investigations into complaints against police or who otherwise fails to cooperate fully with any request for interviews by the Oversight Commission. I just want to finish up briefly. These provisions, among others, must be removed from the contract. Number one, the FOP contract must not require the erasure of misconduct records. Two, the contract must not allow vacation time to be used by officers when under disciplinary suspension. And three, the contract must not limit discipline and oversight by allowing the overturning of discipline of an officer by binding arbitration. We need community control of the police. Again, we need to defund the police and instead invest in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Gail Loney. Gail Loney. Are you there? Unmute yourself by using *6. Gail Loney? Okay, we're going to move on to Brandy Gabriel. Brandy Gabriel. Are you there? Participants unmute yourself by using *6 when it's time to testify. Okay. Nikki Grant. Nikki Grant. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Grant, and I'm the Policy Director of Amistad Law Project and a resident of West Philadelphia and council member of Gosia's district. Thank you for convening this important hearing. All of us deserve to be free from harm, especially from the police. The current police contract is intentionally crafted to allow taxpayer money to be allocated to protect and pay cops who harm us. Our communities demand that Philadelphia not contract away our future to the police. During a global pandemic, when almost every city department is strapped for cash, the FOP is telling us that we need them and that they need more money. We disagree. Our communities need that money. The current Philadelphia Police Discipline Code calls for little to no consequence for offenses that directly harm individuals in our communities. This means that officers can use excessive force, sexually harass us, or commit a felony and may not even face dismissal. Acts of violence and excessive force by the police should not be included in the arbitration process. Disciplinary matters should be left to the city, not a group of outside arbitrators. Philadelphians like Angie Baker, in a video made by Homicide Law Project and sent to the members of this body, are telling you that we must defund the police. We must invest in our communities. That starts with a transparent FOP contract process and must include mechanisms to radically reduce the PPD budget, like reducing overtime and firing bad cops. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, point of order?
Yes.
Yes. Quickly, I just wanted to notate that council support was able to get Francis Quinlan on the line from the first person on panel 10. And then secondly, I think Councilmember Gim is trying to unmute, *6 to unmute.
Okay. Ms. Quinlan, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you state your name for the record and begin your testimony, please?
Yes. Hello, my name is Frances Quinlan. Good evening to City Council members and the public, and thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, for making this possible. It troubles me that someone in such a powerful position as Police Union President John McNesby feels so threatened by the very discussion of transparency of police budget funding paid for by taxpayers, that he is willing to go so far as to sue the city of Philadelphia in order to get his and his union's way. That is the move of tyrants. Residents of this city are struggling enough to stay and keep their families afloat during this already strained time. How can we be expected to shoulder this additional weight of enabled bullying such as his? I would hope that people in so high an office as John McNesby would understand and appreciate the profound responsibility, full accountability, and transparency that comes with said office. Many of my friends are longtime residents of this city as well. Several of them now know the experience of being tear gassed by police. One had his ankle broken as he was trying to escape the tear gas that was being deployed during a peaceful demonstration on the Vine Street Expressway back in June. One was just a block away from his West Philadelphia home. He wasn't even protesting. Police were randomly tear gassing, in fact, terrorizing residents. In the news, far worse abuses of power have been covered. I will never forget the coverage I saw of a family whose child was abducted from their car by police, a toddler whose trauma was then used as propaganda, lauding police's efforts to protect and serve, when they were, in fact, the very ones inflicting abuse and causing what will likely be lifelong emotional damage to an innocent child. The PPD is dispatched to both protect and serve the residents of Philadelphia, enlisted with the specific duty of keeping and maintaining peace in communities. They also have they're unique as a service in that they are also given weapons and the right to use them against civilians. For the Fraternal Order of Police to be allowed, unchecked, to make use of taxpayers' money in secret from the public they're supposed to be serving and protecting, there's a major dissonance in this behavior. I can't help but wonder why the FOP doesn't want the public to know how funding is allocated to such a dominant organization. Our residents deserve more than to be kept in the dark, especially after a year as traumatic as this one has been for so many. The weak disciplinary code written into the FOP contract has proven itself unworthy of this great city. We can only benefit from healthy communities whose residents feel safe, heard, and able to thrive, which cannot happen under this current oppressive and secretive practice. Our residents deserve more. I would also like to quickly add how moved I was to hear from so many voices today. I listened to the whole hearing, and I appreciate you all listening to residents speaking and expressing their own personal stories of trauma. It was extremely generous of them to share, and it showed me how much strength is in this city's residents. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
And thank you for your patience and your testimony. Who do we have next, Madam Richardson? You got me off of my rhythm.
My apologies, Mr. Whip.
That's all right.
The next person is Nikki Grant.
Okay. Miss Grant, are you there? To unmute yourself, push *6. Miss Nikki Grant. Okay, so I'm going to go with Amelia Crotty. Miss Amelia Crotty. How are you today?
Hello?
Please state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
I don't know how I follow those previous speakers who were terrific, but good afternoon, council members. My name is Amelia Crotty. I'm a resident of Council District 5, just at the edge of the northern edge of the 9th Police District. And I'm just going to share a little bit about my experience. About 15 years ago, I was a plaintiff in a class action lawsuit against the city of New York and 50 New York City police officers. That suit was filed alongside at least 6 other similar class actions for police misconduct at the time, all of which resulted in settlements that cost the city of New York $18 million. So at the time, I thought the settlement would teach the city a lesson. I thought that this enormous expense would be incentive enough for the city to change how it policed. That if nothing else, this financial burden like this would force necessary reform, but unfortunately I was wrong. So I've since realized that cities, including Philadelphia, regularly shell out millions of dollars in police misconduct settlements, that this is an anticipated and seemingly acceptable budget item. WHYY reports that misconduct lawsuits against Philadelphia police officers cost taxpayers about $10 million per year. And the truth is that the majority of the police officers have only 1 or 2 complaints against them, but that those officers who do repeatedly engage in misconduct are a tremendous liability to the city. When a city staff person can potentially cause millions of dollars in financial damage, it should be the city's right and responsibility to fully understand who they are and who they are hiring when they bring them onto the police force. Police officers should not get their records wiped clean, as the FOP would have. The city needs a complete picture of a police officer's background and history of behavior before bringing them onto the force. To me, this seems like, at minimum, a moral and just simply like financial responsibility of the city. Finally, as taxpayers who pay out these settlements, spending money that could be otherwise put to good use in our parks and playgrounds, after school programs, these complaints against police officers, investigations into those complaints, and their results must be made publicly available. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Ms. Muhammad. Ms. Muhammad. To unmute yourself, please put *6. Ms. Muhammad.
Okay, yes, it says I'm no longer muted. Awesome, great. Hi.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good afternoon. How are you?
All right.
Okay. We can start off by saying, well, first things first, we want in the media, and I'm speaking for the Generation Next. We want an immediate into the police brutality and mob attacks and murder against the so-called Negroes throughout Pennsylvania. We believe that the federal government should intercede to see that the black man and woman tried in white courts receive justice in accordance with the laws of the land, or in our own black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. But the main thing that, as kids of tomorrow see that most of the issue is with the training. So if y'all could do something about the qualifications, we believe that most of the police should need to go to college. They should have to have a certain level of credit to be able to become a police. We believe that the age restriction should definitely be different moving forward. And yeah, that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. Ms. Gilmore Richardson, may I impose upon you to take control of this hearing? At this point, I have other duties that I need to attend to, and at the end of it, you can recess to the call of the president.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whip. It's no problem at all, and I truly appreciate you and our entire leadership team for your efforts today. We're going on 7 hours of testimony, so I just want to publicly thank you, our leadership team, my colleagues, for hanging in there with us so we can hear all of the testimony. Thank you so much.
Well worth listening to and learning from. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next witness we will hear from is Camus Walton. Camus Walton. Okay, hearing none, we will now pause to allow council support to call up the last panel, which is panel 11. So we will pause to allow council support to call up panel 11, and then we will hear from our very last panel. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much, Council Support. We will now move on to panel number 11, our final panel for today. I will call first Riley Ross, who we needed to recognize from panel 2, and then we'll go back into panel 11. So Riley Ross, you have 2 minutes for your verbal testimony. Anything beyond that, you can submit your written testimony. Please press *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Riley Ross, and I am a partner with the law firm of Mincy Fitzpatrick Ross. We are a law firm of civil rights attorneys. We currently represent Rakia Young, who is the young woman who was pulled from her car by the Philadelphia police in the aftermath of the Mr. Wallace's killing when she turned down the wrong road and tried to turn around, but instead her car was ambushed by police officers. She was yanked out of her car. Her child was taken away from her and then later used for propaganda by the National Fraternal Order of Police. I want to say thank you for first letting me speak. I was supposed to be on early, but I had to attend a funeral, and my time came up while I was in that funeral, so thank you. I also want to just recognize Councilmember Gilmore Richardson's endeavor here. This is an opportunity for City Council to really get at the root of systemic and long-lasting problems with police brutality. This notion of making change really can start with what we're doing with the police union contract. So I just want to go through some. I've listened in earlier today. I've heard some really good things coming from even from the city, but also more promising are from the council members themselves and the questions that were asked. So I really think that this project is in good hands. But I would just caution you to not be afraid to go further, to not let good be the enemy of great here. If the city is saying that these are things we'll look into, or maybe we can't do, or we don't historically do things that way, the way of doing things the way we used to do them should be over. We've seen that it doesn't work, and we need to really start from the ground up. So here's some things that I think would help with regards to transparency and accountability. Negotiations with the union must be conducted in public at set times. The public must be informed of those times and allowed to attend the negotiations. The city must include representatives from community organizations on the negotiation committee. 30 days before negotiations begin, the city should release to the public the last contract between the city and police union. The contract must prohibit the rehiring of officers fired for misconduct. The contract must prohibit the hiring of officers fired from other police departments for misconduct. The contract cannot contain provisions that allow the union to block the city from cutting the police budget. The union must be forced to disclose on a quarterly basis all donations made to politicians, organizations, and institutions. There should be public arbitration hearings. The city should integrate the new oversight committee that was just voted on by the public. That oversight committee should be negotiated into the contract to allow police, or public involvement.
Mr.
Yes,
Ross, if you could please complete your testimony. Your time is up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. And if you have any additional testimony, please submit that for the record, and we'll be sure to include that on the record. Thank you again, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to panel 11. Julie Zimaszek.
Hi.
Julie.
Thank you, Council.
Yes. Thank
Hello?
you. Yes,
Hi,
please
Council.
proceed with your
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you. My name is Julie Zimaszek, and I'm a community leader in South Philadelphia. Thank you to City Council for the opportunity to testify, and thank you to the community for their bravery in sharing testimony today. I'd like to start off by stating a fact. Being a police officer is a chosen profession. It's a job, not an immutable identity. The police force consists of willing public servants employed by the city, paid for by Philadelphians. However, over my lifetime, I've witnessed violent and traumatizing behavior by officers that run counter to this notion of police as public servants. And it's led me to question, who do they protect? Who do they serve? The people of Philadelphia do not know the true answer to those questions because to date, there hasn't been oversight into negotiations between the FOP and the city regarding police contracts. That's disturbing. Over the last few months alone, the PPD has been in the national spotlight because it's been allowed to act with impunity, from assaulting people on Interstate 676 to brutalizing residents of 52nd Street simply at their homes, to murdering Walter Wallace Jr. in plain sight of his family, the discipline code has failed to hold officers accountable for serious harms against the community. Meanwhile, the FOP demands more money while our city suffers. This must be changed, and this is why today's hearing is so important. Acts of violence are incompatible with public service, union service. I'm from a proud union family, and under no circumstance should violent behavior ever be covered by a union acting in good faith. Infractions must be documented and freely available to the public, and these records should never be expunged. Any contract shouldn't shield police from discipline for these offenses, and there must be transparency regarding their records, complaints, and investigations. At a minimum, this needs to be explicitly outlined in any contract. In closing, if the answer to who do police protect and who do they serve is not all Philadelphians, then I urge City Council to consider whether or not police are public servants deserving of any city taxpayer money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie, for your testimony and for your work. We'll now hear from Daniel Revisa. Press *6 to unmute and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daniel Revisa. I reside in Fishtown and am a member of Philly Power Research. I've previously been a staffer and a member of industrial, service sector, and building trades unions. I'm a committed trade unionist who seeks a better future for working class people. Let's dig into the specifics of the contract itself. The current 14% pay differential outlined in Section 17A6 of the 2010 Master Contract is untenable. This stipulation of the contract requires a 14% pay differential between different classes of officers, from rank and file patrol person all the way up to inspector. Its existence contributes to a constantly ballooning police budget in one of America's most over-policed cities. Each of these pay differentials contains a subset of pay grades, all subject to the normal 2.5 and 3% annual increases that we have seen the FOP win from the city in previous settlements. In my time as a staffer for various unions, I have never seen such an egregious pay difference for any of the nonprofit workers, building service workers, or construction workers that were covered by a collective bargaining agreement that I was privy to. Ending such a large pay differential would help contain one of the largest costs of any organization, its labor force. This reduction should be joined by the elimination of the $250,000 tuition reimbursement and a reduction of the legal services fee by 50%. The savings from these funds should be reallocated to the community in the form of services, as many other community advocates have detailed today and earlier this year. Next, I call for the end of terminating officers' disciplinary records after 2 years. Section 20E of that contract must be struck. Commissioners should not be allowed to hold disciplinary records in abeyance, and all officers' records of discipline must be permanent and made available to the public. And finally, I urge any agreement that's reached between the FOP and the city to be publicly hosted on a city server, on its website, and accessible to the public. Relying on a private, biased party such as the FOP to make that contract information available to the general public is not acceptable when spending some 15% of the city's entire budget on our police force. This concludes my testimony, right on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony and also for your specific recommendations. We will now hear from Rob Roy. Please proceed with your testimony. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Rob Roy, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I believe the FOP fosters a culture that is at odds with the principles of Sir Robert Peel and an impediment to improving community police relations. Peel's principles hold that the power of the police is dependent on public approval and cooperation, as well as police being impartial to the law and neutral on the topic of justice. Yet the rhetoric, policy positions, and contractual operations of the Fraternal Order of Police negates the claim that Peel's principles function to guide Philly police. Given that the FOP contractually speaks for the officers, who the public regularly deals with, that means that when the FOP says the elected council members who organized this call have evil intentions, we must ask, how can the police cooperate with the public when the police think the public is evil for even asking police to be better? Many police ascribe to the broken windows theory that small problems lead to larger problems. Yet by that logic, small infractions from officers lead to larger and more catastrophic events that erode public trust. So when the police commissioner decides to say, "You're fired," to an officer for failing to uphold their oath, and the arbiter overturns this personnel decision, then that makes the commissioner appear as a figurehead, like the Queen of England, while the police on the streets are allowed to operate with near impunity. The arbitrators contracted to hear these cases are customers of the FOP, so they are similar to the credit rating agencies during the 2008 mortgage crisis, paid to rubber stamp and approve faulty loans that led to the Great Recession. The police arbitration system is bankrupting the public's trust in our public servants. It is said that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Yet, this also means that a police department is only as honorable as the worst behavior police command will tolerate and the baddest apple the FOP can successfully arbitrate. I ask the council to not only change the FOP contract, but enact new policies and budget priorities so Philadelphia can act less of the police.
Mr. Roy, please conclude your testimony. Oh, thank you so very much for your testimony today. We will now hear from John McKay. John McKay, please press *6 to unmute and proceed with your testimony.
John McKay. I'm with Life Outside the Streets. We're a nonprofit organization here in Philadelphia. Our mission is to treat trauma through arts, education, and information. It's my testimony today that I have personally experienced people and loved ones call the police to prevent violence, to stop domestic violence. And I've personally heard the operator dispatcher say that if they call back again, they will charge them. The police tell us if we call them to prevent a crime, that they only can come out to respond to crime. So it is my testimony that we need a preventive strategy. There's no way in the world that we can prevent crime if when people are calling the cops, the police are telling us that they can't come out unless there is a crime. So we need a preventive system in place. Also, it is my testimony to request that some policy be put together to make it illegal to be racist. Right now, we have government laws that are against hate crimes, but it's not illegal in America to be racist. But it most certainly should be illegal to be a cop and be racist, considering that this is the same police organization that used to round up, kill, and hang slaves through the government. So it is my testimony that the system needs to be revised to focus on more prevention, and most certainly there needs to be weekly training around trauma-informed care and weekly checkups and evaluations for all officers. They endure and experience trauma on a daily basis, and anybody experiencing that level of trauma should be practicing daily healing as well as evaluation. So that's my testimony that moving forward, racism is not allowed in our police district, and that we don't tell citizens that they can't call the police to prevent crime.
Thank you so much, Mr. McKay. Thank you for your testimony and also for sharing your personal story. We will now hear from Jeanette Lloyd. Jeanette Lloyd, press *6 to unmute and please proceed with your testimony. Jeanette Lloyd, press *6 to unmute. Okay, please proceed with your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I signed up to speak on the proposed budget increase for Philadelphia Police because I understand, because I work with budgets and P&L statements in my profession. When I say that I know budgets, I know in my experience if an increase in my budget year over year, yet my key point indicators of success are not glowing accomplishments that the company can be proud of, I might not only lose funding from my budget next year, I might get fired. The way that peaceful protests were handled this summer by the Philadelphia Police and the many subsequent apologies from the mayor and the chief should be reason enough not to increase the budget or seemingly reward bad behavior. If the police are an embarrassment to the mayor, who later had to apologize for the brutality of the police on 676 with peaceful protesters, why would the public want to increase the budget and reward the very department that then made excuses for killing Walter Wallace Jr., and then the FOP uses images of a crying boy as propaganda and got caught, making Philadelphia an embarrassing headline at the epitome of police brutality and FOP cover-ups in 2020. I do not want to reward bad behavior with my tax dollars, period. Any additional funds for the police department could be used to fund the creation of a new public safety and social service program that is neighborhood and police district specific. This would be funding that the department could allocate only for collaboration with an outside organization like the Center for Policing Equity or the Justice Collaboratory to actually address the history and then plan around those specific issues in that neighborhood, which is usually Black and brown neighborhoods. This type of collaboration can produce equitable policing and community-informed public safety programs in neighborhoods that have been divested in, whether intentionally or not, for years and blighted and neglected intentionally by developers. Most of the highest crime areas in the city are literally missing adults due to the effect of poverty that will turn a good person to a life of crime. The unfair policies like the 1994 National Crime Bill, the war on drugs, to the rates of recidivism all being higher in these neighborhoods that experience the most traditional form of policing. Use this funding to focus on new ways of thinking about public safety. That's the only way I'll support a budget increase.
Ms. Lloyd, please conclude your testimony.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Lloyd, for your testimony and for all of your feedback. We will now hear from Valerie Chadwick. Valerie Chadwick, press *6 to unmute and proceed with your testimony.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay, so character is key. What people possess in their hearts determines their overall behavior, especially behind closed doors, or comparably, laws and ordinances that diminish consequences of wrongdoing. This being said, how is the character of PPD applicants evaluated? How does one assess for potential cultural, racial, and religious biases that will provoke overly aggressive and inappropriate behavior towards civilians who fall under these biased identities? My heart is not to vilify the PPD, but to support and to advocate for those who honor their oaths to protect and serve our city, while holding accountable those who do not. So while not being naive to the behavior of some officers who have engaged in unacceptable behavior towards civilians, I do realize it takes adequate training and support to perform such a rigorous and dangerous occupation. Body cameras, tasers, continuous de-escalation training, PTSD therapy. How can we mandate the absolute implementation of all these things for our PPD? Body cameras for the benefit of both officer and civilian safety and testimony, tasers as non-lethal options to subdue, emphasis on continuous de-escalation training so there's familiarity, which breeds confidence when needed to use, and therapy. Counsel and healing are vital when your daily clock-in consists of responding to people's hurts, harms, dangers, and devastations in their lives every day. Getting back to my previous point, legislation can change. Chokeholds and knees to the neck can be outlawed, but what will really stop an officer from engaging in such behavior? It truly is a matter of the heart. How can one better screen for integrity of moral character during the hiring process? How can one sort through those who truly have a heart for the community versus those who don't? Is this something that is even considered during the hiring process? I want to see more support for what is right among our PPD and more accountability for what is wrong.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chadwick, for your testimony. We truly appreciate your impassioned feedback. We will now hear from Charles Melton. Please proceed with your testimony. Press *6 to unmute.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you're on mute now. Mr. Melton, press *6 to, okay, now we can hear you. Please proceed.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I got a different philosophy. My name is Mr. Melton, Charles J. Melton, of the nonprofit Inner City Youth Organization. What they should do, I think, get these companies out here, Comcast, Earmark, and all them to work with the city and the police officers to make it a better city. Because it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Like they did TXX train on Gurney Street, they cleaned that whole neighborhood up. It was drug addiction, needle exchange. They went down there and cleaned that up within a week with DBHIDS, the Department of Behavioral Health, when Dr. Evans was when he was the commissioner for mental health, and there should be more advocacy to work out and get these companies out here to work with the people out here. I think that would be better, and get officers to live in the city of Philadelphia, like firemen. They could all live out the city, and no one never mentioned nothing about that. They could all live out the city most of them, a percentage of them live out the city, not in the city. And you get a taste of people. I think the crime rating will go down and get these companies out their pocket to come out and advocate, like Airmark, Comcast, and Coca-Cola, Pepsi. They behind closed doors. But let it happen to one of them, David Cohen and them. They're going to come right there running. They know they got more sense. They looking at what's going on. I know taxes going up. The city has to do a mother job and advocacy with the employees and non-employees to get people out here and get these kids out here with training, and adults too, as well too, women and both in training and everything that's going on out here, and have a good relationship with them. They got to start from somewhere. And I'm speaking for this and from the city of Philadelphia and coming from my heart. But I see everything equal and everything can be much better. Get these companies out here to work with the Philadelphia Police Department and with the communities too. Let them join and live in the city. Join these churches or Catholic or Muslim, Islam, or play a part. Crime and everything will go down, and things will be much different and be a much better change. This ain't no city of love. There's something different right here. You're right.
Mr. Melton, please conclude your testimony.
They should get more officers to advocate with advocacy religious groups and get them to work with faith-based initiative, Muslim, either Catholics, anything to work with them, and with companies as well too, as I was stating before. It would be a much better city, and officers to live in the city. Officers to live in the city of Philadelphia. I think things would be much better and have a better, much meaning. Because it's not going no better; it's getting much worse right now.
Okay.
So,
well, thank you so much, Mr. Melton, for your testimony and also for mentioning workforce development, which is an issue that I am very passionate about. So thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any further witnesses to give testimony on resolution number 200546 that I have not called? Any further witnesses to give testimony on resolution number 200546? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez for a brief closing statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for sponsoring this bill and this public hearing. I want to thank all of the folks, starting with the administration, folks who came forward earlier, and all of my colleagues for their thoughtful questions and concerns, and all of the folks who have testified. I want to go back to the spirit of Ms. Chadwick and speaking from her heart. You know, the issue of what a contract looks like. It's training requirements, it's testing requirements, it's selection, who we recruit, why we recruit them, how we hold them accountable is huge, and how this community-driven process leads to better decision and communication. Realigning the police department, which is what defund the police means, realignment means that we have the responsibility to look at how this blue wall that has become a challenge for all of us can be broken down. How can it be broken down? Adding the professionals that we've talked about, mental health professionals, civilians, more civilians to the police functions of the police department, I think will also help. How many times have you walked into the roundhouse and seen uniformed police officers serving in multiple roles, receptionists? What is the cost to us? To the taxpayers around all of this. I know some of these guys are reassigned because they're on desk duty or other things, but reimagining the police department, and council has been unapologetic and unshy about pushing all the levers that it can, but the contract ultimately, the contract will dictate our ability to move people, transfer people, train people, recruit people, and as Ms. Chadwick says, ensure that we're providing the type of training and support. There was a lot of discussion about the things that we need, but I also want to remind folks, as someone who has a district challenged by public safety, that the reason this needs to happen is because those people who go into public safety because they believe they can improve the quality of life for folks deserve a better department also. They have chosen this profession and they deserve that type of support and training. So thank you, Madam Chair, for all your work on this. I look forward to continuing to work with council as we move forward, and I appreciate all of the public who hung in there for all the hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Sanchez. And I also wanted to thank you and all of our colleagues, particularly our leadership team, Council President Clark, our Majority Leader, Councilwoman Sherelle Parker, and our Majority Whip, Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr., and everyone who hung in there with us today, and all the witnesses who provided public comment today. We are just over 7 hours of testimony on this issue, and I know this was a long hearing and many of you waited a while to make your voices heard, so I want you to know how much I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, your time, and your commitment to this process. And I also wanted to thank our Deputy Mayor, Rich Laser, and the Department of Labor, Monica Marchetti Brock and Rachel, Representative Donna Bullock, for her continuing work on reform around State Act 111. And to, again, all of our colleagues for being here today. Philadelphia, we listened to you today. There is still much work to be done, but today was an important first step. Hearing your concerns, your questions, your frustrations, and your hopes, it really makes a change, and we hope that we will hear back soon from the administration on how your voices have influenced them and have influenced the proposal for this upcoming process. So thank you all so much again for joining us today. Are there any other colleagues that would like to make closing remarks? Okay. Hearing none and hearing no other witnesses, this concludes the business before the Committee of the Whole today. Thank you all very much for your attendance and have a great evening. Thank you, council support. We could not have done this without you. Thank you.